8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into a brand new day, and the kickoff hour is live. And we thank you so much for being with us. Busy day indeed today, as we have got the Bible study live today, noon Central with Rick. Also, we have a charity charge check to present to Grace's Kitchen. Lindsay will be with us, the president of the board for Grace's Kitchen, and receive the check from last month's charity charge. Tim Spencer will be here. He'll bring some Buffalo Wild Wings, and the staff is already eagerly awaiting him. And so that's going to be coming up in a couple of hours from now. Then we'll talk about this coming Monday. And it is going to be another charity charge. We do it every month, the participating Buffalo Wild Wings. We haven't added it up, but the number is way on up there. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. Because we've done this for a long time. And I remember adding it up years ago, and they were already at almost 70,000. So it's definitely something that has benefited a lot of very, very special charities that do wonderful work. And this month is no exception. Outdoor Ability Foundation. They're a very small organization that is helping change the lives of young disabled outdoorsmen by providing adaptive equipment so they can enjoy the great outdoors, have the freedom and independence to get in their tracked wheelchair and access hunting property or maybe bodies of water and fish. They just do great work, and they were the beneficiary in April of 2019. By the way, that's before the pandemic, if you're looking back. And they are actually giving another chair away, I think, this week. And we're going to join that effort this month and try to help raise another great charity charge for them. So we'll be talking a little bit more about that today, and just looking at the old crazy stories of the day, which are crazier than ever. So over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right is Michael Elms. What's up, boy?
Hey.
Morning.
What's
Welcome
happening?
Good
What's
morning.
happening?
Good morning. Good morning.
What's up?
How are y'all?
What up?
Good.
I think this is the first day where we've all wore a different color shirt.
How about that?
Usually two of us have the same color on.
I'm wearing the longer sleeves
and
so if I
listen,
can warm up a little bit over here.
I know I'm rotating black shirts very heavy. That's all I've
I'll
wore
do that
the
too.
last 2 months.
I tend to go black shirt.
And really it's because all I have at the moment. So
I only have like 4 shirts.
I know. I'm the same.
also
I'm the
found
same.
something for you last night. I don't know what's going on with my
Found
closet.
another blazer shirt?
I did.
All
I
right.
found 2 actually.
Hey!
I found a hoodie and
Okay.
a t-shirt,
All
both
right.
both real nice.
Good.
And
Good.
I don't know what's going on in my closet. Like things I know I have, I can't find, and then things are coming into my closet that I thought I'd either given away or done away with or given to somebody else. It's weird.
That is weird. It's
Real
just like
weird.
it's like your closet's growing.
I don't understand it. I don't know if they're being put somewhere else and then somebody's realizing it, and then bringing it in there.
Or you've just lost your mind. Maybe that's it.
Could be that, Greg.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
It's
that.
always there.
I've got a situation with
Can't watch it go.
you know how sometimes your phone and it's,
I got a theory on that. We'll talk the commercial break.
Okay.
you know how sometimes your phone will autocorrect.
Oh yeah, mine does that way too much.
It gets on my nerves.
Right, and I don't know what's going on.
I can't stand that.
I have no idea what's going on, but I've noticed a trend, especially with one word, and that is instead of miss, it will say kiss.
Oh really?
Yes,
no.
and I don't
That
know,
could lead to
and
some
I'm
bad
not.
things.
Yeah.
Yes, I
not
know
good.
it has
Not
actually. I
good.
mean, like if my if I'm sending something to my wife, it's a little different. But if I'm sending something to a buddy of mine, and and I said, "Hey, sorry I missed you," and it says, "Hey, I'm sorry I kissed you."
Yeah,
that's a
different.
problem.
That's a big
that's
problem.
a problem. And
I don't mind it telling me I spelled it wrong,
Yeah.
but don't try to guess what I'm trying to say.
yeah, and I don't get either.
You want to blur up when I spell it wrong, have an old blur up look, that's fine. But don't be changing. Well, it makes
It's
me
a
mad.
bip, man.
You don't know what I'm trying to say. Shut up. AI.
So yesterday, trying to do a little bit better. This is where it really hit me.
Oh boy. So you kissed Hobie.
Well, funny.
Hey, stay in this lane you're in. Okay, I need it all hour.
So I'm trying to back out, and these two ladies were talking, and apparently they thought they were only two on the planet, and they were standing right behind my truck. And one lady's leaning in and talking to the other lady. So I'm trying to be patient. I'm like, look, don't be a bip to them. Just take a second and be patient.
Calm down.
And so finally they ease up a little bit, and of course Hobie is just having a good old time. He's laughing at me because I can't get out. And I texted him and I said,
go, hey, Ratchet Jaw, let's wrap it up.
So I meant to say I barely missed them when I backed out, but it said barely kissed them when I backed out.
You were mad.
And
barely kissed them.
And that's when it really you kissing them.
It messed you up.
It did.
Won't it let you tell it what you want? I mean, and if I misspell it, you want to put a squiggly line under it, that's fine. I'll send it anyway. But.
How about the old messed up text messages? Those are some good ones. We've all done it. Huh? We've all done it.
Well, and two, I've
said bad words before and I didn't know I said it.
I've been really using this.
I've actually tried to say bad words and corrected something else.
Me too, by the way.
I'm trying to be mad here.
Yeah.
You know?
I've tried to be
There's an emoji for that.
With the voice to text.
Yeah.
I mean, I try to do that a ton. But if you're never going to get my words right,
it's tough.
You're making it even more dangerous.
And I'm really opening my mouth because I'm like, okay, I am talking into the mic, like you said, Helmsy. You don't need to be texting and driving. But you got to get a message back or something. And so you're talking out loud and you're opening I'm really trying to open my mouth and talk.
I'll catch you around here doing those every now and then. Are you right, period?
yeah.
I love when he throws
exclamation point.
and then I'll look down and it still didn't get it right. And I'm like, I don't have the ability to talk any clearer than I'm trying to talk right now. I'm opening my mouth. I will be back in a few minutes, period. Do I need to stop and get anything? ? Love you, period.
Yeah, see.
And then I'll look at it, and it'll be like something crazy.
Yeah, you'll have about 3 of those words.
Like what's the score of the game? I'm like, how did it get that out of that?
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm having a tough time. So
so you kissed 2 women.
So if I send something to y'all and it has kiss in it, just know I probably meant miss.
Yes, okay. All right. We use that a lot, too, so get ready.
Because, M sounds so much like a K.
Yeah, I get it.
I just don't understand it.
Nope.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 15 minutes past the hour. We're off and running.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. This summer, take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to and optimized gel tips for an in-ear fit that is comfortable and is comfortable enough to wear all day. Plus, they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. No wonder they have over 56,000 5-star reviews. Right now, get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Looking for an easy way to banish the end of summer blues? Get HelloFresh. You won't need to stress about how you'll handle all this fall because HelloFresh has dinner taken care of. They do the meal planning and deliver pre-portioned ingredients and tasty recipes right to your home, so whipping up a homemade meal is a cinch. Try America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Before you take off, protect your home with Simply Safe's new 24/7 Live Guard protection. If an intruder breaks in, Simply Safe monitoring agents can see, speak to, and deter, warning them that police are on the way. Right now, you can get 20% off any Simply Safe system when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. We're off and running here. Kickoff hour is live. Don't forget, it is a Wednesday if you're listening live, which means the Bible study live today, noon Central with Rick. Also, we got a charity charge check to present today and talk to you about another charity charge that's coming up Monday at participating Buffalo Wild Wings. That means that the staff is eagerly awaiting Tim Spencer and Buffalo Wild Wings to bring some food up, and it's always a celebration when they issue yet another check from another successful charity charge, and we're excited to promote a new one coming up on Monday, so stand by for that. All right, so we are off and just talking about different things that are out there, and Helmsy just said, "Hey guys, I got a kid story here. I got one for you. So what you got?"
So
Helmsy?
yesterday I was good productive day. Was headed back from Jacksonville State University, and I got about halfway home. Well, I say halfway home. When I figured it out, when I get on the interstate on 20 off 77,
Yep.
for you local folks, I got about 40 minutes to my house.
Yep, you can let it eat.
I had just got on that exit, got on the interstate, and Maddie calls me. And I could tell she's not like the most energetic person. She's not like scared or concerned, but she's not her excited self.
Yeah.
And I said, "What's going on, Maddie?" And I tried to call her a couple times, and she didn't answer. And I knew Amanda was at a school meeting. Brady and Caroline were at tennis, and Caroline had evidently was on the way home. And Maddie said, "I've locked myself in the closet."
What?
In the closet.
I said, "What are you talking about?" She goes,
Nobody's
so I didn't know this. This is very similar to Adler's story from last week.
Okay.
She said, I don't know what happened. She said, I was, and she had her phone, thank goodness.
Oh my God.
So she's running, Blue's chasing her, our dog.
Yeah.
And they're playing, having a good
gonna hide
time and
from
whatever. And she was going to run in the closet and hide from him. And so she went in our living room. We have like a big coat closet. And so she runs in there and she doesn't shut the door, but Blue jumps on the door and shuts it.
Oh, dang, Blue.
And I said, well, just open the door. She goes, Dad, there's not a door handle in here. There's not a doorknob in here. It's just on one side.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God.
And he shut it completely. And I start thinking about the door.
And
it's a
well,
twist.
that's not good.
Well, it's not locked. It's just there's no handle on the other side. So
But you have to turn it.
You do have to turn it to open it.
That's a bad
It's
design.
like
Who
a.
came up with
I
that?
don't
I don't
know,
know.
Greg. I didn't even know this
Old
was
man
a thing.
Ghost.
I didn't know this was a thing at our house. Well, I guess nobody really expect. First
Blue,
of all,
close
it's
the
not
door.
it's not a closet you would walk in and get locked. But
Yeah.
when you're a kid
You will.
and you go in
you're
there,
a dog, you'll
yeah.
close it.
And so
Blue said, I'll show
I said,
you something.
I said, are you sure you don't have the doorknob or is it dark? She goes, no, Dad, I got my phone. I'm putting light up here. There's no knob. There's no handle.
Wow.
Oh, man.
And she goes, I said, have you pushed real hard on it? And she goes, it won't open.
But she did push kind of hard?
Yeah, oh, yeah. She said, I'm pushing. She goes, I even put my
You're a
shoulder
long way
into
from
it.
home.
Okay. So,
Good gracious.
So I said, where's Caroline? She goes, I think she's at home or either on the way home. Again, she's been in the closet for like 5 minutes. She's called Amanda.
Poor thing.
She's called Amanda. And, of course, I think she tried to call Braden. He's no help.
Yeah.
He's not going to answer his phone.
Plus, it's his birthday. He doesn't
Exactly.
He didn't care.
And so then she says, I'll call you back. Caroline's calling me.
care. Oh, okay.
I said, okay.
That's good.
So she hangs up on me, and then it goes on a little longer than I want it to.
Yeah, you
like
want
it's like
closure.
3 minutes, 4 minutes, and I'm like,
You text
why
her
is she
back?
not calling me back?
Okay.
So then I thought, well, maybe I hope she's not scared or whatever. I call her back. I said, hey, what are you doing? She goes, I'm waiting on Caroline to open up this door. And I said, where is she? She said, she's here. She just said she's going to finish something and come upstairs. and
I'll get to it later.
And I said,
I'm coming.
I said, has she been there the whole time? She said, yeah, she was outside with Coco, the other dog. And then I think like UPS, FedEx, somebody dropped off a box.
The whole time she's in the closet.
It's the whole time. This whole time she's in the closet. First of all, she didn't even know Caroline's there.
I like Caroline going, okay, I'll let you out in a minute.
So I try to call Caroline and say, get your butt in the house and
it
let
ain't
your
gonna take
sister
a
out of the
second.
closet.
For the love.
She doesn't answer. So, so then I called Maddie back and I said, hey, Maddie. I said, she goes, hey. I said, are you still in the closet? She goes, yeah, I've texted Mama too and let her know.
She's just sitting in the closet.
She's just sitting in this closet. And I said, are you okay? Is everything? Oh, she said, it's fine. She goes, I can just hear, I can hear Caroline talking to Coco and I can hear Blue
God
scratching
forbid,
on the
somebody
door.
just open the door.
And I'm like,
how about Blue? Hey, Blue, help me out. Help me out.
So-
Hit the handle.
So finally, I hear Caroline walking in the house, and I hear Maddie. She kind of puts the phone aside. She's like, "Caroline, open the door! Open the door!" And so then
that's the older sibling. It's kind of fun to leave you younger one.
Yeah,
Well,
let's take the time. Let her soak.
and then Caroline's like, "Oh, I didn't really." I could hear her going, "Oh, I didn't think you were serious, like whatever." And I was thinking,
So it's a joke?
Caroline, what in the world?
I came up with a joke. I'm in the closet.
And Caroline did what I did. She said, why didn't you just turn the handle? And Maddie's like, there is no handle. There's no handle in
trapped.
here.
Yeah.
That's why I'm calling everybody. And I was like, well, I'm glad we didn't like go somewhere for like 6 hours.
I know.
Yeah,
Because you'd
I'd
have
be
been
blowing that door down.
Probably wouldn't have left her
I'd
there
have
for
been
6
kick- I'd
hours,
have been
but
kicking
still.
that door.
Oh, you kidding
I
me?
know.
I got to get out of here.
God.
Why won't anybody help me?
Help me.
So locked herself in the closet.
That's something that you
thanks,
don't
Blue.
hear a lot.
No.
Hey, what you doing, honey? You're locked in the closet.
I just love the
You know what
fact
this
that she was
means?
content. She was just like, I'm just.
You and Amanda need to do a test run where you step in the closet and you say, all right, Amanda, close the door. And then you just go, okay, let's see how we can get out of this.
I'm afraid if I'm
Maybe there's something, Maddie was
Yeah.
missing.
I'm afraid
Surely.
if I get in there, they won't let me out.
Well, that is a good point. She
Yeah,
might
I
go,
know.
and Daddy's in the closet.
Here's
for
an
a little bit."
opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah, but and here's what's once I got her out, I didn't even think about it until this morning when I walked in. So I need to look at this door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to examine
I've never heard of a setup like that.
I neither. There's only the handle is only on one side, and once it clicks, now I think we could get we could probably wedge something in there, but she didn't know any of that, and so all she knew is she was pushing as hard as she could, and it wouldn't open.
How dark are we talking? Or does that closet have a light?
No, it has a light, but I don't know if she probably just used her phone light or whatever. But it does have a light. It has a string you pull and all that. So yeah. So she's just locked in the closet.
That's a problem you don't deal with.
No,
much.
and I got to thinking when I first got the call. First of all, I left. So she texts first. I'm locked in the closet,
and you're like, what?
And so that's when we started talking, and so I thought,
that's one you don't ignore.
Yeah, exactly.
I
called immediately.
Locked in the closet.
I was like, how's that even happen?
Am I seeing this right?
And I start thinking, you know what my first thought is? Braden's locked her in the closet. That's my first thought.
Now,
like he's wedged something up against the door.
I get that.
He's being a turd.
Everybody does that.
He thinks it's because it's his birthday. He can get away with anything.
That's his little gift.
Little sister. Everybody likes to make a little sister.
And then when she goes, no, Caroline, I think Caroline's here, but I can't get her to answer me.
Good night.
And
then she thought she was
Braden's
kidding.
gone, and Mommy's at the school at a meeting, and I'm like, well, the best
Get
case,
comfortable.
I mean, worst case scenario, I'm 30 minutes away from you.
Get comfortable. I'll get there as quick as I can. At least I'm off Highway 77.
Caroline said she's going to let me out when she gets through doing what she's doing.
When she finishes doing what she's doing.
Caroline,
be there in a minute.
If anybody ever calls you and says they're locked in anything, go immediately and let them out.
Priority.
How about that?
Yeah. Priority.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, and get 15% off. or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles. Plus, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance, 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, guys, a couple of things. This one here I thought was funny because it sounds like something we would do. Not necessarily a fantasy football league because we wouldn't do that because Greg wouldn't allow it. But we would do something funny like this, like the loser has to do a certain challenge or you got to do this, whatever. The San Francisco Giants, the Major League Baseball team, their play-by-play guy lost out because he finished dead last in their fantasy football league. And as punishment, he had to be bat boy for a night. And y'all should have said, we will have video of it today, but he's in a Giants uniform, and he's
BB on the back of it. Like,
he's bat boy. He's going and he's bringing baseballs to the home plate umpire. Anytime the catcher, has a dirt ball and rolls it over, he's going to get it. I mean, you should see it, and the announcers are having fun with it too, talking about it. But Dave Fleming was put to work Monday night as he filled in as the San Francisco Giants bat boy to serve his fantasy football punishment. That was the punishment they came up with. And I started thinking about it. If we did something like that, what would our punishment be? Like, what would we come up with? Would we – because, it's hard to decide, all right, how do we come up with that? Because they obviously did something within their organization. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking, okay, if we did something within the show – would we, if we said, hey, you got to screen calls all day, that's kind of weak.
Yeah.
That would suck, though.
It would.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be good.
It would be punishment.
It wouldn't be good at all.
Yeah. Especially if it's a Will of Meat day.
I was trying to figure out. I wonder what the punishment would be. You have to be. You have to act as intern for 1 week. And you can't be on air. I mean, you just have to be intern.
I don't know. I'd kind of like that. Yeah. I wish you'd do that to me sometimes.
That goes back to screening, though.
Yeah, that's screening. The downfall of that would be screening phone calls.
But, anyway,
if you have the other time to do whatever the heck you want to versus being in front of a microphone, it may be worth taking the calls.
Yeah.
I'd have to weigh that one out.
Well, we can discuss that more,
You'd have to
especially
cut up everybody's breakfast so they could eat it.
Yeah, maybe that's
See
it.
that now you're getting somewhere.
Yeah. See, there we go.
You had to go serve everybody, make the plate, bring it in here, heat it up.
Wait, we already do that.
Oh,
No,
You have to.
That's true. We do that.
Oh, what if we had to do what Adler did for? Now the audience might suffer from that.
All right, I
'cause
got
we
it.
would have to
Yeah, let's don't
switch.
punish
I got
the
it.
audience.
Anytime Bubba needs something to eat, you got to feed it to him.
Oh,
and kiss his feet.
No, we didn't say
No,
that.
no.
Now
we
you
became
get
Why
married
did you
to
go
it.
there?
I don't
he
know.
meant miss.
I did.
He did.
And Mrs.
That's
Feet.
good.
That's
Yeah.
good. It's a little
Got it.
throwback there.
It makes
That's
no
good.
sense, but yeah.
Right, it does. I can't explain it.
Nah.
Also, an update on Michael Oher, Blindside. There's more coming out. Now the family has an attorney, and he's speaking out. The attorney representing Sean and Leanne Toohey said in a bombshell statement yesterday that former NFL player Michael Oher threatened to plant a negative story in the press about the family unless they paid him $15 million. So the update is the family attorney is going, hey, Michael Oher has been threatening to come out
like a
and not say, hey, here's the story, but plant a negative story unless you pay me $15 million. Martin Singer, a well-known California attorney, denied in a statement obtained by Fox News Digital that the allegations leveled against the family in the Oher's petition to end their conservatorship, calling them hurtful and absurd. The allegations that we talked about yesterday that Michael Oher was saying. Now their family is talking through the attorney. And they said anybody with common sense can see the outlandish claims that Oher is accusing the family of. And they went on to say, and I'm paraphrasing now. No, here it is. The notion that a couple worth hundreds of millions of dollars, would connive to withhold a few $1,000s in profit payments from anyone, let alone someone they loved as a son, defies belief. In other words, they didn't need the money. So Oher's trying to say that they manipulated him and didn't pay him what he was due. And they were like, the fact that, this family's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. They weren't trying to hide anything from Oher.
Right.
And then now even SJ, the kid, now he's grown. He even said, hey, I'm looking back at family text messages from 2020 and 2021, and he's threatening the family.
Let me ask you this. Here's the part I don't get. They explained why they did the conservatorship because of the recruiting thing, and he was too old to be adopted.
Right.
Okay. Time goes on. He that gets him in college and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Why was it one of these deals where we should have dropped it once he became an adult, but we didn't because it really didn't matter. Is there that, or does he have? Of course, it must not. Is he saying that they've tried to control my contract negotiations in the past because they were my conservators and it gave them this advantage? I hear none of that. So, what did they do with it that was supposed to be so bad for him? You know what I'm saying? The fact they were his conservators. If they're saying the only reason we did it is because we couldn't adopt him and it was about the recruiting.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then now it is weird that they're still, or it's just going, well, it never affected anything because I don't hear any allegations that they somehow got involved with his NFL negotiations, that they were entitled, where they sign off on it because they were in charge. Like Britney Spears thing.
Yeah.
Her dad, everything had to go through him because she wasn't mentally stable. They ruled to handle it.
Yeah.
But you hear nothing no accusations of anything like that. He just acts like that they got money for the movie and the book and he didn't get any of it.
Right.
Am I missing any other
No,
allegations?
that's what it looks like. The attorney went on to say that it says here, this is through the attorney. When Michael Lewis, a friend of Sean's, who is the dad since childhood, approached about turning his book on Mr. Oher and the Tooheys into a movie about their family, his agents negotiated a deal where they would receive a small advance from the production company and a tiny percentage of the net profits. They insisted that any money received be divided equally, and they made good on that pledge. So they're saying, back to Oher, we've always divided everything up.
Yeah.
And so we're not keeping anything
from the millions
from you.
he claims that they got from him, he's saying that they're not telling the truth on how much they got for the book and the movie, and that he never got his cut.
I guess so. I don't know where he got the $15 million from, but
I'm just waiting to hear some accusation going, wow, well, they were, them being controlling my business and all this, that they, somehow benefited. But there's no accusations of them having anything to do with any of his earnings or anything in the NFL or as an adult.
Yeah. And they've also come out and like, hey, we still love Michael and we wish him the very best.
We know what this is. Somebody's got in his ear.
I guess so.
Somebody has talked him into this.
I hate it. I really do because
bottom line, even if he felt like he got ripped, he would not have had the life he had if it wasn't for them.
Yeah.
That point, Helms made that point yesterday. It's the truth. No matter what.
All right, so I had somebody reach out to me yesterday, and this is going to make Greg's day because
they were in the closet.
It even makes the movie even more fake. And I don't know if this is true, but this is somebody, because I said that about they changed his trajectory. And they said that, and they agree, they weren't being like mean about it or towards me. They were just saying, hey, I want you to know some more of the facts.
Well, yeah.
Like, for instance, he was playing football prior to them even getting involved. Like, he had been at that school for 2 years. I didn't know that. I thought that they were the ones that now I don't even know if this is true. This is what they're saying. This guy was from that area. And I've
never read the book, but they say the book is a lot better than the movie. It ain't corned up.
And I said, I went back and said, I still believe that they changed his trajectory. But, I mean, did they take him out of the projects? Yes. I mean, that's a true statement, right?
And would he be able to he wouldn't have been able to go to school. He may have been playing football somewhere. But if he's having to live like that, I bet if you're just trying to survive and find somewhere to live, I bet football's not on your list of
that
things
part
you're
of the
doing.
story was not near, according to this guy, was not near what the movie looked like. And so, and yes, do I think he could have made it out on his own? Sure, people do that all the time. But that's still, there's a lot of people that don't make it out because of that.
Yeah.
And so they did change the trajectory of the story. It's going to be hard for you to convince me, and I told the guy this, it's going to be hard for you to convince me that the Tuohys are not in the right here. First of all, they deserve, it's their story as much as it is his.
Yeah.
Like, they took a huge chance. I mean, teenage daughter in the house and a son in the house. I mean, they took a huge chance by doing this too. And should he have had some money or should be paid? I don't know. But I hate the way this is happening.
Well,
and two, I'm going to say this, and you can, people may, well, that's a stretch. This, if it continues to go down this path, people will now question whether or not they need to take the, because we know people that have done this very same thing. And guys, it doesn't go as well as this did a lot of the times. And so people are going to question doing this, and then you're going to have kids that don't get the opportunity for their trajectory to change.
Yeah. And you're right. And like I say, we've all known the movie is a movie.
It is.
Okay, they're going to take liberties, and that's fine.
It's Hollywood.
I'm just saying
it's what they do. Yeah.
This family was wealthy.
Yes.
They didn't need to bring this kid who's a good athlete in and us bring him up and get so we can get our cut.
Right.
They didn't need that.
They didn't need the publicity either.
They were
pretty well known in the community.
Yeah.
He was a star. She was a cheerleader.
Yeah.
They had plenty of money. They were boosters. All this they were fine.
Yeah.
This was an act of kindness.
They wanted so bad, the people, because you read some of the stories yesterday, to look at their lavish lifestyle. Yeah, but that has nothing to do with Michael Oher. They had a lavish lifestyle.
But this is
prior to that.
Yes. This is where you're demonized for having a great story
you're right.
and
you're right.
maybe making some money, and now you're mean just because you're rich.
Right.
But I think, to y'all's point, they helped a young man out in a time of need, and it attracted the attention of those around him, and it made a book, a movie, and so, I mean, it's just sad where it's going now because somebody has gotten to him. He's always been. He never, and it's not a secret. He never really liked the way he was portrayed in the movie. That bothered him.
I get that,
but he's always seemed very. I don't know. He just doesn't. This whole situation, he seems like he was not appreciative at all. And I'm not saying you need to walk around.
Well,
and the first thing
what you don't need to do is this.
Yeah, it's just it could have been handled differently. And look, he said his side of the story. The attorneys have for the family have come out and said, no, this is somewhere in between all this is the truth. I'm not saying that the Tuohys
I don't know.
are all right here. We're just saying that the story today is that the attorney is not holding back for the family and saying, look, let me tell y'all what's going on here.
Yeah.
You know, he's threatened $15 million. If you don't pay me $15 million, I'm going to basically make up a negative story on y'all.
See, and that's where I don't get it.
I don't either, especially as successful of a career he had.
Yeah,
know.
8 years in the NFL.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more cyber zen. For a limited time only, get our special offer at nordvpn.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure. Your connection protected. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Hey y'all, my name is Tiara, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A spicy chicken biscuit is that it has the perfect amount of spice to jumpstart my day. Whoever thought of it, thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Robert, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A spicy chicken biscuit is the biscuit. It reminds me of my grandma's homemade biscuit. It's always buttery and savory. Then you add the spices, instant classic.
Order the spicy chicken biscuit on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
I've been taking Nutrafol 4.5 years.
My hair was thinning.
I was under a lot of stress.
I like Nutrafol because it's drug-free and the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
My hair feels thicker,
stronger.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep, so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles, from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. With 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we got 7 minutes until top of the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Today at noon Central. What? Did I say something?
No.
Oh, you're grinning.
We were thinking about something to talk about. I was just thinking about, we were talking about Al Michaels.
Oh, yeah, that is an interesting story. Don't forget today.
And I'm going to start paying attention.
Yeah, noon Central Bible study. And then don't forget also that today we'll be issuing a charity charge check and talking about this coming Monday.
When's that chicken getting here?
Another charity charge, about an hour probably.
All right.
Maybe a little less.
Come on, Buffalo Wild.
No, there is a story out, and I don't know who. I don't know. It's always a fun discussion to say Mount Rushmore of anything and then name your topic.
Yeah.
Al Michaels a lot say he would be on the Mount Rushmore of announcers.
And a lot of them get on my nerves.
Yeah.
But he is. Always have liked.
Right. But there's a story out today. It's a Fox News story that says Al Michaels, Thursday night football announcer, shrugs off criticism of boring calls. He's called 12 Super Bowls and 8 World Series. And don't forget the Miracle on Ice, he was calling that too. Anyway, he's got the Thursday night gig for the NFL on Amazon Prime.
Yeah. Isn't Herb Street doing it with him?
Yeah, he was last year. I guess they're going to continue that. And I will say that what?
The Thursday night, and it's on Amazon.
A lot of faces today. It's a day of faces for
Here's
Greg.
what bothers me about it. It's the Thursday NFL game, which gets on my nerves, and it's on Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So, most notably,
I think it's a downgrade.
Al Michaels took some heat from a somewhat bland call in the AFC wildcard game between the Chargers and the Jaguars when the Jags overcame like a 27-0 deficit on a walk-off field goal. But he's had 50 years of broadcasting. 50.
Guys, he's 78 years old.
He doesn't seem too concerned on what some in social media are saying are boring calls.
Well,
let's
be honest, and I'm going to pay attention this year. I can't really remember. I wasn't paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
Is he losing it a little bit? He's 78. He can't scream, do you believe in miracles with the enthusiasm he did in 82.
All right, I'm going to say something.
I don't want my announcer screaming.
Yeah,
well,
and
first
of all,
I'm just talking about
it's not like the Fox guy.
Yeah. Maybe not screaming, but just
enthusiastic
energy on top of it.
Sure.
Maybe guys, he's 78.
Yeah. All right. So
and
I have called.
Vegetables.
I did catch just a little bit of Thursday night football with them last year, and I will say he is pretty laid back.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that he's boring, and
I don't want to be Gus Johnson.
It affects the experience of watching the game.
Yeah.
He doesn't go, oh my goodness.
Yeah. But if he's not himself, if he's not to the level where he was before. And maybe, just maybe,
he says you can't let
78.
You can't let things like this.
Great story.
Distress you. He said, I've been doing this for a long time, and I wouldn't be here at this point still doing a major package if I was doing it the wrong way. And he got the Amazon Prime package. I guess that's why he's saying that. And that was,
I thought he was bragging.
I was quoting him. Okay.
Let me tell you why I'm still doing this.
We're like kids. Speedy smirked at it when he read it. I wouldn't even have thought of it. But then I laugh, and then you say that.
Got me.
I wanted to look up, but I was reading. He said I can't pay attention to any social media. I live in a a country with 330 million people, and if 8 people rip you on social media,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
you can't let that affect your platform.
I agree, but it may be legit. He's 78.
Well,
I haven't paid
he
much
does
attention.
seem laid back. I won't
This
say
would be
boring.
his call today if the U.S. was winning. Do you believe in miracles?
I will say this, though.
He sounded old and
I'll
tired.
say this. Him being boring is better than most
Now,
at the
that's-
top of their
I'll
game.
give you that.
And so as
He's
long as
better
Al
as-
Michaels can speak and be okay with his brain, nothing going on like Biden.
Wow, you got
okay?
something wrong with his
Well, I
brain.
mean, you get up in there in that
he's
age,
78.
you're playing with it. And that's, listen, I'm 45 and I just had to walk to my car because I thought I forgot to put something in my truck that's pretty important to me today.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine me at 78.
That's what I'm talking about.
And so as long as there's some cognitive still there, I would much rather hear him than most of the guys doing this.
You want to hear Sergio Dip? You know
Well,
what I'm saying?
that's a good point.
I
Well,
mean,
okay, you
Sergio's
got to
young,
hear
but look at him.
any sport, doesn't matter the sport, you got to hear somebody today call it, who do you want?
He's one of them.
He is.
He would be in my top, probably,
he's one of
he's
them.
in my top 5 for sure, probably in my top 3. And Joe Buck's going to be my first one. And listen, by the way, you talking about somebody gets slammed on social media.
And
You
I
go
will
look
say
up,
this.
you want to have a fun field day today, go put in Joe Buck on Twitter and see what all pops up negative. You can't listen to that
I
crap.
love
Most
Joe
of the people
Buck's
commenting
definitely
on.
one of
I like
them.
Jim Nance.
Guys,
Jim
y'all-
Nance would be in my top 3 as well.
This is going to be unpopular with some certain people in the
Here we
audience,
go.
but college football to me,
Okay.
Vern.
No, I agree with you 100% on this.
That was college football. Keith
Same
Jackson,
way.
obviously. Keith Jackson and Vern to me were college football.
Yeah, it's always good too because Vern actually is
Keith
still.
Jackson, wow.
He is still doing calls with Goff. No matter.
I hate to hear that.
And it's when I walk into a room and I hear that voice, he's covering a hole. I'm like, there it is.
But
I love that.
That ain't
voice.
nothing but that 2:00 afternoon ball game. On Sunday.
Obviously, Vin Scully. When you look
Sure.
at that, and Jack Buck, Joe's dad was a good one.
Yeah.
Harry Carey.
Well,
I was never a big.
It was unique. We will say that.
And I was never a big Howard Cosell guy. I know that
I grew
people
up in it,
did
and I'm not- I
like
was
him.
not
I'll tell you somebody I miss is Brent Musburger.
Yeah,
I think Brent Musburger did a phenomenal
know
job,
how
and
he
he's
rolled.
still doing stuff. I think for like the Raiders or something.
Yeah,
He is.
didn't he
But-
start his own gambling thing?
He did.
Where were y'all on Marv Albert?
Marv,
Not
Marv is
bad,
fine.
not
Him and his
bad.
toupee.
Yeah,
Didn't he have one?
I think so.
Bob Costas.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just depends.
It's all right.
Marv Albert. Well,
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For some reason, I don't know if this is some Arbor Day promotion they've got on selling. How the tree would change anything is beyond me, but Sam's giving it a shot. I would not, could not in a tree, not in a car. Hey, you let me be. I do not like them in a box, and I do not like them with a fox. I do not like them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. Hey, let me clarify. I do not like green eggs and ham. And if somebody else is listening, I want to clarify. I do not like them, Sam. I am. You who are asking me this. I don't know how much more clear I can be about this green eggs and ham thing. Now, this is where Sam goes loony. This is when he goes off the farm to just see if I can get zany enough to get this thing turned. A train. Why he's saying that 4 times, I don't know, as if it's going to make a difference. Would you on a train? Not on a train, not in a tree, not in a car. Sam, let me be. I would not, could not in a box. I could not, would not with a fox. I will not eat them with a mouse. I will not eat them in a house. I will not eat them here or there. I will not eat them anywhere. I do not eat green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am. Clarified? This is why people invented that doorbell thing where you can see who's at your door.
Yeah.
that's good.
Say, in the dark, here in the dark, would you, could you in the dark? I would not, could not in the dark. Would you, could you in the rain, like we're having today, here where the broadcast plaza is located? I would not, could not in the rain, not in the dark, not on the train, not in the car, not in the tree. I do not like them, Sam, you see, not in the house, not in a box, not with a mouse, not with a fox. I will not eat them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. And this is where this is where you have a brilliant salesperson. Think about how many times this guy said this. And guess what Sam says next? You do not like green eggs and ham?
That's good.
So you don't like them? I do not like them, Sam. I am. Could you, would you, maybe with a goat?
A goat?
I would not, could not with a goat. Would you, could you on a boat? I might consider it, by the way, if it's the right boat.
Circumstance does dictate sometimes.
All right, this is when our guy says, I'm going to run this list for you for what I consider to be the last time. I could not, would not on a boat. I will not with a goat. I will not eat them in the rain. I will not eat them on a train, not in the dark, not in a tree, not in the car. You let me be. I do not like them in a box. I do not like them with a fox. I will not eat them in a house. I do not like them with some mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere.
Wow.
I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am. I mean, I'm willing to stay on this water if you'll just leave. You do not like them, so you say. Try them, and you may. Try them, and you may, I say. And now, a great salesperson can get a client to this point. Sam, for the love of all that's good and kind, if you will let me be, I will try them, and then you'll see. He's got him down. Now our salespeople take green eggs and ham and put in Rick and Bubba show. Mm-hmm. I do not like the Rick and Bubba show, so you see. Try them and you might. You know, it works if you get them down to it. Mm-hmm. So now here's the big moment. Do you see this? Next page. He's looking at the green eggs and ham. Everybody's in the water. That's been a consideration up to this point. Sam is anticipating it. Look at Sam's face.
Do you think all of them know him?
I think they were drugged by Sam. If Sam can do this, him getting goats and people on trains and trees and boats, it's not a stretch for him. All right, so he's going to try it. Y'all ready? Here we go. Say, I like green eggs and ham. I do. I like them, Sam. I am. I would eat them in a boat, and I would eat them with a goat, and I will eat them in the rain and in the dark and on a train and in a car and in a tree. They're so good. You see, so I will eat them in a box, and I will eat them with a fox. I will eat them in a house, and I will eat them with a mouse, and I will eat them here and there. Say, I'll eat them anywhere, baby. I do so like green eggs and ham. Thank you, Sam. I am. There we go. Kids, even if you like them, let's cut the goat, the fox, and the mouse out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you want to eat green eggs and ham, that's fine. So there it is, Rick and Bubba's world's largest classroom, including here in the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, Vestavia Hills East Elementary School, Miss Dennis's third grade students, and thanks to students all over the country, Dr. Seuss's Read Across America, Green Eggs and Ham 2019. Hey, baby, she's done.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with me and the gang today. We got a lot to do. You know that. I mean, it's been 24 hours, and a lot happens in 24 hours. So let's start unpacking it, but we're going to start with the national anthem first. Here we go. Rick and Bubba show. Here we go. Brand new hour starting now. The gang all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've already given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Eddie Van Adler now joins the team for the YouTube experience. Watching that live and or archive, there's no reason you should ever miss an ounce of the program, either while it's happening live or if you miss that, catch it on the archive opportunities. They abound, and you can find those at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. We'll give out a check today, another charity charge check. Thank you, Rick and Bubba family, for eating delicious Buffalo Wild Wings food and helping somebody else. We'll talk about that on the program today. The Wednesday Bible study is back today as we walk through the Revelation chapter 18 today. It'll be live at noon, 1 o'clock Central on our Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. It'll also be archived soon after, and you can catch that on your own time, either on our YouTube channel or our podcast audio-only archives. That is up to you. So we're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba, your media connection to the real world.
And it was sweet. She always smiled for the people she meets. There it is. Driver's seat. Bubba by the band.
Dire Straits.
No.
Who is that?
Doggone. You know what? It does
Who
sound
is
a little
that?
bit like Dire Straits.
Who is that?
Oh, it's a one-hit wonder.
One-hit wonder.
Well, I mean, really, this one isn't fair.
Rednecks?
I mean, I thought you might remember it from your days of DJing there on PID.
Let's see.
And I used to get them confused with the band that came out later because their names
hit me with it. I'm sorry.
Sniffing Tears.
You know what? I
No
would
way?
have been here late today. Still hadn't got that.
I remember when Tears for Fears came out, and I thought, oh, that's the
right.
driver's seat people.
Right.
And then I realized, no, that's two different bands. Hate Tears for Fears.
Not a fan.
They won't anything to do with them. And I don't know whatever happened to Sniffing Tears. Is it one of those things that somebody
I'd
said,
like
well,
to
you know,
be
the singer of Sniffing Tears went on to be.
Yeah.
I'd like to sniff lunch, is what I'd like to say.
Bubba, you're going to have wings coming here in a minute.
Sniffing the tears.
Yeah, Sniffing Tears. Driver's seat. Yeah.
Sniffing the tears.
Is it Sniffing
You
the
sure
Tears?
rednecks didn't
Sniffing
do
the
it?
Tears. Right.
Sniffing
Kind of a
the
weird
tears.
name for
Yeah,
me.
that's a weird, throw that in there. We're driving and crying. What picture them touring together.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always wondered, like a lot of the bands, if you put them together, how funny the names would be if they toured together.
Oh, your car doors was always that's a classic.
Yeah, I used to drive somebody crazy with that. Oh,
driver's seat.
Yeah.
Little Jenny was sweet.
Yeah.
So we got things to unpack again today.
Yeah.
Any new indictments on Trump since last time we were together?
It's been 24 hours, Rick. I don't see any new ones, but hey, it's still early.
Have you heard the latest thing?
Which one now?
You hadn't heard this?
No. Hit me with it.
Here you go.
Hit me.
Michael Oher said if Trump will pay him $10 million, he'll help him. So
well, we got an update on that. We'll have to get to that.
I know. I heard y'all talking about it in the kick, and I was like, no, don't let that be. That's I've hipped it up.
I like that.
Yeah.
I actually like that a lot.
Rick, we got trouble in paradise. That's all I can
Greg called it.
And
Michael?
listen,
don't do this,
Craig. I feel like we are. If we don't discuss it at some point today, I feel like we're not doing our job for our audience, and that's what happened right before we came on the air with that one right there.
Bubba, what was that?
Yeah,
only one of two. Only one of two. It can only be one of two things,
and we must know.
And we must know. I have to know which one it was.
All right, so for those you don't know what happened, do you want to come back and talk about it?
I think it deserves its own segment.
So we'll come back and talk because Bubba, you have to tell us what happened.
Yeah,
I was reading.
No! Stop!
Not now.
Stop!
No, when we come back,
don't you dare get into it now.
No. Don't you
I'll look up.
So I thought the end of the show was. I thought I would
stop.
That's quick as 4 hours.
Here's what I thought to myself. Okay, so if the show's over right now, how much money do I have? I can make it to win. Did everybody get any money yesterday? They ever get in?
Spending. You know, trying to work through a rough patch this last year it took its toll.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I know that there's people who love to run, and my wife is one of these running people. She likes to run. I've never fully understood the people that say today I will begin to run.
Today I'm running,
and I will run. I understand running from something. I understand
run to something.
Running to something. But running, just saying I will start running, and the running will commence, and it will stop at some point. But I'm here just to run.
Yeah, and the ones who claim they enjoy it's the ones that bother me.
Yeah, well,
even if you run, you really don't enjoy it.
Well, your body definitely takes a beating, and Bubba and I have tried to say, I don't know if we can say what this thing is, the Ivy League.
It looks like heptagonal.
It does.
HEPTAGONAL championship.
The Ivy League heptagonal championship.
That was excellent, Bubba.
It's a 3,000 meter race. Have y'all ever heard of that race though?
3,000 meters.
That's a lot.
I need
meters.
that in miles. I don't know how many. I don't know what that looks like.
I bet it's a bunch.
It's a bunch.
It is a bunch.
Yeah, the metric thing never.
Yeah, I never
I'm Googling
took off
it.
for me.
Yeah, check it out.
Googling it.
Miles.
Is anybody Googling?
Yeah, I'm on it. It's 1.8 miles.
Well,
1.84.
Well,
that's nothing.
Barefooted it is.
Well, that's the problem. He lost a shoe right at the beginning of the race. So he had to run the majority of this race with one shoe on and barefooted.
That's a long way down.
He continued with the race, even against the harsh texture of the indoor track. At the end of the race, his skin was peeling off his foot and one of his toes was completely raw, as he shared in an Instagram photo.
I don't want to see that.
I saw it.
I don't want to see that.
That's dedication.
At what point, I get competitiveness and I admire it to a point.
Right.
But I'm sorry. Just pull over and get your shoe on. It's going to hurt your finishing spot. Put your shoe on, then finish.
Let me ask you this, too. Running with one shoe on and one off, it got to throw you completely out. But the guy won the race.
Yeah.
He actually won the race?
He won the race.
Now, that's impressive.
What now then?
Oh, he won.
That changes the entire story.
Changes it.
Completely different story.
Wait a minute. Look, did I read that wrong? Let me make sure now.
He's up front right here.
If he did, these other guys ought to feel like crap about themselves.
Yeah, Harvard runner wins 3,000 meter race in one shoe.
For some reason, he's being chased by some kind of 70s stash.
Yeah. I love the stash. Look at the stash. It looks like Galooly. You remember him?
Yeah.
So he won. Well, look, if you get beat by the guy with one shoe on.
Well, I changed all my statements. If he had a chance to win,
completely different statement.
Yeah, absolutely.
You talk some trash talk to the guys you beat. That guys will beat you up with one shoe on, not even a sock.
Wow.
So
eat that, and while you at it, take
I think
a look
if
at
he had
this.
both shoes on, how he would have done.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it wouldn't have been.
And
He'd
if
have
the,
lapped
if the feet could talk, the other one's like, man, we did it. He goes, yeah, but you had a shoe on.
Yeah, look at
I'm
me.
up here, but I'm, nothing.
I'm raw.
you should listen to this statement. I felt the skin start. Listen to this statement, y'all.
I'm raw.
I felt the skin start to peel away, and then it clumped underneath my foot.
Okay, stop
I'm
it.
running on top of my dead, peeled off skin.
Now, you
This
could have
guy,
kept
he's a
that
beast.
to yourself.
That's a beast right there.
Oh my gosh!
He was in beast mode.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 20 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Somebody say dragging the line. Dragging the line. All right, so as we work our way back, by the way, it is Tommy Jones. That's it, right?
I think somebody read that.
Greg, that's him doing it right there.
No, I
That's
think somebody later.
No, they did not. That's it.
I'm looking for it. Said there was a single artist.
Greg, Tommy James did it by himself. He also did it with Tommy James and Shondells. He re-released it himself, I think.
I'm 55.
Is that not it?
It is.
Well, that's Tommy James.
Well, he may not be the only one that ever sang it.
He's the one that they played on the radio.
You don't know.
Why don't you go sniff the tears? All right, so anyway, today, obscure bed music. All right, so I'm in that mood right now where I'm going back and finding songs that were part of my childhood that have always made me feel strange. So we were, Bubba, you must explain to all of us what just happened. So we
okay, I can tell you.
For those
It's
of you that
it was odd to me too.
If you're like me, if I'm a fan of something, a band, a football team, actors, whatever, I love behind the scenes stuff. I want to know what their day's like. Kind of like when Speedy used to say, "Tell me your weekend." I love when you get into people's how everything operates behind the scenes. It's really more entertaining to me than the actual show, or the game or any of that. So anyway, we all arrive here. The kickoff hour is starts out. Then Bubba and I kind of meander through, and Bubba's usually first, then me, then Adler, and then we get ready for the bigger show. So Bubba's in his office. I'm in my office. We'll interact a little bit sometimes. We're in there getting stuff done, returning emails, blah, 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 blah. So then we all come in the studio. When the kickoff hour ends, we stand on the Rick and Bubba logo that's on the floor out in front of us, and we pray, and then we go to our positions and start the show. So Bubba, when he leaves every day, he's a backpack guy. He puts on his backpack and he heads out.
And so we're in here getting
As
ready.
opposed to a briefcase.
Yeah,
I'm with you. I'm a backpack guy.
Oh, it's fine. Look, when we're doing the kickoff hour, when he arrives, he comes through and he's wearing he comes through. Bubba comes in with it on, goes and sits down, takes it off, and then picks it back up on when he leaves. Right?
Yes, correct.
You know, and he's one of those, the grown men that like to go into the first day of school.
Yeah.
So he's got his backpack on. Right. My kids called him when they were little. Right. And so, where's my backpack? When he comes in for the prayer this morning,
I have a problem with backpacks anyway. I'll tell you.
Yeah, well, it didn't look like it was comfortable. He came in this morning for the prayer time with his backpack on, wearing it to like go he would start the show, like he was leaving.
He went all the way to his chair and then realized it.
Yeah, with his backpack on.
And I tried to get out of here before y'all saw it.
You realized what was happening.
So we have a routine in the morning. I go in, I go through the email, I look at stories, I'm reading some headlines and all that kind of stuff, and trying to get ready. And sometimes Rick will come in, we start talking.
Yeah.
And it's usually great conversations when he do, but sometimes I get behind, so I'm trying to read and catch up right quick. So it was prayer time, and instead of picking my laptop up and my notebook and coming in here for some unknown reason,
and that's what we're trying to focus on.
I put my laptop in my backpack. Put my backpack on like I was leaving for the day and came in here for prayer.
We looked up and went, what does he do? Oh, no. Boy, your face when you realized you had it on.
And he tried to walk. Listen, he tried to take a long way.
I thought, oh, God, they're going to think I'm nuts.
I thought
I need to get out of here with this.
I thought he came in and has been sitting at his desk with his backpack.
At one point, I even thought about taking my laptop out, stuffing it under the desk.
Right.
And then y'all would have
That might have been
known.
a good idea.
But I thought I got to get back in my routine. But I was reading a story, and I was trying to get through it.
Yeah.
Right, and I was right up against time to start showing. And I think I just completely checked out on what I was supposed to be doing because I was literally reading that article as I was putting the computer in my backpack.
Do you think your mind thought it was the end of the day? It was the end of the show?
You skipped the 4-hour show. We need to know if you were leaving.
It had, I knew we had the show to do because I was doing the show prep.
Right.
But I guess the subconscious part of your motor skills.
I mean,
somehow bumped up to it's time to leave, so throw your backpack on, as opposed to just grab your computer and come in here.
All right, so let me ask you this, because I want to try.
And it was funny to me. I almost started laughing when I saw it too.
All right, so I
thought, hey, I'm a day.
We'll get to your struggle.
I thought, my gracious, I'm gonna get to Jacksonville early today.
Wow. Hey, time flies.
I'm about to ask him how the wings
Well, I was
were.
reading about this new demon particle that physics has discovered, and I was all jazzed up on that.
Yeah, well, there is a moment where we all realize: are we the ones that have a mental problem, or is it you? Is the show over and we missed it?
Why are we praying after the show?
Right. Yeah. What happened? But I do want to ask you this. Tell me if it comes from this same place, because I've had this happen to me, and I know we all have. So, I use a little bit of hair product, a little gel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. There have been multiple times. I hate to say that. I wish it wasn't. Multiple times that I've looked down and I put hair gel on my toothbrush. Does it come from that same place?
Yeah, I think so. And I have done right opposite.
Multiple times.
I have started to put hair product in
Right.
and go, while it has a mini smell to it, and go, hey, that's Crest.
Right.
And anything early in the morning, I think
That's robot.
it's just
that's robotic.
And I don't think it's just age, because many years ago, and it had to be early 2000s, which would be 20 years now. I remember getting in the car and I didn't have a shirt on.
Yeah.
And I remember the the seatbelt pulling the hair on my chest, thinking, wow, I just walked out.
Well, it was 20 plus years ago that I stood at the gas pump in my underwear.
Right.
That's been over 20 years ago.
Some of it I think is getting up early, and some of it is, I don't know.
Being distracted.
I just had a breaker trip there or something. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, you're saying you're struggling with your backpack? What struggle have you got with your backpack?
What do you mean?
You said that. You said, I got to tell you, I'm actually having a battle with my backpack.
I order. A lot of my world is organized by backpacks, and I'm not the only one.
Right.
I know several other people. Like I have a backpack for work.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have a backpack for the firing range. I have a backpack for
flying drones. I have I've got like a bunch of backpacks.
I did
and
not
I just
know
grabbed.
this. I did not know
I got
this.
one with
I have
tools in
two,
it.
by the way.
I
Well,
got
3
one
if
with
you
tools
include
in
the
it.
tools.
So
Wow.
I
don't think
I
I've
got
ever
3
owned a
backpacks.
backpack.
I got 3.
I probably have about 8 of them in it, and I got one for boating. If I'm getting on the boat, I
boating
grab the
backpack.
boat backpack.
How many backpacks do you
I
have?
probably got about 8 of them.
8
probably.
backpacks?
Probably.
Oh my God,
total,
Bubba.
yeah.
Wow. That's a
With
lot
every-
of
but not
backpacks.
all of them are in one place.
Who's on
It's just
first?
depending on- I got a hunting backpack, and one I take when I go hunting.
Wow.
that's
Do you-
not-
is this-
I got one for bow hunting and then one for gun season.
Bubba, is this the one that you have now that's bulletproof?
Yes, the bulldog.
In case somebody if they shoot you anywhere but the back, but yeah, right.
Well, no,
they try to
you-
shoot you in the back.
If you're trying to make your way out, you spin it around to the front.
Oh, okay. I don't think you're going to be able to do that. I've seen how that thing hangs on.
Well,
you.
it's
not coming around quickly.
Let me say this: my lungs are protected well. Lower than that, might be in trouble.
Yeah, and it's not an indictment on backpacks, but because we're all quirky. For some reason, the backpack just doesn't work for me.
Yeah, I know.
It's awkward, and I can't get it on look right. a little feminine.
I didn't think it worked for me, but it was just a better way to organize
Greg, you think
everything.
I go backpack, but it's a one-shoulder backpack. So I
cool.
really carry it
That's a
like it's
purse.
like a duffel bag.
That's
You know what I mean?
Isn't it a purse?
That's a male.
No, it's
a
over
male
my
purse.
shoulder.
Don't
and
it's
so
a
it's,
merch.
it's hanging
Listen.
on the back, but it's not like I don't go double strapped.
My wife puts her purse over my arm.
Why are y'all making fun of double strap?
Well, I'm just saying I don't walk
Unless I got
around
my
with it on
double
my
strap
back.
and I'm ready.
It's more
Hey,
of a.
don't let this one.
It'd be
influence
like
you.
if you had a computer bag walking in here and it over one shoulder, you walking in with it. It's kind of what I normally do.
But it's called a backpack. Yeah,
it is.
If it's
It
not
is.
a shoulder pack,
I just
that's
not
a
a
shoulder
shoulder. I
bag.
just don't go.
I mean, you got 2
we're on
straps, you're
Bubba's
just
weird
ignoring
self coming in here with a backpack, not on me. I'm just telling you, I've got one too. I just don't wear it like a backpack.
Bubba's weird self.
That look on your face was like, oh my gosh, I have my backpack
I
on.
know. What am I doing?
What am I
My God,
doing?
what am I doing?
See, I would have you handled it the right way. I would have stuffed it like
I
you
would
said. I
have
would
too.
have stuffed it under here, and if y'all would have asked me about it, I would have acted as if I needed something out of it later on, and I didn't want to go back.
I don't
to
know
it.
if y'all would have noticed because I
don't
started
think you-
laughing.
I don't think
That's
we
maybe
would have.
What did it?
I think I would have taken it out, put it underneath there, and then later in the morning, like when everybody went to the bathroom, I'd have ran it in.
I'd have been like, man, I got to be organized today. Got to do what I don't know what I said, but I wouldn't have went back out that door. I know that.
You know what I would have done is just what we did. I would have thought to myself, there's segment 2. Good point.
Oh, that's good.
Isn't that sad that we have so much time that we need to fill, so much content we need to provide, even things that scare us or embarrassing, we think, but that'll work for the show tomorrow.
That's right.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No doubt about it. There it is, money and fame. Need to breathe. So we'll unpack the weekend. We have some lighthearted things to talk about, some updates to talk about, some sad things to talk about, especially as you have been listening. I know some parts of the audience were affected by the violent storms that came through over the weekend, and this time, sadly, it has left a trail of destruction and death. And I know a lot of those communities are trying to get back on their feet and know that you are in our prayers today. You are.
Yeah, Lee County, Alabama hit very hard late yesterday overnight, as well was parts of Georgia, Florida. The last report I saw, over 36 tornadoes at one point accounted for, but the big one in Lee County, where it touched down right now, Rick, the last that I had, 23 people dead and still a lot missing and a whole bunch hurt. So that is still in a search and rescue mode this morning. So our thoughts, prayers with you guys, and I know that's difficult. A lot of people without power still, but it appeared to be a massive storm, about a half a mile wide track that it tore through.
Yep, and that is just one of those things.
Yeah, some of the video. Did you see that yesterday? There was some incredible video shots of that.
I did see some of that. So we'll Span may have more updates on exactly what they are discovering, but again, they're still in the early hours of all this, and they'll try to look at everything that they can learn every time these things come through. I was looking at some of the stories. Anytime you start talking about weather, especially severe weather, hurricanes, tornadoes, fill in the blank. But anyway, they continue to research, and sometimes the things they think they know about them, as time goes on, they start thinking, well, maybe we're not right about that, and So all the research these things produce hopefully will help to understand a little more about them going forward. And for those of you in different parts of the country, the most difficult part about where we live is that, a lot of the tornado alleys have big open plains. Where we live, you're dealing with lots and lots of trees and hills, and it makes these storms much more difficult and unpredictable because they almost come out of nowhere.
Yeah,
you can't because you can't see them coming.
You can't visually get a take on them, and you really can't do nothing but try to shelter, and you hope you get enough advance warning on that. And I know they study all that every time this goes through. We've been very fortunate with a lot of the larger storms the past year or two that we didn't have a lot of fatalities with it, but this one was very, very deadly.
Yeah, it was one of those things where you didn't expect there to be a death toll this high. Destruction, as you said, of property we're accustomed to, and power lines and all that. But we've been so fortunate lately that the death tolls have been almost nothing, but not this time.
We had the one, I guess it's almost a year ago now, that hit Jacksonville, my hometown, Jacksonville State University, and was, visiting with a lot of those folks yesterday, Rick, at your dad's reception.
Yep.
President Beeler was telling me it was still in excess of $100 million worth of damage at Jacksonville State alone.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the buildings have not even been destroyed yet.
Yeah.
Totally knocked down. They're going to have to build over. So that's quite a process. But amazingly, in that one, no deaths.
Right.
That I recall.
It hit during spring break, which was they were
the place, it looks completely different.
Yeah, it does.
It's
totally
unreal.
does.
And
Change the landscape.
I was in the closet on that one hiding. That was close.
Yeah.
It was right down the road from me.
I know. Yeah. And if you've ever been in one or around one, you don't ever forget it.
No.
All right, 15 minutes past. We'll be back, and we'll revisit that when Span joins us at the top of the hour. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the information about the Rick and Bubba show and stay updated. Check upcoming events. Shop the Rick and Bubba store. Follow us on social media. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It was 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge Day again. We'll give an update on a charity charge that you guys have already participated in. SimplySafeBubba.com. It's happened again that now 2023 U.S. News and World Report has named again Simply Safe as the best security system available. And they just continue. They were the first ones. If you don't know their backstory, it's really quite interesting. They had friends that had that were living in rental properties, and those people couldn't protect themselves or their stuff. Why? Because the old days, the security systems were so intrusive that if you were a landlord, you wouldn't let the tenants have one because it would be disruptive to the house. But so these people, these friends, started developing. The guy was like, well, maybe we can develop through all this wireless that's advancing. Maybe we can find a way to do a security system that wouldn't be intrusive, that you just take with you when you move. And they did it. And, of course, they continue to add to that now. And the latest innovation is called 24/7 Live Guard Protection, made possible with their new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, and it works seamlessly with this. It's the only, I want to emphasize that, it is the only indoor security camera that can trigger the alarm and instantly deter intruders with a built-in siren. 24/7 Live Guard Protection. And the new smart alarm indoor camera works seamlessly as part of the entire security system to keep your whole place safe from break-ins, fires, flooding, and more. If you would like to find out how to get 20% off, it's pretty simple. You just go to simplysafebubba.com and you say, I'm signing up for Fast Protect monitoring, which you want that anyway, and that gets you 20% off, simplysafebubba.com, or you can go to or you can go to rickandbubba.com, and you'll find that same link there under the sponsors button. So, yeah, we'll talk to Tim coming up with Buffalo Wild Wings. And, Bubba, he has something interesting he would like to discuss with you, and we'll talk about that next segment.
Did I do something else today?
No, I think it's Tim's trying to be he's trying to have his finger on the pulse of the show.
You know,
and so we'll talk about that.
You remember in the Randy Moss video where he said, "Did I just say something stupid?"
Right. Yeah. Bubba, also, and you guys are all on this email. Speaking of Sniff the Tears, according to the Wikipedia page,
Sniff the Chicken.
Yeah, lead singer Paul Roberts said the name of the band was actually just going to be The Tears, but their manager suggested Sniffing the Tears because Roberts had hay fever and was sniffing a lot during the recording.
That is funny.
Mm-hmm. So there you go. I don't know if that's true or not.
That sounds like the Blue Jean Committee.
So that does, by the way. Do we?
In his Canadian tuxedo.
I know that we've already talked about it, but you're asking some questions that I think are interesting. Do we want to go ahead with the Michael Oher story?
Yeah, I think so, because it's kind of an update.
I know we talked about it in the kickoff hour, and that wasn't that long ago. But anyway, the story just gets weirder and weirder. So now we have the attorney for the Toohey family that is claiming that Michael Oher demanded $15 million from the Tooheys, and if they didn't, he would plant a negative story about them. So this is interesting. First of all, I guess I have to ask a weird question here. First of all, the Tooheys are financially stable with, I think right now they said their worth is over $100 million.
Yeah, they sold like a chain of
Taco Bells,
or
right?
something.
Yeah. Taco Bells, yeah,
for $200 million, right?
Yeah, and they're still worth over $100 million. So they're not in need of money. So this thing of they're beating Michael out of money doesn't seem like it has legs. Now they're claiming that Michael tried to extort, and that's where you were asking some questions, money from them, and if they wouldn't do it, he would plan a negative story, which we now have a negative story, so I guess they didn't pay him. So then you started asking, I thought it was a pretty intriguing question, important question. So I think they're saying that this story is a lie, and he's doing it to make them look bad because they wouldn't pay him. So that's pretty clean.
Right.
That's extortion.
Right.
But then you were saying, is it still extortion if people have something on you that is true, and they say they're going to tell it if you don't pay them? Is that also illegal if the story is true? And they're just,
I don't know. I was asking Speedy. We were running through some scenarios. There wasn't really a wrong answer. I just got to thinking about the definition of that. Like if someone signs a non-disclosure agreement, and for whatever reason, you have that in business. We've seen it in politics, whatever. Or they, if they decide that they want to be paid not to tell something that did happen, is that extortion? If you have a disagreement with a neighbor, say where a property line is or something, and you say, well, you know, your fence is over my yard. Why don't you just give me a couple of $1,000 and we'll draw the line and call it even? Is that extortion, or is that just trying to solve a problem?
I think by definition, if you're going to call it extortion, it's force or threat. And in this case, he's threatening them that he's going to release a bad negative story. That's extortion.
Yeah. So
by definition, now, I'm like you, Bubba. There is a fine line between the two.
Yeah, and what we don't know is that they use the word plant, like plant a negative story. So when they say plant, are you making the story up?
Yeah.
Is it something that really happened?
Or is it true and I've just kept it quiet?
Yeah. That's something we don't know.
I think we can all clearly understand that if someone says, I'm going to make up a story about you and destroy you if you don't pay me, that's pretty clean.
Yeah, that would
but
fall under
what
extortion.
Bubba's asking, and this is a little different than the property thing, let's say that, and I'm just going to use this example. So let's say that you found out, and it was true, that I was stealing money from our company.
Right.
And I did do it. Okay, and you knew about it.
Right.
And we didn't talk about it, and we made it, look, just pay it back, whatever. And then all of a sudden you got in a little financial trouble, and you said, hey, Burge, if you don't give me $1 million, I'm going to tell everybody about you stealing money from our company.
Right.
It's a true story.
Right.
And it's going to make me look bad.
Right.
But the fact that it's true, are you extorting money from me?
Yeah,
that's the question we're
that
asking.
That kind of feels extorted, too. You know what I mean?
Well, that's
it
basically
has a feel to it.
Yeah, back to that threat thing.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then it is extortion. Then.
Yeah.
Even if it's true.
But by definition, if there is a
right.
threat, that's extortion.
Yeah.
Well, in this case, and Jason Whitlock really tackles this in some of his commentary. He's saying Michael Oher is trying to shake him down,
right?
And says the media won't come to that conclusion because he's a black guy, and that they won't touch it,
right?
But again, the sad part of this is the Tuohys have been very successful. They've got tons of money. Michael Oher has been very successful. He's got tons of money.
But now we don't know if Michael still has his money.
He's earned tons of money.
That's a better statement. Because apparently he's need money.
And why in the world would you be trashing each other at this point? Greg pointed out yesterday, I thought it was interesting, this conservatorship that was set up for him. And the reason that had to be done is so that he could go to Ole Miss, because if they didn't do that and independently manage his accounts and what he was doing, it would be an illegal booster trying to guide somebody to a college, which they did want him to go to. And I think he wanted to go to that.
If he just waited for the NIL,
right? It'd have been fine. Really, it'd have been fine.
But the point is he keeps on.
Now, why he still has one? He's asking it be dissolved. I had no idea it was still going on. I don't know why that would be.
What would be the advantage? Was it something we just didn't get to?
Yeah.
Probably so.
But
Probably I went to college and went to the NFL,
and we talked earlier. I haven't seen any accusations that they use that to somehow control his business.
No.
Yeah,
right. I haven't heard any of that. Now he claims they withheld money.
That may come out.
It comes
too,
down to this, but it comes down to they said we didn't make no money, and what we did make, we spread amongst all of us equally, including Michael.
Yeah.
Now, if he can prove that didn't happen, and they did make millions of dollars.
Now they're saying there wasn't a lot of money came to them from the movie. The money was actually made on the book, and it was all split evenly. Now, when they say split evenly, what does that mean? Does that mean
all the kids and him included five ways?
But his complaint says that they have made millions off of his story, and that he hadn't.
The movie part of it is kind of a gray area, because you see the headlines. Hey, movie made $300 million. Okay, wow, that's about me. I need some of that. I got that. But just because it's sold $300 million in seats, don't mean that money's laying over in the Tuohy's account.
Unless you cut some deal, which they didn't have the leverage to do this. Unless they cut a deal that they get points, they were probably if they were either paid nothing or what they were paid in the beginning, and then now the production company and they're the ones who take the gamble, and then they get the profit.
Well, it mentions in the story.
If you don't have points, and I doubt seriously they got points in those days.
Yeah, and it mentions in the story they got an advance on that, but they
That's
split.
usually how it works.
But the attorney says that we have proof that we split it equally. You know, or got his portion.
Yeah. Didn't it say the guy who wrote the book got it, and he gave them half of his?
Which that was
they split it.
That was the guy that wrote Tuesdays with Morrie. That's who wrote that book.
Yeah, and it's in the.
What's his name?
Rick, let me find it. It's down here in the story.
Mitch album.
Yeah, something. I think he wrote it.
Yeah. I think he's actually quoted in the story here.
So you knew what I was talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, the bottom line in all of it, when you pull back to 50,000 feet in this, you got a family. You got a guy that's been successful in NFL. Why in the world they're shooting at each other in a public forum when obviously they helped him? His story has been successful and good for them. Everybody got along great. Now, why are we doing this now? Why are we in a circle firing squad?
Why is Michael Oher in such a desperate situation financially he would do something like this? That's the question.
And people, just because the movie was cornied up a little doesn't mean there was like a false story. There's things in it that were made up just
based
for the
on
movie. That doesn't mean that.
Yeah.
Oh, see, that didn't really happen. He was better at football than they portrayed him. Yeah, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking.
Also, the actor that played him in the movie has come out because he's got to apologize too for some reason. And now people are threatening Sandra Bullock, but like she had something to do with it.
For it.
Right, but like she's not part of the family. She just plays
a script and is an actress.
Yeah,
I'm really not Mama Tooie.
Right.
I don't.
Rick and Bubba.
program today, this past weekend, we, Greg and I have been, and let's just call it, we've, over the years, if you've been listening to the program, watching the program, there are never-ending stories revolving around our father, Coach Bill Burgess.
Oh, Pop.
And so, and he's a handful on so many things. But now, and it is a great honor, as we keep having to tell him over and over again, what a great honor this is, and how it is a great honor for Mom and for all the coaches and players and all of those that he has been able to interact with over, what did he coach, 34 years total?
Like that, yeah.
So,
and how about this? Had guys there that were on the very first team he ever coached.
Yeah, we talked
in the
about
early
that.
60s.
A
lot of them.
I sent to Adler some pictures that I had, and there's one picture of him with some of those guys. And it's interesting to see guys that were saying they played for him that look the same age he is. But then you realize his first coaching job, he was 23, 24 years old. So.
Yeah.
But anyway, and I think it dawned on them because they said he didn't feel like he was our age. So like these guys right here. So there's a picture, you see it, and so all those guys played on his first team, and then some of them played on one of his first.
On Woodlawn and Banks.
And so but they said he did not feel to them like he was only a few years older than them.
Yeah, you telling me that story is pretty funny.
Yeah, they said to us he felt like he was 20 years old, and we were terrified of him.
Yeah.
But it's great. It was so great. But anyway, what happened yesterday was, which was very kind. The actual induction into the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame, which is what this is all about, will be at the end of April. But what the Jacksonville State University did yesterday, which was a very good idea, is because they've had, this will be their 9th induction into the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame, whether it be a player or a coach. And so they kind of know how it goes. And they said on that weekend, you're not going to really have any access to him unless you're sitting at the table with him. Mm-hmm. And because the way that runs, because the event, so what they did is they set up a reception at the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame for Jacksonville State people only, and family and friends to come spend some time with him, without having to deal with the big induction coming up at the end of April. And so this was Jacksonville State's honoring of Dad for being
and it was first class. I thought they did.
It was very good.
And these guys. Like I say, you can tell they've done it before. And
Well, the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame is really a cool.
It is.
If you're ever in our city, be sure you put that on your list of things to go see, because there's some gigantic names in there that all came out of this state, and it's really something to see. So anyway, that was a great honor, but it was just the whole process. And, Greg, you had to drive him over.
Yeah, in the middle of a storm.
It
was storming.
Lisa's recap of that, I was laughing hard.
Yeah, she was in the back.
Yeah, she said, "Boy, I had front row seat for that one."
That was fine. It was good.
Yeah, and don't picture. You heard us talking about the severity of it. We were not in that part of it where we were. It was south of us.
Right.
But what we got was torrential rain.
The rain.
I'm talking about the kind of rain you can't even see your hand hardly in front of your face.
Right.
That interstate's fun during that.
Oh, it's a pleasure. It's such a good interstate anyway.
Yeah, it's a great experience just on a normal day.
Right. Yeah. But
wow.
Yeah.
Well,
it was
big trucks blowing water on you.
It was raining so hard at one point. Everybody pulled over. You just couldn't see past your hood.
It was crazy.
So thankfully it was starting. It let up a little bit about the time everybody needed to be walking in. But I got in one of those situations where the schedule we had for church, and then the time they needed to do that, which was better on everybody traveling. I got stuck in one of those weird gaps where you don't know where to go. Do I go home? Do I go ahead?
Yeah,
and go
the in between.
Yeah. So what I did is I said, well, I'm going to go ahead, because Sherry thought she was going to have to leave before we finished. We actually had a birthday dinner after it for my sister right across the street, and I found a restaurant for us to do that, because my mother's right. If you get the family together, do everything you got to do on this one day. Because this thing of everybody splitting up and trying to get together on a separate day, if everybody's got to get together on one day, just start running the list.
And this worked perfect because we just walked across the street.
Yeah. So I set up a little thing up across the street.
Cold.
A restaurant.
Temperature dropped the time we went in when we went to leave.
A little different.
About 20 degrees.
Yeah.
So anyway, which that's what you get tornadoes with. Mm-hmm. So I thought to myself, well, because at the time it was still torrential rain. And then Birmingham has got construction going on downtown. 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We've got much to do on the program today. Looking forward to chatting with you as the day continues. We're about to do a Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge update, but Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings, and I feel so bad for Tim. I feel so bad for Tim. I feel so bad. And you see what a waste of time that was already. Tim, you did something today that I honestly don't know what you were thinking. I understand your motivation, and I applaud that, but surely you...
It's complete moral support.
Yeah. Okay. So would you
it may not work.
Would you like to tell Bubba what you attempted to do today?
I like the days we make fun of Speedy.
Right. Well, those folks, don't worry. It's just a matter of time before somebody else will be in the bucket. But today is your turn. And I couldn't believe Tim even did this.
Yeah, this is good.
You know, well, it's been a rough year for you. I know you're trying to change a few things.
A little rough patch.
Yeah, we call it a rough patch.
A little rough patch.
Matter of fact, it started next Monday. Is officially 1 year.
Yeah. For a year?
Flies by.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm trying to support you through the year. Mm-hmm. And we made a nice grilled chicken salad.
Right.
For Bubba.
For you to do a little better.
I like that.
Yeah.
You know, I want everybody to know that we do have an expanded menu.
Right, yeah.
And it's all good stuff.
Tim, that looks delicious.
Yeah.
It is delicious.
That is.
Well,
will you find out?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen him eat a salad?
I'll be the one that eats.
He picks the
well,
chicken.
no, Helmsy, if I could make a play for it, because I'm not going to get to have lunch today, I'd love to have that. Because I know Bubba's not going to eat it.
Yeah, Bubba, just
don't get in it.
Don't get in it.
Don't get in it.
Yeah, I mean, I need something for lunch today because I'm not going to get a chance to get lunch other than have it come here.
Oh,
so if you're not going to eat it, I sure would love to have it.
Have you ever watched him eat a salad? He picks the chicken off the top. He doesn't eat the salad.
No, I eat all of it.
Yeah.
But I don't eat sometimes just all the lettuce.
But looking over here on the side of what you've already went to get, he wanted you to eat that instead of this.
Well, this is just a warm up. This wasn't much.
Right. Yeah.
This is just like a couple old pieces of chicken and an onion ring. Nobody hurt there.
But I have a feeling that wasn't going. That's probably not the only journey back in there.
You're seeing how we have to do
I love this.
Yeah.
Tim, this is great.
Yeah.
Well, it looks great.
I'm pumped.
Any chance if he starts bringing you a grilled chicken salad, you'll eat that other than the other food?
Yes, I will.
No
Absolutely.
way.
And not eat the other?
Yeah, I can. I don't need it.
Don't need it.
I think he thinks we're Betty.
No, I really love this stuff. I do.
Okay, so you want just hand me that and you just have that. Huh? Yeah. No,
You
I'm
eat
not going
piece I've
to.
eaten?
No,
You know, Rick, you'll know my wife stepped up and she said, "Are you not taking one to Rick too?" And in the back of my mind the whole time, I'm like, "Rick could get the salad.
Yeah.
Rick's gonna get this one."
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's fine anyway. I do. Sure enough, I do need to eat something for lunch if you're not going to eat it. I mean,
Rick's joking. Hey, serious business.
How long to the break?
His eyes hadn't come off that
6
salad.
minutes. No. I am all about it.
What I'm worried about is he'll kind of half eat it to the point that it's no good to me, but then he doesn't really eat it either.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'll eat it. And sometimes I don't eat all the lettuce, but I also don't eat all the dressing on it either.
How much? I was getting ready to say, how much ranch will you drown it in?
Well, no, I've got pretty good on that. I just dip every now and then. Sometimes I don't even pour it on there. I just dip the bites.
So Tim is just saying he's willing to try to help.
Oh, I'd love
and to bring and bring more healthy choices.
Yes, I love that.
when we do Buffalo Wild
I'm
Wings.
pro that.
Right? Yeah. That.
So it's now pro 2 salads.
Right. Yeah. No, you don't have to bring me one. I was just saying.
I did.
Yeah. If there is one. Especially on Wednesday, because I got Bible study.
Wednesday's a tough one.
Yes, it will work great. But anyway, but I know.
Thank you, Tim. That's so kind.
I know that
of
one's
you.
for Bubba, and he's excited about
It's
it.
got tomatoes. I love tomatoes.
Yeah.
He would have if he would have known that salad was back there. You think he would have went through the line?
No, I wouldn't.
Yes,
I was just hungry.
Yes.
I wanted to bite.
I think he's going to eat some of the onion rings and the fried chicken, no matter how many salads you bring.
said he had
Now
to
he may
take-
eat the salad too, but
said he had to take
he's
some
not
meds.
just going to only eat the
I'm
salad.
surrendering that.
Said he had to take some medicine.
Yeah. now for Greg, it may have been a bigger waste of time if you tried to give it to Greg, because
You
Greg.
talking about Bubba's drinking buddy?
Yeah, because Greg tried to get you to take his seat, not Helmsy's seat, so he could sit over and eat.
Yeah.
It was so funny to watch Greg. He goes, "No, Tim had my seat," and I was like, "You're saying that so you can sit over there and go and take his seats and eat." Is that good, Greg? Do you realize onion rings for breakfast? We're the only show that would ever do that because we've had a history of that. We don't day part food, and we don't know who.
Tim's onion rings are really good.
Yeah, they really are.
They really are.
They're very good. So Tim, how is? So thank you for bringing.
Yeah.
So what made you do that? Bring him a healthier choice. Just the
Well,
did your wife get on you and say you're bringing Bubba too much fried food?
Well, she may be telling me to eat more salads too.
Right, yeah. That's
No, I noticed that last time we brought some, he didn't dive in quite as strong.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, that was what we call scared straight.
Right.
Rick. No, it's his.
Your lunch is gone.
No, that's
Yeah,
fine.
your lunch is gone, Rick. I'm so sorry.
I have other plans. No
Wow,
problem.
so
no
he's
problem.
just gonna eat it.
Yeah, that's good for him.
Oh, it's good. It's a
Sorry,
good.
Rick.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, and
Fresh cut.
Look, now he throws it back.
It's done. It's done.
That's good stuff right there, isn't it?
I eat in the break.
Yeah.
I don't eat in front of y'all.
But yeah, so you think this is this had to come
You
from
only do it 5 hours a day.
this has to come though from your wife saying you need to bring some healthier choices to them too, and the fact that Buffalo Wild Wings does have that.
Correct.
Yeah.
All of that.
Yeah,
Every
so,
bit
yeah,
of
that's
that.
true.
So-
A matter of fact, the y'all's grilled chicken salad is fantastic. I've actually had it before at went eating there, so it's good.
Sorry.
Yeah, no. That's if Bubba can eat a healthier meal on Buffalo Wild Wings Day, then that's all.
I
good.
feel good too.
That's a good.
I feel
thing.
real good.
That's a good thing. You've done what you wanted to do. Now, unfortunately, he's still going to eat the other and that.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I gave it up.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, it's a long way home.
Rick, here comes old pal.
Bubba, you just gave that up at Leeds, but we're going all the way to Atlanta. Greg, wait. What now?
Y'all giving Tim? Bring one of them hamburgers.
You said if we taking special orders.
Y'all do have
Those
an
tacos are pretty good too.
That's a good hamburger.
I've never had the hamburger.
Hey, excellent burger.
I've never had the
Oh,
burger.
it's incredible.
yeah.
Okay.
2 patties. It's like one of the smash burgers.
Oh,
it's so
very good.
Yes.
Yeah, when you say it's like that, did you have a deal with them, or you just saying that's a good?
No, it's just that style.
Oh, that's
Very, very good
Yeah.
burger.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's real good.
I'm just kidding. You.
Hey, Greg, look.
I thought I'd throw it out there.
Rick, look at this.
Gone.
Yeah, he cleaned his plate.
Looks like a wreck.
Hey, Tim can have my seat.
Rick, big bearded guy's been cooking since early this morning. And I got it.
Tim, if you really want to help Bubba, you
what you
need to
go
get
with?
rid of Greg. I mean, you wouldn't believe what Greg. Greg is a terrible
Enabler.
He's
the enabler.
He's awful.
yeah.
He's awful. It's like somebody that goes to AEA, but at work there's an alcoholic with him. You know, it's a waste of time.
Intervention.
You go back to work.
AEA.
AEA.
He went on vacation.
He did for a whole week.
Started baseball season.
Yep, we stayed home and played a tournament down at top of the hour. We'll come back. We'll let you know what you guys have done in the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. We got a check we're going to be handing out, and we'll tell you about another opportunity coming up when we come back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know what? We introduced this new advertiser just a week ago, and I didn't realize, we were I was out of the loop on Magic Spoon. I didn't know about it. And all of a sudden, I don't know if you saw it, Bubba, we got that email from a woman that said, "Oh, we've been eating Magic Spoon," and she showed her pantry.
Had all of them.
I mean, and what this is.
I was too. I was shocked. I was out of the loop on this.
I even talked to trainer Sean about this, and he's like, really, honestly, it's a good source of protein. And you're like, well, but is it any good? And if you think about it, one of the things we're always told, and apparently if Tim finds out about it, he's going to take it away from us and give us something healthy. But when you start getting older, people won't let you eat the cereals that you loved as a kid. Right. They're like, no, those are not any good for you. They're full of sugar and all this kind of stuff. But let me tell you something. Magic Spoon, is this oversimplifying it? But I think it's true. They've taken the flavors that we loved in the cereals we ate as children, and then they've given us adult versions of those that have 0 total sugars. They've got 4 grams of carbs, and they've got 13 grams of protein. And but they're also delicious cereals. Like the one I'm holding right here doing the spot, I know Adler's showing it too, is the Fruity. Like this this tastes like Fruit Loops. But yet,
Can you say that?
Yeah. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that or not, but to me, that's what it is. So they've got. If you want to order the variety pack, here's what you're going to get. You're going to get the cocoa, the Fruity, which I'm holding here, the frosted, and the peanut butter. And again, I said 0 grams of sugar, 13 to 14 grams of protein based on which one you eat. And also we've got 4 to 5 net grams of carbs, and they're only 140 calories a serving. And then here it is again, they're high in protein, but yet you get to enjoy the taste of the cereals we had when we were kids. So if you want to get this variety pack now, go to magicspoon.com/Bubba to grab a variety pack and try it today. Use the promo code Bubba at checkout because we're going to save you $5. Even if you don't get the variety pack and you just buy one box, you still get $5 off. So with the code Bubba. So go right now to magicspoon.com/Bubba, put in the code Bubba at checkout, save $5, and enjoy these delicious cereals. So the way you would normally go anywhere is different. So I thought, well, I'll be the guinea pig. I'll go down there. I'll be early. I'll do all the different things, and then I'll send word back to my wife and my son. Only one of my kids could make it because one's at college and is finishing up this week because they got spring break next week, and then one's on the road on tour. So I mean, the only one that was able to come is the one's still living at home. So anyway, I get down there, and I do what I think is everything you're supposed to do as a dad. I was saying, look at me taking care of everything and taking away all the anxiety I had of different turns and can't go here, and they won't let you go down this road anymore. Right. And I finally came to the conclusion, here's what you need to do. You do this.
Laid it out,
smooth as silk. You think anybody remotely looked at the text I sent?
Well, Rick, as you said, everything you could have stacked against you was there. You have a major construction project in downtown Birmingham. They've taken down elevated interstates, which once I got downtown and was trying to make some turns, I couldn't figure out where I was because I'm used to having the interstate. I turn. Right, you know, you don't know where you're at.
Completely different.
Had
look.
torrential raining going on, and they had some event at the BJCC, which was packed. I mean, they're just they were parked everywhere. I don't. Did you loop around the building, come in the front where the flood water was?
I did.
Of the
I had
BJCC.
to turn around and go back.
Oh, we went through it.
Did you?
It was nice.
Well, I knew what
I didn't know. I just turned around and went back.
Well, what I did.
There was a guy right in front of me, or I wouldn't have.
I went as far as to buy something that I've never had. I don't own an umbrella. And I bought an umbrella. Like when church was over, I went over and went into
came in handy.
A Steinmark and bought an umbrella. I've never had an umbrella, and because I normally don't ever use an umbrella, and of course, you know, my dad says that men don't run in the rain, so I can't be caught running in the rain.
No,
and
I thought about him.
I will
trying to
occasionally run in the rain,
right?
And that's about the only time I run.
But
watching people fight the umbrella with the wind was pretty entertaining.
But
he was trying to turn it inside out.
But what I knew, and this is just, and Sherry says this is a negative in me, but I think it's not. I knew with everything going on, and when I saw there was already an event going on, and the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame is connected to, a big arena and convention halls and all that. So I saw that, oh gosh, it's Cottontails, which means this is some arts and crafts. Of course, we're running something that's a spring themed thing in early March, which I don't get. But anyway, so
have to do with Easter maybe coming up.
We got a while.
I know, but they had to do everything early.
I know. But anyway, it didn't feel very springy.
I know, it did not, did it?
It's the spring version of Christmas Village. That's what Betty had to explain.
There you go.
And as soon as I saw that, I immediately knew. I positioned myself in a parking lot that was a block and a half from the corner and across the street from where we would have the birthday dinner. And I said, this is the perfect strategy.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we start a brand new hour. Here we go. It is time for the Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge update today. It will be twofold. You'll hear from a charity that you have just recently helped. We'll tell them what check is coming to them from Buffalo Wild Wings. But we'll also tell you about another opportunity coming up on Monday where you can go out and enjoy delicious Buffalo Wild Wings and help another great charity. And those locations are all in Alabama. Tim Spencer is here. The Alabama locations are Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham on 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford. Be sure you eat at the 075 table. Exit 188, and I keep getting pictures after pictures of people there. Chelsea on Highway 280. So those are all the locations in Alabama that participate. And if you're not participating, you can start on Monday. But Tim, today we're going to be talking to Lindsay Tibbs, who's the president of the board that runs Grace's Kitchen, and she joins us now. Lindsay, welcome back to the show. How are you today?
Thanks, Rick. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so we once again, before we tell you the numbers, tell all of those that went out and sacrificed by eating this delicious food. Look, obedience is better than sacrifice. Even Scripture says that. So anyway, they enjoyed delicious food, and the money you're about to get goes to do what? Tell them what it does.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to explain. So Grace's Kitchen is a local feeding ministry here in Birmingham. It was started by two women from the Birmingham area who felt called to feed hungry souls. So we fed our first group in Lynn Park in October of 2009. We now serve at 8 ministry locations every week throughout the city of Birmingham. Those are home-cooked meals made from scratch in our commercial kitchen that's located in the Christian Service Mission. And we really, we just pray and the Lord provides. And so this particular charity challenge is no different. We've been praying for wisdom and provision from the Lord, and here we are today.
Oh, that's awesome.
How about that? Now, Tim, tell us how it went.
Well, again, sorry.
Are you
choked up a little
You know
bit?
why he's emotional? Bubba actually ate the salad. So he can go tell his wife, I actually saw him eat it.
No, we did well, Rick. Thank you. We were able to raise with the people coming into the restaurant and eating, because we have something in common with Grace's Kitchen. We feed people too.
Right.
So it's awesome. It's awesome. Food's a good common denominator.
Oh, yeah.
But we come up with $4,600 worth of charity.
Hey, $4,600, Lindsay. And so I know that you guys are so frugal, but you're talking about home cooked meals, but $4,600, that's a lot of meals, isn't it?
Absolutely. And, grocery prices are not going down these days. They're going up. So this will go to immediate use. In addition, our kitchen equipment is older than the ministry. It was a gift to us before we started. And so at this point, we're in need of replacing some of that. So we're going to start looking at how these funds could go towards getting some new kitchen equipment as well.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And of course, you guys, following the biblical mandate, you're the hands and feet of Jesus. You're feeding people and meeting their physical needs. But this really opens the door to also to address their spiritual needs too.
Absolutely. We got two goals: give people good food and tell them about the love of Jesus. That's our only goals. And so this will help us meet one so that we can meet the other.
Well, Lindsay Tibbs, thank you for all you guys do. Now, I want to ask Speedy a difficult question here. So usually what we
This
do
is more like it.
is we get out, the big check, that big check thing.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to turn Lindsay around on a laptop computer and put her in between me and Bubba?
That might be a little
Why don't we
tough there.
keep her on the screen behind us and hold the check right there under that big?
We could. You know what? We could. And she could
Where
stand.
Lindsay's face is like John on that screen.
Right.
Yeah.
We could do that.
Didn't fill it out because she wasn't here. But I mean, that's fine. I can do that in a few minutes.
I didn't fill it out because she's not here. By the way, if we had it, we would do it right now. But we don't have it. So
But I tell you, I can do it real quick.
Well,
be
he's
amazed.
He's got really good handwriting.
He does. I'll tell you that.
You have a good handwriting.
You need to calm down and get back on Bubba.
That explains the shoulder backpack.
Worst case scenario for Rick, Bubba didn't eat the whole salad, and he had to sit there and watch it.
Right.
Well, I didn't have time. I'm gonna work on it. I got time.
Yeah. What'll happen? Bubba will leave, and I'll look. And there'll be tomatoes and lettuce, and all the chickens go.
Yeah. Here, Rick,
The
you can have
chicken
this.
is going
You
to
have
be
no
gone.
lunch.
Hey, the chicken is going to be gone.
He's gone.
So is he going to try to really do this?
He's going to do it.
Okay.
Of course, I hadn't filled it out.
Well, he's got to find it.
I love what Speedy said. Of course, that Phil does. Yes, because I think you'd be here.
Speedy, look in the giant checkbook.
That's right.
Rip it out.
So while Speedy is frantically looking for the check, that we may actually do this.
He may have to write sloppy.
Couple things we want to hit. And by the way, you can go to graceskitchen.org. That's their website, and that'll be in show notes today. If you would like to come alongside and help them too, and find out about their services. But a couple things we need to hit on. When we get back after Labor Day,
Tell him how
we'll be adding another Buffalo Wild Wings, right?
Well, you're right.
Yeah.
I've talked a little bit about we've got these. What we've learned in COVID is takeout really matters.
Yeah.
So there's a concept come up that spun off of Buffalo Wild Wings called Buffalo Wild Wings Go.
Yeah.
And smaller.
Go.
And the first location is opening in you guys' old stomping grounds in Vestavia, Vestavia Hills,
right
in the city center there.
Look out.
It's back to the old way we did it. Counter service, place your order. The majority of it will be takeout, but there's 30 or 40 seats in there if you want to sit down and eat also.
Yeah.
So we're going to do a few of those, but the first one in Vestavia opens the Wednesday following Labor Day, so it will be in.
The good news is Helms is still over there.
Correct.
Because I know when y'all put the Performer together, you thought we were still going to be there.
Yeah, I know.
But
heard a little bit. You're correct.
But anyway, at least Helmsley's over there. So
That's right.
So that and his family alone will help. Also, we want to point to Monday, August 21st. All of these locations I just named and coming soon to Vestavia, but they're not going to be quite ready for this one, but they will be for the next one. But August 21st, you will be eating at all these locations, and you'll be helping an organization that, believe it or not, Tim, you helped way back in 2019.
I remember this.
It's been that long ago.
Mm-hmm.
That is pre-COVID.
Yeah.
How about that for a measuring stick?
And it's a great organization called Outdoor Ability Foundation. Outdoor Ability Foundation. And they help change the lives of young disabled outdoorsmen by providing adaptive equipment so they can go out and enjoy the great outdoors. And you'll be helping them and some of the stuff they've come up with.
It's some really cool equipment.
Really cool. So OutdoorAbilityFoundation.com, they will be benefiting for the next one. All right, here comes Speedy. He's got the check. So, Adam, when we get it set up, we'll pull Lindsay back up on the screen, and Bubba and I will stand on each side of her, and we can hold the check if you want. Oh, look right there. Yeah, I think we can hold it. All right, let's go. All right, here we go. All right, hey, Bubba, let me turn it.
Look at that, Speedy. That's pretty good. You done good.
You did it.
Okay. I'm good. Yeah, get around. Okay.
How's that look, Speedy?
Yeah, that's good. All right, here we go.
That'll work.
3, 2, 1. Perfect.
There it is.
Lindsay, you smiling?
Lindsay's smiling.
She's smiling.
Yes. Smile is giant on that big thing.
I know it.
Lindsay, I'll send this to you.
Yeah, okay, there it is. So we got that done.
Thank you, Lindsay.
You can't stop us.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Lindsay. graceskitchen.org to find out more. And Tim, thank you so much as always for being so kind to us and using the platform that God's given you to impact so many other.
We have to thank the guests.
Yeah.
Yes, for coming in.
And thanks for feeding us with all this delicious food when you're in here. And thank you for realizing that we're trying to do a little bit better too. And you've got things on the menu for those trying to do a little bit better.
Absolutely.
And it is delicious. Greg, you just keep.
I just go with the hits that keep on hitting.
Right. And
Greg, these are the staples.
We talked about getting some of the stuff that does a little bit better on the menu. Greg's asking for the hamburger.
Hey, Rick, you ain't gonna believe how good this cheese dip is.
We'll be back. Thanks,
Have a good
Tim.
day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so
Thought you'd done so good. Rick.
I did, and then my family totally disregarded my strategy. And
then start texting you. How do I get there?
And my strategy was perfect. At one time, my wife was calling me on the phone asking me, and I said, Sherry, I can see you. Well, I just, where am I supposed to go? I said, I see you. If you'll look, you'll see me standing in the lobby of the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame. Just keep walking. Do you not see me? I'm waving in the lobby. Yeah, and then of course my son. I don't know where he ended up. I don't even know whether he ended up.
He walked in with me, so he was over there by me somewhere.
He claimed that his parking spot was too good to be true, and he expected to be towed.
Yeah, he ran up behind us, so we arrived about the same.
Oh, okay. So it was a great time though. Great.
He
event.
said you'd send him some stupid text.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
James Spann joining us now.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest
we had other things to discuss, but in our list of things to discuss, the bad side of severe weather and a lot of sadness across some of the communities that listen to the show, watch the show today.
Yeah, another tragic tornado event for many cities across the southeast United States, Rick and Bubba. We had obviously loss of life yesterday, and we've had tornadoes in multiple states, parts of Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida. And the damage assessments are still underway. And obviously the focus, it's on the tornado that's produced the loss of life. This was in Lee County, Alabama. This is a little south of Auburn and Opelika in a community called Beauregard, and only about 10 miles really southeast of Auburn. And the National Weather Service survey teams are in there this morning, and they will determine the EF scale number, the enhanced Fujita scale number of this tornado. They did get a look at some of the damage late yesterday, and they clearly said this is at least an EF3. They might upgrade that number later today, but again, they're taking a look at it. And this is a reminder that the spring tornado season is here, fellas. You know, this is nothing unusual, unfortunately, a March, April, May. But looking at some of the damage, there's no doubt that this was probably a 4 in my mind. We know at least 23 people have been killed. In fact, as we speak this morning, we're waiting on an update from the sheriff in Lee County. They're planning, and they actually had planned the news conference for about 1 hour ago, but there's clearly fear here that the death toll is going to go higher in coming days. The East Alabama Medical Center, which is up in Opelika, Alabama, treated at least 40 people yesterday and last night, and again, some were sent to other hospitals. And we should mention, again, this is not the only tornado that's touched down. We've got tornadoes in parts of Georgia. Talbotton, Georgia was hit very hard. The community of Cairo, Georgia was hit very hard last night. And now we're getting the first light of day. We'll know much more about the extent of the damage and more of the numbers in terms of the loss of life and the injury count. But it's been a very, very rough 24 hours here across the Deep South. But I do want to say, fellows, there was an excellent warning for all of these. The Storm Prediction Center could not have done better in terms of the placement of their watches, the local weather service offices in terms of the warnings that they issued. For the Lee County tornado, most people had a good 15 to 25 minutes lead time on the tornado. And, of course, later we'll do some social science studies and trying to determine, did everybody hear the warning? Did they hear the warning? Did they do anything? Did they live in a mobile home? Were they in a car? We just don't know a lot of this right now. But I will say that the warnings could not have been better. In fact, the National Weather Service in Birmingham actually upgraded the tornado warning to a tornado emergency, which is the highest level message we can send before the tornado came through Lee County yesterday.
Well, James, that was kind of the question we were wondering because we've been very fortunate in several of the last tornado emergencies that we did not have a lot of loss of life, but then we're back to reality with this one, and we just don't know. We don't even really have any idea geographically exactly where those deaths were at, right?
Well, we pretty much know from the Lee County Sheriff the last time he gave us an update.
20 minutes past the hour. 866. We Be Big is the number. All right, so emailers are telling us today's the day that Elvis went on in. Is that today? I don't know. Is this the anniversary of his death today? I don't see anybody talking about it on TV. Is the emailer wrong? Emailer said, play some Elvis music. It's the anniversary of his death today. Is that true?
Surely that would be in the headline.
August 16th, 1977.
Yeah. So E went on in today.
You know what's so sad is that in this day of history, it says this is when I think Madonna was born or something. It doesn't even mention
I guarantee you this.
I might have had that
Memphis
wrong,
is
too.
lit up.
Thought I saw that.
Yeah, Memphis is lit up. There's no doubt about that. So
I'll tell you another anniversary it is today, and it'll be interesting in the political circles. It is the 1-year anniversary of President Biden signing the Inflation Reduction Act.
Oh, yeah.
Which did it
should have been the Inflation Act.
Well, they're going to tell you today that inflation has come way down.
Well, it's
They're gonna
down,
give
but
you-
it's still high.
They're going to give you all kind of numbers.
Well, it may be down from where it peaked at, but it's still not good.
Since this is the anniversary, Adler, let's
Don't make
just
me throw the
let's
Happy
just
Meal
jump
out
in. Adler, let's just start jumping in. So here's all of our Biden clips for today, and we always have so many. So one of the things what Bubba just talked about, you won't believe what he says in 1B, but we'll go ahead and also 1E. I watched this yesterday, guys. Well, let's just wait till we get there. All right, let's get started. Let's just run them in order. So here's one of the reps, who's a Democrat, Gwen Moore, introducing Biden, and
can I leave?
Yeah, because this
is
bad.
so embarrassing.
This is bad. Yeah,
He never comes out. She just walks off.
Yeah,
I am stepping out.
Bubba, this man cannot figure out where he's going. Now watch what happens.
No, she ends it with like, "Y'all just vote for me."
Well, watch this, Bubba. She introduces the president, and he never shows up. So
President Joe Biden, y'all.
Speedy, I'm so sorry.
Still clapping.
Look, nowhere to be found.
Uh-oh.
Look at the sign.
Well, I'm a little underwhelmed, aren't you all? I think I messed up. Y'all, please vote for me, okay?
And she walks off.
What happened? Is she just leave? Where is
she
he?
really leaving? She's leaving. Is she going to find him?
Where
Surely-
is he?
Surely that's what she's doing.
Was he there, and was he just wandering around? I mean,
I don't wanna
or
be
did they-
unfair to
or
her.
or was she messed up and thought he was there and he wasn't? What was it?
What happened here?
Misfire.
There's got to be an explanation.
But was she wrong that he was there, or was
she supposed to do something else? And
Or is he
then
wandering
introduced
around in
him
the back?
later?
Or is he back there wandering around the warehouse?
I think he's lost.
Yeah,
I'm afraid he's lost.
Speedy, you can come back now. It's over.
It's over, Speedy.
What about
President Joe Biden,
We
y'all.
got to have some answers.
what about when she just said, "Well, y'all vote for me"?
I melted when I saw this.
Did the was that when it started coming apart?
Yeah, when and then she
Uh-oh.
could have just not said, "Y'all just vote for me."
I think that was the same we got from Carl Lewis.
It was.
Uh-oh.
But again, was he there and then just lost, or was she mistaken?
We must know.
Yeah, the timing off. I don't know.
Apparently, he eventually got there.
Did he have a stomach attack?
Or he's somewhere, because here's 1B.
Yeah.
Now, Bubba, you just said it's the anniversary of the, what do you call it?
It is the
Elvis.
Inflation Reduction Act. Now, listen, here, by definition, this is what it was supposed to do. The Inflation Reduction Act, IRA, passed August the 16th last year, championed tax fairness, addressed critical shortfalls in the federal budget by making the most well-off pay what they owe to society, and invested new revenues in shared resources, including public health and the environment.
All right. So here we go.
And they're going to tell you that this is Bidenomics, baby. You're going to hear it from the president.
You're not
right
going to
here.
believe the things he's about to say about it. and we'll just refute it with the facts that are available to everybody. All right, here's
Go to the grocery store. There's your fact.
Here's the first one.
We pay for low-wage workers has grown at the fastest rate in 2 decades. Wages are growing faster than inflation. Folks, that's Bidenomics.
Real wages are down by 3% since he took office. They're not outperforming inflation. That's just not true.
Well, he's gone to the lowest point in this,
Right,
and now he's
right,
measuring from
right.
there,
You're
not
correct.
when he took
You're
office.
correct. By the way,
he's not claiming the decline that took place during his term. See,
based on the background behind
sliding
him,
scale.
based on the background that's behind him, Gwen Moore, he was there. He just didn't get it because that's the same place he's talking from right now. All right, so
Rick, please
look at 1C.
Well, you're gonna love 1D too.
Oh yeah, here we go.
In case you haven't noticed, inflation is down too and it's going lower.
No, it's not. That's not. No, it's not. 1D.
It's still high.
Yeah, 1D, and we've got the number on 1D. Here we go. Here he is again.
Financial Times and the Wall Street Journal started calling my plan not initially as a compliment to Bidenomics. But guess what, folks? They're talking about it differently now. It's working. It's working.
Watch him. I'm serious. Watch him. He's serious again. Right? He's serious again.
Who's clapping?
Yeah.
You want to give the fact though?
Yeah. Prices are up. I saw grocery prices are up as much as 23%. Overall prices are up by 16, almost 17%.
It's working. I'm serious.
So
It's not working.
Serious.
You don't need government bureaucrat numbers.
It's not working.
you tell me, if you get up and you go to work every day, is this working for you? Do you have more money to spend at the end of the month or less? Are you paying more for food or less? Do you feel more confident in the economy going forward or less? I don't need their made up numbers that they've danced, and they sharpened the pencil so much on this, Rick, it went right through the paper to try to make this work.
Michael Helms, we're going to find out where you are, my friend. If you can you discern what the president's saying right here? All right, because you're the one that you're hearing is probably the least damaged in the room.
Give it a shot.
I don't know that you can do it, but are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, here comes your president.
But then, when I signed the bipartisan infrastructure again, which
bipartisan infrastructure?
He said bipartisan.
We
I
got
don't
that.
get what's after that.
Are you guessing on infrastructure just because it might go with
well,
it?
I mean, because I'm kind of putting everything together.
Run it again. Let's hear it one time.
Okay, but I think this is the anniversary of that, and that's how we can use context clues to find
inflation.
out what he's saying.
Reduction.
But then, when I signed the bipartisan infrastructure again,
that's not real words.
When I signed the bipartisan infrastructure again,
Did he say inner-city auction?
Yeah, one
Inflation
time he's
Reduction
auctioning
Act?
something.
I thought it was something to do with
Maybe
Elvis
that.
dying.
What are we auctioning?
I don't know,
I
guys.
thought he said
I
inner-city auction.
I think I've got a pretty good game we could play. We could just compile stuff of him just marble mouthing, and then the contestant tries to figure out if they can guess what he's saying.
And you can
But
guess
is
if
that the
somebody
Inflation Reduction Act? Is that what he's saying?
I
feel
feel
like-
in there.
I feel like I'm on a game show and they give me hints, and then I use those hints to try to figure out what I just heard. You're like trying to guess who the masked singer is or something. You know, remember what today is. Okay, so it may be something about
It's
that
like he
inflation
just took a bite of food and trying to talk.
Yeah, it's.
But then, when I signed the bipartisan infrastructure again,
But it's supposed to have been
I would like
bipartisan infrastructure something.
I would like to know what closed captioning picks up.
That's
a good
idea.
Imagine typing that.
What
Well,
if he
those
had?
poor
What if he had
people.
the lady over doing the hand signs?
Well,
They had a picture of
What
the people
the
who
hell?
typed that in. Have you seen the picture?
Hey, you're going to see this a lot. Hey, Greg, you're going to...
Yeah, right. Yeah. This is the picture of everybody who's supposed to interpret the.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Bipartisan.
All right, there you go. We'll come back. Phone calls next. 866 We Be Big. You can comment on anything we've talked about on the show today. Bring up your own topic. You're going to be programming the next segment. It's our first time to chat with you today. Looking forward to that. 866 We Be Big. We'll talk to you when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Numbers. And fellas, they're still doing search and rescue as we speak this morning. This has been going on all night tonight. And once the sun goes down, it's absolutely brutal. And understand, if this was an EF4 tornado, a strong, violent tornado, and you hate to even talk about this, people can be lofted just like debris. And they might find somebody that's 100 yards from their house. And then even for the first responders that come in there, you can't really determine where the houses used to be. It doesn't look like it's looked all your life.
Yep.
And often people can't vocalize their need for help if they're seriously injured. And it takes a long time to find people. And there was an urgent response from all the first responders. And they've got a great emergency management. I've had a chance to tour their facility. I spent some time with them recently, and they're the best at what they do. But still, fellas, it is hard looking for people in the middle of the night for something like this.
Yeah, and so the only questions that would remain, you've made clear they don't have the answer yet, because I'm with Bubba. I know we'll all want to know, what contributed to these kinds of numbers that we haven't heard in a while, thankfully, and we don't know those answers yet. So when we have those, we'll look. The bottom line is these were very destructive, powerful storms. We know, and then we'll continue to unpack what happened. But when you think about, you said it is the tornado season. It is, and of course we got a winter storm going on in our country too. But there was just weather patterns were changing at a rapid rate over the weekend.
Yeah, and it's your classic setup for these tornadoes. It happens often, unfortunately, in the southeast United States this time of the year. This is called Dixie Alley. You've got two areas of high tornado occurrence in the country. One is the Great Plains Tornado Alley, and one is Dixie Alley. And this is down here in Alabama, in Georgia, in Tennessee, in Mississippi, where so many rough storms like this have happened over the years and decades and centuries this time of the year. And unfortunately, it's not that uncommon for it to happen, but it certainly did. And one thing we've learned, fellas, our background is physical science. That's what we do. We don't have any training in human behavior and social science. And we are tasked with getting people to do something. And we work really hard with social scientists to take kind of an interdisciplinary approach on this over the last 8 years after what happened in 2011 to help us be better at getting people to take action. And again, we were hoping that after the things we've learned from the social scientists that we would not have such high loss of life in a tornado again. And I guess maybe that's, pie in the sky, but we'll go back later. This is not the time to, do it at this moment. The time right now is to help people. Yeah. But later we'll go back and do a study in terms of, did people not hear the warning? And if they heard the warning, maybe they didn't do anything, or were they in a position where they couldn't find a shelter? Maybe they lived in a mobile home and they had no place to go. All this stuff we'll find out later. But to see this kind of loss of life with this type of warning is certainly very discouraging for all of us in the weather enterprise. But then again, fellas, we do know that people's lives were saved, I'm sure, after hearing warnings, and we'll celebrate those lives saved, at some point down the line. But again, our focus typically is on the loss of life, and I'm afraid the numbers will keep going higher today.
All right, James, thanks for the update, and thanks for what you guys do. And I know this is that harder side of it, but we always learn every time we go through one of these to help some people in the future. Metcalf. He just decided that he would draw a picture of the show and do some doodling here.
Yeah,
and
about that.
And I will tell you what, it's very funny. I mean, it's and I don't.
The details are excellent.
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it?
It's just there.
Let me see.
I sent it to you, Greg. Don't act like you don't have it.
That is funny.
Look, Greg,
It looks like
it
kind of looks like we're on Family Guy or something.
It does.
It does. It's now he's got Big Boy. I mean that Big Boy's in the background.
Yeah.
And he's taken all kinds of themes from the show and he's dropped them in at various points of the drawing, which is extremely funny. And he's got Greg holding a coffee cup. You got to look at all the little things, and it has a profit star on the front of it for all the things right again.
Look at that.
Hello, my name is Paw Paw on the front. And then Helmsy, when I look and I saw him, and he's got you, of course, in some kind of zip up like
it's the Highland Security is what it says.
It says Highland Security,
complete with logo on it.
Yeah, logo and everything.
That's excellent.
Bubba's Woody Woodpecker fan club because of Bubba's battles with woodpeckers.
I love you. And I'm holding pizza in a cup.
Pizza in a cup.
Look at that.
Yeah, initially I said, "What's the woodpecker? Woody Woodpecker?" Yeah. I didn't really connect it, but I did.
We kind of got mad about it.
You kind of did.
Yeah. Well,
no, I didn't get mad.
Thought he was calling.
Why the heck's that on there?
Tim's gonna
What's he trying to say?
I knew it was something I was missing.
Yeah, the battle with the woodpeckers.
Yeah.
And then Speedy.
Gotta get mad about it.
Speedy, he's.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
Phone calls coming in right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and let's chat with you. Find out what is on your mind. Looks like there's still some lines available. That's the beauty of this studio is it's got 10 lines, so we can get a big sample of people and have a better shot at a lot of topics. And if you want to join us, you can. Just make your move right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Max will get us started. He's out of Florida. I almost said we'll get us Florida. Max is in Florida. And Max, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What's on your mind? Go ahead.
Ricky, that's a Bank 9 moment if I ever seen one. Kamala Harrison said, y'all vote for me.
Well,
y'all got to say that, baby.
Well, that's not Kamala Harris. Yeah, that's not Kamala Harris. That's actually Gwen Moore. Representative Gwen Moore, who was there to introduce Biden.
Oh, okay.
He was in her part of the world. But you know what? A point taken, Matt. We appreciate that,
Get
Max.
that in there today, Speedy.
866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Corey. Corey, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, when Biden was talking about inflation is low and getting lower, they started clapping. I think I heard Adler go, "Who's clapping?" It made me think, are they hiring people to clap in the audience? Do they hire hype men to be in that? Because we never see a camera of them actually clapping.
Yeah, you know,
it's good.
Crowd strike may be involved.
Yeah,
Who knows?
not a good. I mean, that's a pretty good theory because there have been many times, which is why I keep saying I'm not joking and I'm telling the truth. And Kamala Harris has the same problem. There's times when they say something they think is just really profound, and the audience should just erupt, and they don't. Do you think people have look? Hey guys, we can't have him saying things and y'all not applaud. So I would not put that past any politician or political party. 866 We Be Big, Kendall in Sweet Home, Alabama. Kendall, go ahead.
Hey, Biggins. I was going to talk about if you've seen the story about your hometown boy, Calhoun County correction officer that was arrested for stealing Pokemon cards in uniform.
You know, I haven't. Yeah, believe it or not, I don't have a copy of the Oxford Sun or Anniston Star coming to the house. So no, I have not seen that. No, I haven't. So
Pokemon cards.
Yeah, Pokemon cards. There it is.
Yeah, in
Pokemon
uniform.
Cards. In uniform.
Slide down the ad and give me that name real quick.
Of all the things that if you're going to have your career tainted over Pokemon, you just hate for that. Who was he stealing from? Walmart? That's what it looks like.
Yeah, Walmart.
No, in uniform. I haven't seen that. I sure haven't. I just saw it now.
I didn't know there was such a demand for those.
Yeah, it's the Pokemon thing. I remember when that weird thing got started and kids were into it. Is it still got momentum?
Everybody had the little electronic keychain looking thing.
Yeah, I would think if I was as old as this guy looks and I'm still obsessed with Pokemon cards. But anyway, so
I saw one sold, like the most expensive one sold ever. I hear a lot less about it these days, but I did see that a super rare gold card sold for like $2 million or something like that.
Is that his game? He don't really care about them. He's just
he's
selling
trying to make money off. Of course, you don't need to steal anything while in uniform. You don't really need to steal anything, uniform or no uniform. But it does add to it if you're a correctional officer.
What was that, Adler? You said a what sold for $2 million?
It was like a gold card.
Gold?
I'm trying to find.
Don't go into that world.
So I mean, we don't expect to find those down at Walmart, do we?
This was in a random pack.
Yeah.
Really?
But there was only like
so
one.
It's like a
Willy Wonka.
Willy Wonka deal. Huh?
Is it a Willy Wonka thing? I find that whole Japanese anime thing to just be weird.
I do too.
I'm talking about beyond just any of it. It's a weird. It feels dark to me. I don't like any of it. 866 We Be Big is the number. Let's go to Wayne in Alabama. Wayne, go ahead.
Yeah, what I have is on the inflation. You look at what Washington is doing and not what they're saying. In the 2022 election cycle, the maximum someone could donate to a campaign was $2,900. Because of things costing so much more in the 2024 election cycle, the maximum an individual can donate went up to $3,300 because the politicians know they need that money. That's a 13.87% increase with that one election cycle.
Okay.
Well, that kind of falls in line with the other numbers we've seen since President Biden took office. Inflation has been extremely high. And again, a lot of that was money in circulation versus a shortage of supply, which is only made worse when you print more money, which is bizarre why we keep trying to get out of inflation that way. We all had 8th grade civics, but never mind that.
It's going down, Bubba. Wages are up.
And I'm sorry, I got to correct myself. This did sell for $2 million, but it was a Magic the Gathering card. Post Malone, the rapper, bought a Magic the Gathering card for $2 million. That happened earlier this month. So it wasn't a Pokemon, but those are still selling, but maybe not for that much.
Wow. Post Malone's an intriguing individual.
Oh, he'll get a tattoo in a second.
Yeah, I'd like to study him.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that sometimes I've noticed because the tat people they're really losing sight of less is more? Does it become kind of like hoarding? Like you can't stop doing it?
There is an addiction side
it
to
appears
that,
to
right?
be an addictive thing. Yeah.
There is.
John in Alabama. John, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, you was talking this morning about
putting hair gel on the toothbrush.
Correct.
I use a hair paste, and I have done that multiple times, buddy. And in there in the dark room, I have stuck it in my mouth.
Oh,
and let me tell you, it does not taste anywhere near like it smells.
You're right about that.
Right there is Bank 9, by the way.
There you go.
If you listen closely.
Right.
That's a Bank 9 for you.
Robbie in Ocean Springs, and I want to tell you this, Speedy, and I think it still works out.
7 and 8.
It always skips to 9. I don't know why. Have you noticed that too? Yeah. And I think sometimes 7 and 8 will come back into play, but they're not in the right sequence. It always skips from 6 to 9, and it leaves 7 and 8 alone. Now eventually 7 and 8 will come alive.
I've been noticing that back in the screening room.
But
again.
isn't that weird?
Meat Day, it panics me.
It doesn't work.
It does exactly what Rick's saying, and so it confuses the crap out of me.
All right. Robbie in Ocean Springs. Robbie, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are y'all?
We're good.
Hey, you want to see if y'all heard about that story in Florida about the pastor with the big theft ring from Home Depot?
Yes, we talked about that either one of the days this
it
week.
Was yesterday.
Yeah,
late yesterday.
Oh, okay. I just saw it this morning. I just want to see if y'all talked about it, get y'all's opinion.
Yeah, because for some reason we called it Rock Creek, but the Rock Church.
First time I read it, Rock Creek.
Yeah, but we did see that. Let's go to Carter.
Great community.
Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, how y'all doing?
Good, Carter. Go ahead.
I was wondering if Rick and Bubba had any driving tips, because I'm on my way to the DMV right now. Turned 16 yesterday.
Oh, really? The right lane is for slower traffic. The left lane is a passing lane. Get out of the left lane. Never camp out there.
He's talking about for his test.
A yield is not a stop sign. I'm just firing it all out. I mean, I'd like to train a guy from the ground up.
Use your blinkers.
Yeah, make sure your mirrors are adjusted. Use your blinkers and come to a complete stop. I mean, rock all the way back. Where are you taking your test at?
Scottsboro, Alabama.
Well, we don't know that area real well on driving tests. Yeah.
Well, good luck. I'm sure you'll pass. You sound like you're confident.
Based on my days out there on the road, it's not that hard a test, apparently. People pass it pretty easy.
I remember taking my driver's test like it was yesterday because I was there early, man. I wanted to get that
excited
done. Yes.
Well, see, that's another thing.
I could drive. I was ready.
Yeah.
I needed that freedom.
But have you noticed? We keep talking about this generation of young people that are terrified of everything, and they don't know how to cope, and because they haven't been allowed to have discomfort or to lose or anything, and then it's even led into some of them are afraid to learn to drive.
Oh, I know.
They don't rush out and get their license immediately.
Braden was like that. Of course, he had a wreck, and that's what put him in that position.
That'll do it.
But yeah, he was kind of like that. He's like, why do I want to drive? I got friends that are driving all over the place. I just jump in with them.
Well, you talk about a concept we couldn't even wrap our mind around.
I was pawing the ground.
I was laying there in the grass for the sun to come up.
Yeah,
I had dew on me.
I literally was in the parking lot when they opened the door.
Right. We continue. Let's go to John in Missouri. John, go ahead.
Morning, gentlemen. Hey, I got two things real quick. Number one, the inflation part. I'm a owner-operator. I drive from Ohio to Wentzville.
Wow.
2 to 3 times a week. My fuel prices have never got under $3 since he's been in office. Also, the cost of freight went up, which means the cost where I got lower. And one more thing, I don't know if you guys ever heard this. I was listening to Dr. Naputi the other morning, and he said they're going to start linking COVID-19 to meat. You guys heard anything on that?
Is that it's in the meat
I
thing
keep hearing
again?
this. I keep hearing
what is that
it's
about?
Headed, I keep hearing this too, but I don't know any details.
What?
Yeah.
Is this conspiracy? Is this a real thing?
I think it came up a long time ago. We looked into it, and it was a false story, but I don't know. I don't know if there's an update on it, so not sure.
Yeah. Look, nothing will surprise me right now. Nothing. I can't even remember the last time I said, really, that surprises me. Nothing. And do not say you've seen it all.
Yeah.
Because you haven't. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, how are you? So he's over greeting, and then he's got hashtag I'm free for lunch, hashtag I forgot my wallet.
Okay.
That's good. He's got Adler with a video camera, and then pointing to a horse that has on a gi, which is hilarious. That is so funny.
He's got Adler split into two people.
He does. That's funny. And then Big Boy's looking through the window out there. That's really good, guy.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And
Rick, you back there holding a good book?
Yep, got the Bible and got my jersey on. That just a little misstep there. He's got me wearing 77. Actually, the joke was 075, but it's close.
Gonna call you sevens now, Rick.
Well, I guess you could, but it's still hilarious. So thank you.
It's a great picture.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate that very much.
It's bothering Rick that the number 77.
Well, I mean,
Y'all sure that ain't a five?
With there's so many great details in here. You know, what I mean,
I know.
The details in here are incredible.
I know my hair was that one.
Can I tell you where I think? Because you start trying to figure out where Tim got all the stuff. Of course, the stories on the air have always been 075.
I know.
And matter of fact, Sherry Rose was laughing about that yesterday at the function. But there actually is a picture of me at one point. I don't know who came up with this idea at the high school where my two of my kids played, and it was like if you had they had these dad games where the dads of each player would come out, and they would try to get you to wear your son's away jersey. And of course, they made them now where they're so tight.
Yeah.
And there is a funny picture of me trying to pull on a 77, which was what number Brooks was. So I don't know if he saw that.
Maybe that's what it was.
That may be what it is,
Rick.
Rick.
Because that was actually Brooks now.
Okay.
See, there we go.
Could be.
Mystery solved.
Yeah. So that may be it, because there is a picture of that we used, on something one time.
Jerseys can't be worn now like they used to.
Yeah, the old deal.
They look ridiculous.
I remember it used to be so cool on game day. You'd wear your jersey to school, but
you
now
can't wear those
the way they make these jerseys, you can't wear them unless you're playing.
You got these little.
Yeah, and then they come up on their shoulder and look ridiculous. So you can't wear the cool jersey anymore. And I mean, those things are skin tight now, and. Of course, any jersey would be skin tight.
Yeah, I started saying, what's the difference about that, Rick?
Yeah. I noticed on Sunday, too, speaking of that was an interesting look you had. That looked like you were very comfortable, but yet somewhat dressy.
What, are you making fun of what I had on?
No, I'm always looking for things that will work.
Somewhat dressy.
Well, I'm talking about, but it was a button down, but it was not tucked in, but yet he had a suit jacket on. And I kind of thought, well, that was an interesting.
That's about as sloppy as you can get.
You talking about the untucked sport coat?
Yeah, the untucked button down
Betty dressed
with
me,
the sport jacket
I just
on.
went with whatever.
Well, what I'm talking about is that stylish. What I thought about, because I'm gonna tell you something.
Sure, it is.
That's
Rick.
life changing.
Sure, it is.
If that's allowed, I'm in.
Yeah, let us know.
It's allowed.
Rick, please let us know.
Yeah,
well,
can you get back to me on
that? Since tucking's not an option.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because no, you were looking sharp. I thought it was a good look. I was thinking, well, I'm just taking.
You raise it on me.
No. The first thing I thought is that's the only option we got right now. But if
I started to wear jeans and just a raincoat to get in at one point.
Oh gosh, that was.
I come through rain. I was coming from the other direction, and my goodness, it rained.
Well, we have deals within our group that we have to do. Like my mom, there were two things that we got. We were told. So my dad does not like to wear a suit either, as you can. None of us do. Who does? Mm-mm. And so she said, "Look, your dad needs to wear a suit. You're wearing a suit, so I can tell him you're wearing a suit." And I said, "Mom, I can't go tie for this." And she said, "Well, you don't have to do a tie." She said, "But you're gonna have to." Because she goes on the actual induction, he's got to wear like a tux.
Yeah,
and I told him
that ought to be good.
I told him he has to have a suit on for this today, but I told him because he always asks, "What's Rick and Greg wearing?" And so I told him, y'all wearing suits, so y'all gonna wear a suit. So we got that, and then the other one was from our sister, which she said this was her only birthday gift she wanted to ask us for. She has one of her sons, the little one, the twins. He does not like to wear what he calls hard pants, which are dress pants.
Hard pants?
He calls them hard pants.
He would rather wear sweats.
He wants to wear soft pants. He likes soft pants. He doesn't like hard pants. So she says, if you two say anything about hard pants today, I will kill you. I will kill both of you.
She said, that's all I'm asking for
her birthday. For her birthday. She said, I'm playing a birthday card. You don't have to get me anything if you will not bring up hard pants, because I know that's what y'all going to do. Because if we know something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And he comes in.
Some hard pants
she even had him in a bow tie. I mean, he looked sharp.
Yeah. I love the term hard pants.
Yeah. It's so,
he don't like hard pants.
No, he don't like hard pants at all. back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. The Revelation chapter 18 today. We'll start as we move through the book of the Revelation and have been doing that since January. So that's happening again today. If you can't catch it live, catch the archive later on our YouTube or podcast channel. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Are you sleeping on a mattress that was tailored just for you? Well, if you're not sleeping on a Helix mattress, you probably aren't. But just like Greg and Lisa Burgess have been saying for how long, Greg? How long y'all had the Helix?
Oh, a couple years.
Couple years, and you love it?
Do.
Little baby brother snuggles in it every night.
It's been over 100 days, and I kept it.
Yep, you kept it. You got 100 days to sleep on it. If you don't like it, they'll refund the money. They're going to ask you how you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach. Do you like a firm mattress, medium? You like something softer? They've got children's mattresses. They got big and tall. There's different styles. They come with outstanding warranties. And you got 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure you love it. They send it right to you. Take that box, go into the room where you're going to set it up, put it on the bed, and here we go. But you're going to love it. I mean, you think they're going to offer 100 days and you give your money back and stay in business if people are sending it back. They're not. We're also going to save you 20%. So go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So life, inside a building, this is new for us. 13 years we were in kind of a plaza. So we kind of had our own world. We had our own bathrooms. We had our own everything. Had our own kitchen. Didn't have to really share space with other people. Now the studios and our offices, even though we have our own wing, we actually share a lot of things with an entire commercial building of various agencies and businesses. And a couple of things are going on. First of all, the ongoing mystery of Suite 200.
Yeah.
Like Bubba said this other day, and he was right, and it's still that way, Bubba. He said, if you think people were confused before, now the actual, what do you call the thing you go in and look at where everything is in the building, that menu thing there?
Yeah, it's like an electronic sign.
It's now it's not working.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so now people stand there, they're more confused than ever, but I wonder if this might even take away some confusion because now there's not all these 200s.
Yeah,
and
maybe so.
I literally love to walk out in the lobby and I see a confused person, I say Suite 200, and they go, they think I'm clear.
Rick, I had somebody in a car ask me where Suite 200 was the other day in a car in the parking lot.
That's unbelievable.
That's crazy. I really do think somebody needs to get a Sharpie and just put 200 in with an arrow pointing up.
Yeah. That's what I go to and I point up.
I'm still confused why you enter on the first floor and think it could be on the first floor. That part I still don't get.
Yeah.
That I understand you not knowing where it is, but why do you think it's on the first floor? Now that I don't get. But anyway, something else. So this they put this up. I forget how long ago it was. Now they've changed it because people like me kept running into the glass. And what it is, it's this snack area.
You hadn't caused them to change that, have you?
Oh yeah, it's a better setup now. They've got a full blown door frame now.
They changed the.
Well, you now can see that's
Rick,
glass.
Don't you ruin that snack
They put
bar.
No. Listen to what happened.
They're covering.
So anyway, I went in. Now here's how the snack thing works. You go in, you get your snack, you go over to this computer, you put the barcode under there, they charge you, you swipe your card, you roll, okay? So I walked out of there the other day. I found two things up there that I really like, and I'll hit those when I need to. So I walk out, and one of the guys, probably one of the famous Suite 200 people, because apparently that suite houses multiple agencies. So I'm walking out, and the guy said, I hope you paid for that, and he was kidding around. And I said, yeah. And I was laughing. He goes, they're looking for thieves in the building. I said, what? He goes, oh, yeah. He said, people have been going in there and stealing snacks.
Come on.
He said, and I said, well, don't they have a security camera and see who it is? He goes, they do. And I said, they don't have a way to call that? He said, well, they do. They have footage of you, but then they're trying to ask people in the building, do you know who these people are? So we're all supposed to be looking for the people that are stealing snacks. So
I wish there would be a company-wide email go out and Bubba be up there.
I do too.
But have you seen this guy?
But
he's wearing a backpack.
I haven't been up there in a while, and I don't get a lot out of there, but I like to know that it's there if I need it.
Right.
I wonder if they could.
He came in here in search of something healthy.
I wonder if they could share that footage because. For instance, if there's a let's say there's a break-in on campus at Jacksonville State, wherever it is, they'll send a wide video or a still shot and go, do you know these people?
What if they had
Why can't they do that?
A court board?
Is there some lawsuit or something you can set yourself up for?
Well, you're asking the question. I looked at the guy, and of course, we were laughing about it, and I said, the only recourse the snack company has is they see footage of people, but they can't find them.
Yeah,
I'm confused.
Yeah,
and,
I don't like that.
And then I'm asking the question, because I guess it's working out. If you are a snack stealer, you know they see you, right? I mean, there's I mean, the cameras are in there,
And you're grown. Why
And-
are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, who's so bad off? I mean, of course, according to Biden, Bidenomics is working.
Yeah.
Why would people have to steal snacks?
Well, people are probably seeing all these people that are ransacking stores in
Yeah.
California.
True.
Go that they're not going to do anything to
Well,
you.
at least I'm not doing. You know what? You may be. I guess people think if I can walk in a retail store and walk out stealing snacks out of the snack bar, that's nothing.
I'll tell you what they need to do. They need to get Adler to help them, because he was good at sniffing them people out and stole them earbuds. that
Yes,
time.
he was, Greg. Thank you.
I
for
knew
that.
this was going to
That's great, Greg.
Every
That's-
time.
It's really good, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, you love that, don't you?
Well, false claim there. You didn't know.
I didn't know.
Right,
Greg.
He put foreign relations back about a decade.
Greg, you know what? I should have said to this guy, look, tell Adler about it. He'll get to the bottom.
He'll
of
get
it.
to it. He'll sniff him out.
Hey,
Call him out on
hey,
it, too.
Greg, they're not sending their best, okay?
Oh, my goodness.
You're right.
It's a joke.
Oh, my goodness.
That's
Thank
a
you, Donald
joke.
Trump. Greg, first
That's
thing
a
Adler would
joke.
scream is, this is a family business.
You can't do it.
They
It
need
wasn't
a,
me, though, either, also. It was not me.
They need like headshots of like buildings most wanted, and
I
you
like-
just put them all up.
Yes.
I'd like to ask y'all this question.
Bathroom offenders.
Yeah.
I kind
snack stealers.
Flip flops was in there again.
Yeah, flip flops is regular.
Boy, he's sketchy. I wish he'd move away from that first stall.
I know.
I'm
move
tired
on
of
down.
seeing you flip flops.
Move on down.
Good
Get
gracious.
flip-flops in that.
Well, spread them feet out too.
But I was boy, he's in there a while too. But I was going to ask you this: what percentage of the snack stealers do y'all think total accident? I meant to pay for it. I walked out. I had something on my mind, or I was talking on the phone.
1%.
Oh, only 1%?
Maybe 10%.
I'll give 10-15%.
All right. Well, how many go in and they realize, oh wow, my wallet, it's wherever, and they walk out without paying, but then they come back.
Are you talking from personal experience?
No,
Or
I'm just
the
asking
wallet?
because
Oh.
because if it's a card situation, you might go, I thought I had it on me and I don't.
Well, how do you go back and pay?
got to
unless
save the
you
wrapper.
keep the wrapper.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, Speedy can't go up there because it requires you taking your wallet.
That's right. And everybody knows I don't have it on me.
But I guess I'm wondering. So let's say I accidentally stole a snack.
Mhm.
Accidentally.
And I've already eaten it, and I've thrown it all away. What do I do? Who do I call and say my bad?
My bad. I need to swap my card somewhere.
But I find myself, I find myself kind of wanting to get involved. I want to catch the snack stealer.
Yeah.
I do too.
I'm all in.
Okay.
Stop,
I'm with
thief.
you, Helmsy. If they just send me the footage, I'll find
Is
it.
it anybody that we see a lot in the bathroom?
Well,
sure.
Well, I'll tell you.
Those
when
feet have been in there.
Well, you know what? On the picture, I'll go, I don't know who this is. Oh, wait a minute. I see the feet. I know exactly who that is.
You know who I think would be good to guard that area? Ed, the bathroom prophet.
Absolutely.
They wouldn't get by him.
No.
No. Hey, you paid for that? You paid for that?
You know what? I haven't told this story about Ed.
You haven't.
I haven't told
That's
that.
got to happen next.
I haven't told that.
Golly, you haven't.
Okay. Well, I'll tell that. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A pair of jeans if your life depended on it.
No,
He considers them
anything
hard pants.
he's got a category of what he calls hard pants, and by golly,
That is fun.
But you know what? If you think about it, we feel the same way.
Yeah.
I mean,
did y'all fight the Ohers? Did you make it to the day?
What was your birthday? I
honestly, the birthday card was only now. Her
I
just
made one bow tie crack.
Right. We got a couple of bow ties. But that was one of those things you do to survive. I had to say something about the bow tie.
Well, he would know something's up.
You're right. But boy, I tell you, when I first saw him, I wanted so bad.
Oh, Rick.
But I didn't because she played the birthday card, and if she didn't have that in her arsenal, I start hard pants the minute I see him.
We said, by the time we left, he'd had on a pair of sweatpants. If we got him going about it.
Oh, no question about it. I love doing stuff like that. She even asked us. She said, "What kind of people do what y'all do? Why do y'all mess with like little kids?" I mean, that she goes, "That just seems so like elementary that people shouldn't raise on little kids."
Well, it's like a homecoming game.
It
Everybody
is.
needs
Oh,
one.
I love to work them into a friend.
Yeah.
Oh, and he is a target.
Oh yeah, yeah. So we had like Sherry's niece, her brother was playing, and by the way, that's another thing I was talking about. I actually went to a soccer match.
Saw that.
I saw that, Rick.
Boy,
Did you enjoy it?
Hey, that sport needs work. I mean, I went there because I love my nephew and I was there to support him
Sure.
and watch him get after it. But that sport needs help.
It could have been worse.
And guys, I think I saw one. I thought I saw one thing. If we would just, I tell you what's interesting because Sherry's from a small town, Alabama, like I am. It is odd to watch people like us try to cheer for soccer because everybody there looks like they belong, at a football game. It's that football culture, and like their kids are playing soccer, and you can tell, like they won't have that same intensity, screaming and all that, and it doesn't really lend itself to that because nothing ever happens. I mean, nobody ever scores.
Look, if they just get rid of the goalie or something.
I think I have a fix for it. I saw something.
Make the net, about 30 yards wide.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, go ahead.
Well, I was calling about that comment from Captain Anonymous about the attendance of the MLS Championship compared to the Super Bowl. But as much as we love a guy that has an opinion that he won't put his name on, the guy's probably right because was it approximately $1,000 a seat for the Super Bowl, and for $30 you can sit on the 50-yard line with a hot dog at the MLS Cup.
Yeah, I was looking at because with it, and it's a bigger picture. We were talking about soccer earlier, and somebody was trying to make the point that professional soccer has gotten so popular in our country. Of course, Greg made the point, it has a lot to do with our open southern border, but but it's become so popular in our country that they actually drew more fans for their championship than the Super Bowl drew at the same stadium. And while factually, if you look at that, that is correct. The MLS game in December had 73,000, and the Super Bowl listed their attendance at 70,000. But there are other points to make, like the caller. First of all, are we saying the Super Bowl wasn't sold out, or did the stadium get configured differently where there were 3,000 less seats?
I was going to say, I didn't see any empty seats at Super Bowl.
Or plus, like we talked about, we were seeing tickets in the end zone for $3,000. Didn't really have that for the MLS. And then you look at the TV money. I assure you nobody's paying $3 million for 30 seconds on the MLS game.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, it was an event to those who love it. But as far as it having macro appeal, did anybody even know when the championship game was if you weren't a soccer fan?
Rick,
I didn't.
For last
I think everybody
year,
knows when the Super Bowl is.
Yeah.
For last year, Major League Soccer had an average home attendance of 21,875 per match.
Right.
Major League Baseball had 28,000. So and they can't
Football,
help the
baseball beat
stadiums
that.
they're in. I get that. That's another
but
point to
in
make.
fairness
but
to the caller, though, for him to say that their championship game in the same stadium, I don't know how the stadium was configured or whatever. If you look at the number of people that were in the stadium for the championship game, MLS did exceed the Super Bowl based on the numbers they both turned in.
But what is the average for football?
But to say that MLS has reached the level of the Super Bowl and their championship game it was bigger than the Super Bowl is incorrect.
And don't forget this, I may be wrong here. Atlanta was playing in the championship game in Atlanta.
Correct.
Yes, that is right.
correct.
Yes.
So
And
that
won it.
also makes a difference.
Yeah, but now is soccer more popular in this country than it's ever been?
Absolutely.
No doubt about that. But it has not exceeded the event known as the Super Bowl when you factor in TV money, advertising money, what the seats cost. The
TV ratings alone.
Yeah, the MLS game came and went. I didn't even know it existed.
Yeah.
Now that because I wasn't into it, but people who don't even care about football.
But now it is a lot bigger than it ever has been.
No doubt about it. Of course, is our country better for it? No.
There's a reason why we watch Monday night football instead of Monday night soccer.
Yeah.
There's a big reason for that.
Well,
Thursday night.
We'll throw a
Hey,
Thursday.
Thursday night soccer? No. Monday. It's Thursday night football.
Yeah. Well, look, I do think if our country continues on the road it's on, there'll be a day that soccer will be more popular than American football. I don't know what the country's going to look like, but I think that we probably are on the road. I wouldn't be surprised by that.
About when Bernie goes in.
Yeah. Would y'all be surprised by that? I mean, we don't even know what bathroom to go in anymore.
No.
That's true.
But anyway, all right. So Adler, it's a terrible transition because we just talked about the fact that.
Well, I mean, we can ask. I mean, he's what an expert on this.
Yeah, we were talking about the guy who took himself out of contention for a state championship because he wouldn't wrestle women. And Adler is going to do a Brazilian Jiu Jitsu competition, and we know you have actually fought.
You wrestle women all the time.
You know,
kind of your thing.
You know. is 6.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. Coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Live or archived on various platforms. Find them all at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Our last day this week was Speedy. He and his wife are going to take a little vacation, long weekend coming up. But he's here today, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here, and we really appreciate all of you being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
So we were talking about life in a commercial building, sharing space, and all the, and we love to develop characters and get to know people with different personalities, and you have different personalities that you encounter on a regular basis when you work, in a place that houses many agencies and offices. And of course, some of our characters in our, year and 8 months that we've been here, I think it's possible that Red Shoes, who actually made the cover of last year's CD, in a indirect way, I think it's possible that Red Shoes is Flip Flops. This is just
a summer version.
Just a summer version, because Red Shoes and Flip Flops use the same stall.
Yeah, they do.
And they seem to stay in there for about the same amount of time. So it's possible that Red Shoes is Flip Flops.
I just saw dress shoes.
Yeah, and dress
I
shoes.
don't know, dress shoes is new.
Right.
Little pointy toe.
Right. And, and you've got, there's Freight Guy.
Yeah.
He and I interact quite a bit.
Okay.
I like Freight Guy.
Yeah,
he's
good.
always moving freight.
Yep.
And he says, that's all I'm doing. I'm moving freight. You've got, I guess, telemarketer. That's the guy that talks to customers on the toilet. And he'll go all the way down to handicap.
Oh, yeah.
And when we have all these different people that we interact with, well, one of them is Ed, the bathroom prophet.
Yes.
And Ed is, hey, let me tell you something. Ed is, he's a good man.
He is.
He's
always brings a little. I mean, he's like sunshine.
He is sunshine, but now
happiness.
He is going to want to talk to you about some of the Old Testament prophets.
Yes.
And you're going to hear some of their prophecy, and you're going to hear the fulfillment of that prophecy, and you're going to hear about end times a lot with Ed. And the fact that we're going through the Revelation, the Wednesday Bible study, I'm pretty good on. I'm kind of like, yeah, that I'm getting kind of some of that, every week. But thank you, Ed. And so. Ed crossed the line, as you remember, and it's been a few months ago now, and that was that Ed began to a rare journey into the New Testament. That Ed began to read to me, how the Old Testament and the writer of Hebrews are speaking about. But he did it when I was in the end stall,
right?
The handicap stall that has the more room, and I'll always move if there's someone who needs it from a handicap standpoint. I've never been in that situation. It's usually available, and I like the room. And Ed began to talk to me through the door while I was doing my business. And the first time, I just panicked and buckled down like somebody who was going through trauma. And if my pants had not been around my ankles, I probably would have gotten the fetal position because it was making me so uncomfortable.
He's just outside the door to the stall, right?
I was literally being damaged mentally. Okay, and I didn't say anything because I was traumatized. Okay, he never got one response from me, but he just continued. And so
you're saying it's a foul talking through the bathroom door.
Way over line, especially trying to do a Bible study through the stall when someone's got their pants down, doing what is not a pleasant thing anyway.
And it's usually a pretty quick trip for us because we have to hoof it to get over there and get back.
Yeah. This, unfortunately, was post-show,
oh, okay.
which means I didn't, I was really settled in.
Needing a break.
Yeah, and so it happened again about 10 days ago. Ed, the bathroom prophet, and I were engaged again. And so I said, Ed, man, it's good to see you. And I agree with everything you're saying. And thank you for once again reminding me of God's wrath. And so I was, because we can't appreciate his grace if we don't understand the wrath.
Yep.
But it's okay to talk about the grace every now and then, Ed. But so anyway, I go down to the end. He clearly sees what I'm doing. And I shut the door. He's exiting, and he turns, and he comes back and he says, "Hey, I just wanted to share this." I said, and it happened. You know how sometimes it's just it's a fight or flight. Those two decisions. And the last time it was flight. This time it was fight. I said, "Hey Ed,
couldn't fly."
I just said, "Hey Ed, I just got to tell you this ain't happening again." And you could tell it shocked him a little bit. All of a sudden, I heard it coming out of it. I couldn't believe I was saying it. It was almost like my psyche says, we're not going through this again. You can't take this again. I had drawn a line.
Yeah.
And I said, Ed, you need to move away from the door. If you want to talk to me about this, this is not the time or the place. I cannot sit in here and you talk to me through the door while I'm using the bathroom. Please, we cannot do this.
Was anyone else in there?
This is not going to happen. No, it was just me and Ed.
No.
And so I drew a line. I finally drew a line. I said I can't. This is not happening. And to his credit, he said, "I'm sorry. I will move on."
Wait a minute.
He said he backed away.
He did back away.
So, and how long has that been?
About 10 days ago.
Okay, so he hasn't tried it again. I have been holding this for y'all for 3 days now. So I went in that last stall the other day. I found a time. Yes, Greg. It's so eloquently put. I went in that last stall, thought I had a minute, nobody in the bathroom. I try to catch those moments where I can get settled in.
They're so precious.
So nobody's in there.
They're so precious.
Okay? Get settled in, and I look down, and somebody's cell phone is sitting on top of the toilet paper.
With you in there?
With me
they
in there.
left it, which means they're coming back.
And they did. They came back.
While you were in there?
While I was in
and
there.
you had to interact and hand it over the
No, I didn't. They knocked. They
Slide?
said, "Is there a cell phone in there?" And I said, "Yes, sir, there is." And I said, "Give me a few minutes, and I'll be out, or I can either put it on the counter when we're done, or I can leave it alone, whatever." And he said, "All right, I'll be back in a few minutes."
Oh hell!
And I was so I didn't touch his phone or anything, but it ruined it.
Did it mess all that up?
No, not really. I was able to complete the deal and get out of there. But it was, to your point, it was so uncomfortable having a conversation with somebody on the other side.
Do you realize that?
And if he would have asked me to just hand his cell phone under or kick it, I don't know that I could have done it.
What if he just said, "Look, I need you to get me my phone, and could you mix a little water with it?"
Can I tell you this?
I was so uncomfortable.
I'm so traumatized by that. Did you know I'm so traumatized for that my wife still cannot understand? We have been married for 28 years coming up our next anniversary, okay? My wife says, "Rick, we have been married this long and you still cannot have a conversation with me?" I said, "I can't. I'm so sorry."
No.
I said, marriage is wonderful, and there's a lot of things that marriage changes about your relationship, and you pretty much can do anything. I can't get past this. I can't explain it. And one of the things that gets me on this, and that's why I finally had to rise up against Ed, the bathroom prophet. We cannot do this. This cannot happen. That's what I kept saying. Ed, this cannot happen. And so I don't know if I think that was the right thing to do. But what happens is, and Seinfeld covered this one time, and I think this is part of it too, something about that natural process, when it's disrupted like that, sometimes it'll shut down.
Yeah.
And there's a window there you missed, and now you're stuck with it. You keep thinking, well, just do it another time, but it doesn't work that way.
You're right.
It doesn't work that way, and you can end up being launched into a day going, "Oh my gosh, the window closed."
Yeah.
I mean, now what? Now what happens?
Greg and I were having a conversation the other day. It's almost like it's a survival game with this bathroom and us every day.
Yeah.
It's a battle within yourself on, well, do I go here or do I wait? And then you start planning your day all around it because of that bathroom.
And listen, I'm a speed
Go
dumper.
up too crowded.
Greg can vouch for this.
It's part of my schedule.
I'm a speed dumper, so I can get in and out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But the other day I was a nervous wreck when I saw that cell phone.
Of course,
because I was like, okay, somebody's coming in here. Somebody's coming in here. Somebody's coming in here.
Well, imagine if Ed, the bathroom prophet, was outside the door talking to you.
See that?
So did I do the right
that's
thing?
Yes,
Did I?
100%.
I think I was. No pun intended.
listen,
I was backed into a corner.
And listen,
and I think I had to fight out.
You also helped many others.
Yeah.
Because I think you have. If he can. Oh, that's what I was going to say.
It won't stick.
You're not the only one he does this to.
Right.
If you'll do it to one person, you'll do it to multiple. So I think you've helped a group of people here.
I saw this one right after it happened. He was so distraught. You were beside yourself. Oh my gosh, it happened again.
Well, you know what I'm talking about. When you've had something happen in your life that's traumatic, you say, well, that's probably a one-time a lifetime. I won't have to deal with that again. And then you feel it about to happen again.
Yeah.
And you just say, can't happen.
No.
I was kind of like the person been abducted. You're not going to abduct me this time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thing. It's not kind of my thing.
How many have you wrestled since you started? Or rolled with, as you call it?
Probably,
which I don't
probably
think
like 6, probably 6 or
Do
so.
do you think that's appropriate?
It's not anything inappropriate.
Do
okay,
you
going
fight
on.
the women certain moves just like you do the men?
Do I fight certain moves?
Is there anything that you'd be uncomfortable doing wrestling a woman as opposed to a guy?
Yeah, there are some times when you're supposed to be very, very close to a person, and they would almost put you in a chest-to-chest type situation, and I generally avoid that kind of attack.
Well, there you go.
What I'm talking about, you really, that's, I'm just going to say something to you, and I want you to tell me how it sounds.
You could pick
okay?
words.
I just want you to tell me how
I
it
start saying, what about the old scissor hole?
Okay, Greg.
Okay.
What about the twister?
Okay.
I knew it.
These are all real moves, by the way. Those are real moves.
I knew it. I was going 3, 2, 1. But listen.
I cleaned it up, though.
Did you?
Because let me see if I want to be sure I have this right, because I may not have this right. Okay, Adler, it's certainly possible, because I don't know anything about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Yes.
Isn't this all about submission roles?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I'm talking about, hey, you submit. I have you in a position. You have to say,
I tapped out. Yes, you tapped.
I'm either about to break your arm.
Yeah,
or you
break
tap
bone.
out.
Think about what you're saying.
Or I can't breathe, or my vision is closing in, or my ankle's about to pop.
In
or
general,
whatever.
in general, haven't we decided, as I thought, as a civilized society?
Okay, guys.
Listen,
Okay, y'all just stop laughing over there. Good time, gang.
That we really probably shouldn't be taking women and putting them in holds till they have to submit and say, I give up.
All right. Well, it's
flattening their windpipe.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it good to flatten the windpipe of a female? I don't think it is.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
All right. So like,
unless she's trying to kill you.
You can die from a bear, like coming at you and clawing your face off. Right.
I don't know how we got to a bear.
You can also die if a boa constrictor, gets around your neck, or even a spider. Oh, got you right there in the neck. But see, it's just different. There are different ways to kill people, and I'm learning the ways of the snake and the spider.
Did I just go to sleep and miss a big segment
I'm just
of this?
explaining. I'm just explaining jujitsu.
In this tournament you're going to be in, are there going to be women in it? Or do they have two different categories?
They'll be in separate categories.
Okay.
Can I tell you? I'm just
size.
So you just roll with them when you practice.
And sex.
I'm just asking you.
You do what?
Gender and gender.
I'm asking you. I want you to stop. I want to.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Can I say this? And my point's gonna be very simple. We're gonna talk about
arm bars. Bad enough.
Listen.
Sorry, Rick.
Listen. I'm gonna make mine very simple. Okay, and then we'll talk about training for this tournament coming up. I want you to do all the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu that your little heart wants to do. I just want you to stay in the men's only division.
I am.
I don't want you rolling and choking and doing anything in the female division.
I'm in the men's. I'm
Right.
straight up in the men's division. I was saying I will be fighting someone the same age and skill level and size and gender as myself.
Okay.
It's pretty
Even though
much,
if you shaved, you have the hair to pass one.
okay.
I mean,
All right.
you want to jump
Okay,
over?
That's good, Speedy. That's good, buddy.
In
This
his
is like-
defense, though, the women are the ones who've been challenging him. He didn't
Correct.
go
They've been
say,
calling
I
him
don't
out.
pick women. I'm not like.
You can say no.
Oh,
you do
let's
realize
see.
you can
Well,
say no.
Matter of fact,
And you turn down a challenge?
Yeah, you can.
No, it's disrespect.
No, you can go. You can go. No.
You don't want to lose face.
Why would I do it like that?
What if-
Why would my voice change?
Greg, he lose face.
Yeah. Look. You could just couldn't you say?
Why would my
don't-
accent change?
He's not Asian.
Yeah, it does change when you go to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Now, for some reason, we've made Brazilians with an Asian accent. I don't know why.
No, but not roll with you.
But
It's not.
No grasshopper.
We would never.
my answer, no.
This is like, all right.
I will roll with you if you steal pebble from hand.
That's great, guys.
You can snatch milkshake from hand. I roll with you.
You'll get jacks. I go.
What is that? It's like Bloodsport. Okay, have you seen Bloodsport with Jean-Claude Van Damme? I'm like that. I'm a bad man. Okay?
I know. Well, you're making my case now.
Thank you.
Just say I don't want to wrestle women anymore.
I don't. I truly do not. I was about to say. All right. All right.
When we come back, we talk about your training for the big tournament coming up.
I don't think there's anything else to talk about. I think we discussed it all, guys. We've covered the bases.
Touch them all.
That was a bad illustration.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show, got a lot to do, still moving forward on the program today. If you are one of the men that emails me, at least once a week, which is great, I love the interest, and you're asking the question, is there a church near me that's doing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com? Well, here come 5 opportunities, and they're all this weekend, and most of these are kickoff services, meaning that these churches are just getting started, so you'll plug right in. Here's one that is not a kickoff. They've been doing it for a while. West Mobile Baptist Church on Saturday with Tim Ashley. This is their next man church, and they're actually in the second curriculum now. They're 2 years in, but Tim Ashley's there for their next gathering. Then they'll go back into the small groups with one of our curriculum they're doing. Then Hickory Hill Baptist Church, Westfield, Florida, Brian Gunn. They'll be kicking off on the 19th, so you can plug in there. East Heflin Baptist Church in Heflin, Alabama, will be kicking theirs off on Sunday night. Todd Jones will be there. I'll be kicking it off for Indian Springs Baptist Church. They do ask that you register. They're going to provide food that night. It doesn't cost anything, but they want to know that you're coming, so they be sure they have enough food. Indian Springs Baptist Church in Indian Springs, Alabama, will be kicking it off there on the 20th, and then also kicking it off in Flintville, Tennessee, Sunday night the 20th. Tony Cooper will be there. And just looking ahead to next week, because it is pretty close, I'll be at Parkview Baptist Church in Tuscumbia, Alabama. They'll be kicking it off on the 23rd, next Wednesday night. So make a note of that. And then the 31st of August, Calvary Baptist Church in Union City, Tennessee. They'll be kicking it off, and Lee Moore from our team will be there. All of those can be found at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Okay, so Adler, let's take a look. All this is going on with Trump. Let's take a look. Do you want to do 3D? Bubba, or start with 3A? I guess we start with 3A, don't we?
Yeah.
3A, and that's where Trump is announcing, you know what Trump loves to do. If you're going to go after him, then he's coming after you. So Trump is announcing that he is now going to put together a special counsel to investigate Joe Biden. So everybody's investigating him, and he said, "I'll see your investigations of me,
I'll raise you
and
one."
I'll hit one right back over the net." So here he goes.
That the Biden crime family received more than $20 million from foreign countries while Crooked Joe was vice president, and probably a lot more than that. That's just the money they found. Not one of Joe Biden's defenders has even attempted to explain what Joe and his family did, including his children and his grandchildren. What were they doing getting all of this money? I believe we have a compromised president. He was bribed, and now he's being blackmailed. He's a Manchurian candidate. That's why Crooked Joe is letting other countries walk all over the United States. He's afraid to bring it up. He doesn't want to talk about it. He's petrified of China because they know exactly how much money has been given to him, and they know exactly where it is. China has paid him a fortune. Just think of what China has gotten for all that money. Biden shut down my administration's initiative targeting Chinese spies in the United States. He shut it down cold. He let China off the hook for COVID. He shut down the investigation into the origins of the China virus. He did nothing as China began setting up bases in Cuba, taking over South America, and threatening Taiwan. They even took over the Panama Canal. We spent a fortune building it. Jimmy Carter's administration sold it for $1. We lost 36,000 people building the Panama Canal. The mosquitoes got them, malaria. The mosquitoes got them, and now China controls it.
So there he goes. Bottom line,
the presentation is golden.
Wow, mosquitoes got him. So bottom line, Trump pulling no punches. The dirty Biden crime families, he calls them. There needs to be investigation and all the stuff that they've done, including things that really are not up for debate. We can see what some of it is.
You know, we had a thing in this country one time called the Monroe Doctrine, which we would not let a foreign power have influence in our hemisphere, and that's long fallen by the wayside. Really. You know, and he does make a good point, and you can look this up independently. China is taking over South America and Central America and the Caribbean. If you've been to the Bahamas lately, you've seen what they've built over there. They are making deals in these South American countries, and of course, Rick, they come in like Santa Claus and say, "Look, we want to build you a brand new highway system. We want to build you a new power grid, and all that sounds good." But in exchange for that, they want military bases, and that is going to be a major concern for our military in the coming years. So we know that's taking place.
Well, you're not going to do all this to Trump, and it's one of the reasons why he is so beloved. Is that he doesn't take it lying down. I mean, if you come after him, he's coming after you. And so if the Democrats come after him, he'll go after them. He doesn't just sit there and take it.
Do you remember the first time
mosquitoes got him?
He talked like that, and see, now we're used to it. But the first time we heard a politician talk like that and not take it, and we were like, "Oh, wow, he's saying what we've always wanted to say." He's not taking it now. He sometimes doesn't have a buffer, but but that's what, to your point, Rick, he's so beloved by so many.
He has, as we said, we called this early on. He has what Greg has, and that's rude Tourette's.
He does.
Wait a minute. So what happens is he can't just say, for instance, I'm just making this person up. Yeah. He cannot say Senator John Smith is against me. He has to say Senator Big Ears. He's a crook. Dirty Big Ears. I mean, he can't just say the person's name and tell us why we should not trust them. Or whatever. He has to also throw in any kind of nicknames and barbs and,
true.
You're right. It's Senator Big Ears, who's dirty and can barely chew gum and walk at the same time, has the audacity, and you're like, okay. So he doesn't pull any punches. No. So we'll see how this all goes. We don't know if they'll be able to tie Trump up to where he can't run again, or whether anybody will hold the Biden family accountable. I'm starting to think on that latter one, it's the same old thing we've dealt with. It seems that dirty Republicans and dirty Democrats are treated much differently.
Well, the Republicans don't always go for the jugular, Rick. They may try to get something done. They may try to push you in the corner on something. The Democrats go for the jugular. I mean, it's just like with Trump. I mean, they've indicted 91 different indictments now, or in 4 cases, and I mean, they don't care. They don't care. It looks bad for a former president. They don't care about the precedent that it's going to set. When we do have a Republican administration, Joe Biden and his family's had it because they're going to get repaid all of this. Don't think it ain't going to happen, because it will.
Do you think, though?
And now we're letting state prosecutors bring charges against the president when he was sitting in office.
Yeah.
So that's another big jump we made.
Bottom of the hour.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so as we come back, we were talking to Adler. Now, you have a Brazilian Jiu Jitsu tournament coming up. Is that what it is?
Yes. I will be competing in a Brazilian Jiu Jitsu tournament. Yes.
In your own gender, which is good.
Yes.
And your own weight class.
So do they go by weight, size, age? How do they break that
The
down?
belt
color doesn't
Or
matter?
skill level? How does that work?
Belt, and then you've got age, and then you got weight. So I'll be fighting in the over 30 white belt, under 160.
Wow, we're getting real specific. So you against 2 other guys.
You can't bump at 160.
Are
you cutting weight?
I actually weigh 155 just walking around. So hopefully I can bulk up a little bit more and just be right under that weight and maybe wrestle down versus wrestling up. But,
Well, because the 30 helps you because you're barely in the 30s.
True.
Well, I'm 33.
Yeah, but that's
I'm
not
feeling every bit of it. My goodness.
Right.
This lady
because
beat
you're
me up.
fighting every third day.
This lady beat me up on Friday, guys, like you wouldn't believe.
See, this is the problem. This is problematic.
And there it is.
So,
Tied me in a knot.
So this weekend, you started to say, I got to up my game a little bit.
Tournament training, yeah. Lionheart Jiu Jitsu Academy in Birmingham, Alabama is where I train, and we're training for the Bama grappling
Bubba,
thing.
don't miss
whenever
Bama grappling.
it's happening April 6th, I believe. It's first Saturday in April. And
where is that at? Zamora Temple. They have a lot of events like that there, They do.
And so tournament as an academy, you got to gear up. You're as an academy, you're gearing up. You're like, all right, so
sensei.
You've got people that are just coming and
Cobra
drilling, and fighting, that kind of thing, and then just in class. And then there are the people that are going to be competing. Like, you don't have to
you don't have to compete. You choose to compete.
Can I tell you this? Is your academy like in Karate Kid? Would you be Ralph Macchio's, an older man that we all like, his training? Or are you more like the mean guys, the
Cobra Kai?
Cobra Kai.
We have a good mix of both. We have a good mix of both. Yeah.
There's Webby again. Does he make that sound the entire time?
He does. That's not Webby. No, that's just a sound effect you guys throw in. That is not my jiu-jitsu coach.
Yes, sensei.
But mostly what we're doing is we're carrying around like boiling pots of water with our forearms. As far as
hot, cold.
Yeah, that's what we do most of the time.
You had to go to a higher level this weekend, didn't you?
Yeah, Friday and Saturday we did tournament training. So we're actually doing a lot more work from our feet, because in the tournament we will start on our feet. You go and you slap hands with the other person, and then you try to take them to the ground, and you get points for takedowns. You get points for sweeps, and that is, say you're in a bad position and you get the top position. That's a sweep right there.
2 for that.
Yeah, there you go.
Turn 2.
And then they'll call you for stalling. Say if you're stalling on top, so you kind of gotta make sure you're always working towards something, some kind of goal, some kind of submission or whatever. But Friday we spent a lot of time on takedowns and.
How about that move where you ride on that ride?
Yeah, what about that move? We saw that video of you.
That is not. Well, no, guys.
Yeah, Webby
Will that happen?
Webby had you in a move. I thought you were in a third world country getting transportation.
Yeah.
We should call that ride a little horsey.
Yeah. Like out in front of the convenience store, that little steel one. Ride.
I don't think they have those anymore.
Where will this tournament be taking place at? Is it open to the public?
I think it. Well, y'all don't have to come. I would actually prefer. I would actually prefer that y'all would not be there, because if I lose, y'all are just going to be screaming and pointing and laughing. And at some point, I'm going to lose. I'm not going to go all the way through.
You're going to take the go
attitude to have.
At some point, come on.
What kind of attitude is that?
Don't make the face while you push the button, Rick. Rick goes. Don't make the
what
face
kind of attitude is that?
He's trying to bring Lionheart into here.
I don't want y'all there. Y'all are gonna heckle me.
Well, where is it though?
Why is it as a secret?
And I'm gonna be trying to be all cool, and y'all gonna be like,
Oh, you're talking about when you're in a circle where you kind of cool, and then we all show up.
Yes.
What's the name of the
event?
event?
A joke about it.
You'll be over warming up.
Y'all are gonna make a joke.
Just where is it?
Is it the Roll With Me tournament? What is it?
It's none.
Roll with me, Bama. What'd you say it
it's at
was?
the Zamora Temple. I bet it is.
It's not at the Zamora Temple. It's at Spain Park High School. Okay, so thank you very much, Greg.
Okay, there it is.
At least it was last year. I don't know where it is. I don't even know actually.
What's it called?
Never mind,
What's
it's
the name
canceled.
of it?
The whole thing's canceled.
Roller derby.
What was the name of it?
Yeah, what's VFW?
It's ZO.
What's VFW mean again?
Veterans of Foreign
You don't know
War.
what a VFW?
Come on.
I forgot.
Come on, Lion.
Oh, that's right.
Come on, line.
But y'all are going to make a joke out of it, and I'm very serious and nervous. In fact, sometimes I'll just sit and think about it, like in my life, and I get my heart rate will go up because I'll just be sitting about thinking about going out on the mat and facing facing down death, staring it in the eye.
What? It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us. ReliefFactor.com. Nancy from South Carolina says, my husband has been in horrible foot pain for the past few years. Certainly hurt his ability to work regularly. No prescriptions have helped very much, and they are expensive. He was walking like the character that Tim Conway played, that old man in the Carol Burnett show skit. He has only been taking Relief Factor now for for a couple of weeks, and said we are already seeing major results. As a matter of fact, after about a month, the pain is about 90% gone. More importantly, he's working more than he's home, and he's walking pretty normal again instead of like a penguin. So thank you for bringing Relief Factor into our lives. Well, we're glad to do it. And I hope that maybe some of you out there that are struggling with pain, this will be an all-natural answer for you, too. I take the product every day just for maintenance. ReliefFactor.com, I can, because it's all natural. Go there and get a 3-week supply. That's $19.95. And then, if hopefully you'll be like the majority of people that order the 3-week quick starter pack. They go on to order more because they see great results. Maybe you'll see results as good as Nancy's husband in South Carolina. Get yours now at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, this story you told us off the air and unfortunately, this is not a new phenomenon, and that is people who think they have relationships that they don't have. You said something, Greg said something in the break. I thought it was pretty easy to know whether you have a relationship with someone or not. I don't see where this is.
Maybe actually
is this
them?
difficult, but we
physically seeing them.
Yeah, we have a woman who was duped. I mean, duped to an extreme level.
This happens a lot, I think.
How does it happen?
I'm with you.
Yeah,
Rick, this lady,
Manti Te'o,
bless
too.
her heart.
Yeah.
She thought that she was having an online relationship with Stranger Things star Dacre Montgomery.
And which one is that how you say it? Is it Dacre? It looks like it's spelled
Which
Acre with
one's
Acre with the D.
That's
right?
what I'm
That's what I
going
told
with.
Bubba.
Dacre Montgomery.
I think I have to work things out.
Her name is Michaela. She shared her story on the YouTube series Catfished. She believes she had a connection with the star. She even left her husband.
Oh no!
And sent him $10,000, only to find out she had been scammed.
I hate to state obvious things here because I don't want to be mean because that's
This
not
has
my
got
nature.
plays Billy Hargrove on Stranger.
Yeah.
Oh, he was on that last season.
Yes,
He's been on. Oh, I know who that is.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with all the people on Stranger
I think
Things,
he
but
got killed off eventually.
But I'm talking about. Let's say that you are an entertainer of even moderate success.
Yes,
Okay?
or an athlete.
Yeah, or an athlete. The $10,000 that was no red flag for you.
Well, Rick, I think a lot of people have what I have called spatial displacement. They don't really understand their place in the world where they are. And I don't mean that in a discouraging way, but I mean in a realistic way.
Yeah, it's a form of being delusional, but it's very unique.
I look at myself and I go, probably not going to be an NFL quarterback. Just not going to make it. That doesn't mean I'm down on myself or I have less worth. I just know I'm never going to fit in that mold. I think this young lady probably should have been able to look at this and decide that a star, and I don't know him, probably not going to be her boyfriend. Probably.
And would probably how they met online would probably not be just online. Meeting people.
Well, I thought y'all both brought up a good one in the break. Bubba took it to one more step. I think that you also got to start thinking, are you really in a relationship with anyone if you've never seen them or met them in person?
That's a marker.
Yeah, and if it's going to be a romantic relationship, if you've never kissed them or made out with them, you're not in a relationship with them.
The days of pen pals that's done.
I'll make it simple. If you've never seen this person ever in person, face to face, probably don't need to send them money or run off and leave your husband.
Greg,
she's a little delusional too.
And to be honest, let's just call it. Here we
go.
That's just not going to happen.
Here we go.
I'm just saying.
Here we go.
I'm sure
what are y'all talking about?
A sweet young lady. And
sure. Nobody said she wasn't sweet.
Could find happiness in a lot of places. Probably not dating a Netflix.
Obviously, a little delusional.
Right. Yeah. Well, that goes back to Bubba's spatial displacement. How does this even? No pun intended. How does this even get off the launching pad? But all you need to know is that we're sitting here right now talking about how sweet she probably is. That tells you everything.
Funny, probably hilarious.
And you're not
got a great personality.
Smart.
You're not in a romantic situation if she hadn't tore that sugar up.
Yeah, right. Yeah, if you're not,
we're getting married,
right? Well, Greg, I'm leaving my husband on somebody I've never even been on a date with.
Never
I'm
spoken
sending a person on a successful series $10,000.
Now she is a single mother.
Yeah,
who is $10,000 down. Probably could use that money.
Oh yes.
I need to try to sell her some land.
These scammers
I'm
can
so
get pretty
in love
creative
with this person. I'm leaving my husband for them,
Guys,
and they're an actor on a successful series. And they just asked me for $10,000.
It's delusional enough if you just meet a person that's just say this is a person I met, and they try to milk you out of money. But like I said, so we got a guy who's on TV, and you just think he's out looking to get a date on the internet.
Well,
you're it.
Being delusional, being naive. I mean, Manti Te'o told us that he was just naive. This person
stupid.
Duped him. But I mean, these scammers. I mean, how do you get around FaceTime and all the stuff that now these kids do?
I know.
I mean, how do you get around that to really sell? Now, this is who I am, because at some point, I know if you're talking to me, I've got to see you. You know what I mean? I mean, I got to lay eyes on you.
Not just pictures, because you can send pictures.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, how I got to talk to you. So how do you get that far down the road and you've never seen the person?
It goes back to Bubba's
in
points.
video. That's Rick saying.
Bubba's point. I guess my demands of a relationship are much higher than a lot of people.
Guess so.
I have certain demands in a relationship before I declare it a relationship. And
Left her husband.
Spending some time together would be one.
Right.
Like you say,
actually meeting.
Yeah, FaceTiming would be a great start. You being alive in the room.
Yeah.
Okay. She explains in the story that she met the mysterious person online after she separated from her very toxic husband.
Yeah, well.
She joined an online artist forum to connect with other creatures like herself, she says.
Creatures.
That's what she said. Creatives, creatures. She hit it off with a stranger who hid behind his username before claiming he was Dacre, one of her favorite actors. And said they talked.
That's how he needs to do to get a date.
They talked for a long time. And he began to tell her that he was not happy in the relationship he was in and, all of this. And after months, she said that he admitted to having feelings for her and asked her to be his girlfriend. But again, they're only doing this online. I mean,
and the flag that it's a guy off television.
And he needed $10,000. That's shouldn't he be sending the money?
Right.
Well,
and she also discovered she had a defective mirror in her house.
Greg Burgess.
She didn't realize it.
Greg Burgess.
Greg. Why am I laughing? I'm laughing.
I am too.
Stop it.
I'm laughing because I can't believe he said it.
Oh, doggone it.
You think there's something wrong with it?
Something's up with this mirror.
Greg.
All right.
Well, it's
Here
not
he
a
is with
minor
his real
miss.
girlfriend.
Yeah, it's
See,
not.
that makes sense.
It's not a minor. It's not a minor case of being delusional or
That's
spatial
pretty
displacement.
big one.
It's a big one,
For lack of a better term.
right? You almost have to go down the road of he's got a preference.
Yeah, and there is that.
It's a little off the beaten path.
Hey, look, we've all been in the mall.
Hey, I'm looking at his
we've seen
pictures
it.
here. He's not got that preference.
No,
at all.
Well, and sometimes you'll see.
His real girlfriend.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see people like at the mall, and you'll see couples, and you'll think, "How did that happen?
How did it happen?"
But what you miss, you don't know what everybody looked like when they met.
Yes, you're
True.
right.
Some of that happens after that.
Yes.
See, I get those looks when I walk around with Betty. I know.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah, it's not always the girl. It's
Yeah.
a lot of times it's the guy.
Yeah.
Everybody in this room.
I will say that and this is where she was even more delusional. If you look like us, and I'm talking about myself.
Yeah, me.
We're male, so that already gives us a better shot at marrying someone out of our league.
Mm-hmm.
If you're female, and you're having maybe some of the uphill climbs that she has, finding a Hollywood actor that falls in love with you is it going to be more difficult?
Yes.
Okay, men are much more shallow. And you have to know that going in.
We are.
And that should be one of the red flags that also makes you go, this doesn't feel right.
No.
Again, I just stick to the maybe meet the person, face to face at least once before
Strange
you decide
concept.
you're marrying them.
Yeah, or throw them.
Maybe we start out with a nice light lunch.
Yeah,
But something.
Maybe let's
Maybe we have coffee.
I'm not accusing you of anything, but I can't go by pictures. I don't know what you're sending.
I bet she's a good cook.
Yeah.
You ain't got to worry about
You're running with Greg now?
I'm just saying.
He's behind that. Sometimes he doesn't think he's on the air.
He thinks nobody can see him.
Hey.
No.
It may be good food, but you better don't get up and leave the table.
Greg,
You might come back and it's gone.
Greg at rickandbubba.com.
Stop.
I'm not part of that.
Stop it.
She got scammed, Greg. She
I'll
got
be back. I'm
catfish.
going to the bathroom. Dang, it left me a piece of bread.
Hey, Greg.
Good night.
Tim
Greg.
Spencer would have wasted a salad on that one.
She got catfish, Greg, or as we call it with her case, she got whaled.
Adler. I'm not part of this.
Greg, I can't believe you said that.
I can't believe this.
Rick and Bubba.
Man, you're gonna be fighting another guy. It's $1.55. What are you scared of?
And he's got a white belt.
Yeah, no. If you would be scared if anybody,
Yeah,
could
a
fight
lot easy for y'all to say. Okay, easy. Well, I'm working really hard, and I'm gonna go into this thing where I
He's
don't know
gearing
how,
up, Rick.
I don't know how hard that guy's working. He could be working harder than me.
So, like, have you got any theme music when you come out? Like, what if you like are announced and all of a sudden you hear this?
Oh baby, roll with me.
Yeah. There you go. Well, if that's how you come out.
See, this is why y'all cannot come.
I'm
Y'all are
coming.
making a joke about it.
This is by my house. I'm coming. Let me tell you when you're going to know I'm here. Let's go, Adler!
Okay. See, y'all. I don't need y'all doing that because I need to be listening to the coach when I'm on the mat.
So
You're
they
supposed to
coach
listen.
you during the
They
match?
can
Keep
coach you.
rolling.
Yeah, they can coach you.
Oh, that's good.
They come out with like a strut.
And y'all are gonna be in there and be like, stand them up. Why are they? You let them-
Helicopter! Helicopter!
That's not a
Sleeper hold! Hey, call Greg. There's midget wrestling. Come on, Adler. You can beat her.
This is why y'all can't.
Bama grappling. I found it.
Uninvited. Y'all
Found
are
it.
uninvited to this thing.
Don't let her beat you, Adler.
That's not
Adler,
gonna happen.
wait till she takes her apron off.
I regret telling y'all about this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Calls the caller.
Oh, there's people. They actually have recordings of people calling in.
Well,
about it?
the people that called, I'm trying to find. I can't right now. It hadn't been released, but the people that called the police said that they didn't want to get too close because they didn't know if it was a deranged person.
But you know, if it had been a
Out there.
real person, they just bring in some fire sauce. He'd have been fine.
Yeah.
Saved his life.
All right, so I know that that you guys do not watch The Bachelor.
No.
But your wives do.
No, I don't. But
I'll be sitting in a chair and it will be on the television.
I catch a little overflow from Betty, and it is on Monday night.
So
I've already been told what the schedule is today because
Me too.
I'll be home and I'll be ready to watch at a certain amount of time. You need to be popping down. Don't be interrupting me.
And I'll usually sit over there and doze in and out through the first hour, and then I go to sleep at 8.
I was
I
watching.
gotta get up.
I'm trying to remember what I was watching last night. I saw a little bit of Shark Tank last night.
I did too.
Did you really?
Did you see them cookies for dogs?
I did. I love how everybody just kept saying nobody's going to bake.
Nobody's
cookies.
going to bake cookies for a dog.
But they finally got a deal.
How did it end? I fell asleep. Right
I fell asleep when we were going to the break, and the people with My Curl or something was about to get a deal from the one guy. The curl people.
Who got the dog guy?
That new girl.
Okay.
The one that was got the
Baking cookies to feed your dog.
Yeah, but anyway.
Would you do that?
So,
some people would do that.
So as I'm watching this, all of a sudden, a preview comes on. Or no, maybe no, because I'd been. Oh, I know what it was. I looked up and some very strange person was auditioning on American Idol. Extremely strange.
Okay.
So I stuck with that for a minute, and while I was watching,
that's back. I got to watch.
By the way, there's some weird people out there.
Right.
But they're like they're very soft-hearted a lot. This bunch, this panel. Look, just because somebody touches your heart doesn't mean they can handle what y'all send them on to. How in the world y'all think this girl can go to? She can't take this.
I know.
But anyway, so a commercial comes on, and all I see is the Bachelor jumping a fence and people screaming.
Yeah.
He's leaving.
Tonight.
So what's happening?
I don't know.
What is he down to 3 now?
Is it
or
3?
3, I guess.
I thought for myself.
Now he loves all 3 of them.
Sure he does.
Right. Well, I thought all I could think was he finally came to the conclusion. I got to get out of here if I'm gonna save myself from marriage.
Yeah, the honeymoon. What's that suite they go to?
Yeah, that's tonight. By the way, that's the part tonight.
But they show
the fantasy suite.
I know,
You know what they call it?
I know. Promote.
Not that I watch it, but I heard.
I'm with you, Bo. Y'all know a lot about the show you never watch. I'm going to ask you guys this because we know that promos
it's not going to be as bad as they're portraying.
They're designed to make you want to watch. But,
it isn't going to be anything like
it'll be like honeybees got loose and they all went running. You know,
he's running from bees. But I have to admit, when I saw that, I thought, well, that might be.
And look, get ready in the promo.
I hope it happens in the first hour.
About this time is when the host Chris will do a promo where he'll say, "This has never before happened in The Bachelor." I go, no, everything has happened.
At least the last 3 times of Bachelor, Bachelorette, whatever they said,
never
had an ending like we have in this one. Never.
You sure you fall asleep?
Sometimes.
Well, can I tell you another thing that was funny about it?
I don't enjoy it, but I have to watch it.
What was funny about me catching American Idol, a little bit of it, because I love Lionel Richie.
Yeah.
They busted this young kid.
Oh, I saw that.
Did you see it? The kid claimed that he had admired Lionel Richie or whatever. And was it Luke Bryan or somebody that picked up on this?
Katy Perry asked him, said,
name one Lionel Richie song. And he couldn't. He just went, I don't know any. And Lionel was like, man, that hurt. All right, here we go. All the lines are available. We go phone trolling right here at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and you can reach us whatever's on your mind. Ask a question, make a comment, bring information to the table.
Largest number of people in the program in the shortest amount of time. At the end of 30 seconds, the old buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will come to a close, and then we'll move on to the next caller. Remember, it is a phone troll, so there's no meaningless shout-outs. There's no shameless plugs. We're not doing baby predictions, anything like that. This is an opportunity for us to get as many people on as we possibly can in a short period of time. And you're kind of the programmer right now. You are running the show. Now, the good news is with 10 lines, you can get in pretty quick. And then the other good news is when you get in line, because of the buzzer, as boundaries are a blessing, the buzzer will move the person in front of you, thus getting you on the show even quicker. So 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy will take over the phones right now. And this is our last day with Speedy this week. So
is he leaving?
No, for the week he is. He'll be back on Monday. Let's go to Andrew out of the Show Me State of Missouri. Andrew, you got 30 seconds, buddy. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm Andrew Green. I'm the pastor at the First Baptist Church in Marble Hill. Our community here in Glen Allen was hit with a tornado last April. It hit that nationwide news, and we just had a major flash flood that destroyed almost every home in town.
Goodness gracious.
Just calling and wanted to let you guys know, keep us in our prayers, and if there's, and just wanted to let you guys know.
Well, I appreciate that, and glad to know you guys are on the ground. We've said it 1,000 times over all the different disasters that we see. Nobody does a better job than the local church, and frankly, it's a job given to the local church that a lot of times we farmed out to the government. We were never supposed to do that. We continue. Paul, who's a truck driver. Paul, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Paul.
Hey, this is a comment on I'm a first-time caller.
Thank you, Paul.
Just a comment on your trip to the restroom. I have one. My wife and I'm a truck driver. I go into restrooms all the time, different ones, and she is one of those that say, "I can't talk to you right now. You're in the bathroom. You got to hang up and call me back. I can't talk to you right now."
Right.
Yeah. And she's at home.
Is this on the phone?
Yeah. I'm the same way. I'm like you. Not only do I want no one talking to me, I don't want to talk to anybody.
Yeah, because they don't need to be talking.
If I hear the echo and I'm like, "Are you on the toilet?" I'm like, "Well, just call me back." I mean, I don't want to be part of that. Jason in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jason, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How are y'all?
Good. Good.
Hey, Rick, I got a question for you.
Okay.
Can you spare a square?
That's somebody next to you in the stall. Don't have any toilet paper.
Oh, is that what that means? I've never heard that term in my life.
Yeah, square toilet paper.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I usually use more than a square. Remember, we did a whole show one time going, did they really design us to use just a square?
That is ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. Donna in Leeds. Donna, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, but Rick, you're not going to like this, but Bubba, I found another show like Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh, thank
it's called the Mystery of the Blind Frogs Ranch.
Yeah, there's 2 or 3 of them out there kind of like that. Now, I was looking at another show called Unidentified, and it's pretty good. They're chasing down a lot of these UFO phenomenons too. And
well, you know why?
There's a guy doing it who was actually in the government and used to work in. He was in, I guess it would be counter espionage.
Right.
I haven't been keeping up with Coast to Coast during all this UFO stuff. I should have been listening.
But you see what's happening, and it happens every time, which is just the way our industry works. When we started getting shows from Louisiana catching alligators, and people started digging, what started happening?
A bunch of them.
Millions of them. When we started, for some reason, being obsessed with Alaska
Still
people.
are, I think.
Yeah, and people that live in frozen places. I don't know why that we love that.
Zero.
Right, so then what happened?
Now we got ranches with strange things happening on.
What about when somebody did a show about being a survivalist? Now we got people naked and afraid.
Yeah,
we got every kind of survivor
get.
show there is. So what's happening now is they're like, hey, this Skinwalker thing's generating a lot of activity, so what do we got to do? Let's do some more of them.
That's it.
Let's do Blind Frog. Let's do, Limping Goat. I mean, let's do them all.
There's one about Oak Island or something
Oak
on there too.
Yeah, the Blind Frog Ranch is on Discovery, and then Alex Jones is starting a new one called Mystery at Gay Frog Ranch.
Well, now, I don't know about him, but this other one is pretty good.
Did he just say what I think he said?
They're talking to people, Rick, who used to be in the military and what they did, and it is amazing the number of people who have seen things, and they're going back and documenting some of these things. It's pretty interesting.
Kenny in Jacksonville. Kenny, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Man, guys, y'all not gonna believe. I was in a hotel in South Carolina, and this guy's got y'all on YouTube, and it's a bunch of utility guys working. And he said, "Let me tell y'all about these guys. They're in Alabama." So Rick here, he's a preacher. Now Bubba, he's a professional tennis player and he's a professional eater. Rick hired Greg because Greg's his brother, and Greg knows how to cuss real well, and he makes fun of people because Rick can't do it no more. Then he described Speedy as the stunt man, like off the show Jackass. Then he said Adler, he's a professional tennis coach, and they all. So one of the guys said, "Well, what do these guys all have in common?" He said, "Man, they've all got smoking hot wives, so we need to listen to everything they tell us to do every day."
You got a timeout, and it was
That's
deserved.
funny.
That
is
is hilarious. That's really fun. The only thing is he's confused Adler with Helms.
Yeah.
But
which is a good thing.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's a good thing.
Who
I
don't
want
wanna
to keep
be compared
everything.
to that?
Well,
Keep
I
it
want
down
to keep
home?
everything down home. I don't want everybody knowing my secrets.
Right. We continue. That's hilarious. Let's go to John and Holly Pond. John, go ahead.
Holly Pond.
Hey, guys, I appreciate y'all having me on and then letting me have just a moment to rant a little bit about our news that we got in this day and age. So I don't know if y'all have been following it, but there's some judge that shot his wife, okay?
Yeah.
And they had it on the news last night. And so they always got to point out how many guns the guy's got. So they go and they say, oh, he had 47 guns and 27,000 rounds of ammunition in his home. You know, they don't go to a drunk driver and say, well, we searched his home and we found 50 bottles of liquor. You know, I mean, I don't know why they always got to point that out.
You know why. You know why. But so.
Hey, all he needed was one.
Well, I mean, I hate to say it. It's a terrible, terrible thing. But, you know, if his wife, you know, had paid attention to where everything was, she could have shot back.
That's true, because there was plenty.
There was plenty.
That's a good point.
Gary and
Might have been a
Coleman.
little body armor.
1047 WZZK. Gary, go ahead.
Yes, I'm a huge fan, and I was just wondering, when is the next man church meeting?
Where?
Near Coleman or Hoover, wherever the next one is.
Well, if you go to themanchurch.com and look under events, you'll find them everywhere. And so there's some that would be in and around you.
Okay.
There you go. The you know, since there's over 700 churches now doing it, it's you have to do a little bit of, you know, it's a tough, you know, if you're willing to travel, but you can really go all kinds of places. But the best thing to do is just go there and look for yourself.
See what's up.
Let's go to Jenny in Gulf Shores. Listen to Sunny 105. Jenny, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all doing?
Good. Great.
Have any of y'all, Adler probably has, seen this Bama Rush documentary that has come out and seen these girls that are wearing these $500 to $1,000 necklaces, shoes? Y'all please look into it. It is gold.
Netflix. I've been meaning to watch that.
It
has.
That was out like a year or two
What's
ago.
it on? No, it ain't been that long.
It ain't been that long.
What is it called?
Bama Rush. There it is.
Yeah.
Bama. No, I've never heard of that.
It's scary.
Buckle up.
what's
Wild
it on?
ride right there.
Well, sororities and Rush.
Sure.
I know that personality. Top of the hour. He's trying to suck
He's
up.
nervous. He's focused on his performance.
He was trying to think that after he finally got to go through, he told his parents, help me learn some Lionel Richie songs.
He couldn't name one.
Yeah, not one.
That's
and he'd acted like that Lionel meant a lot to
Well,
him.
he was a big influence.
Well, look, anytime somebody gets busted on something like that, that is good.
That's good.
Yeah, but I like Shark Tank, but that one seat we're rotating too many people through.
Yeah. And this girl kind of gets on my nerves.
Yeah.
Now, which one is she?
She's
coming up with some beauty.
She
stuff.
invented like places you go just get your. I don't know what this means.
Was Cuban on there?
Yeah, yeah. Cuban and
Mr. Wonderful,
and Mr. Wonderful, and the guy on the far right. You know, they're pretty much. And then that
Is he still on, the guy on the far right?
Yeah.
That married the girl he danced with on Dancing with the Stars?
Yes.
Kim Johnson?
He's still.
I don't watch that show either.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I can't name one dancer's real name on that.
The first and last, by the way, first and last name.
Yeah.
Now, we don't even know Juliana Huff.
No. Who's that?
It's one of the dancers.
Bubba, can you name all my kids?
Can you name one intern from last semester?
No. I just remember her because she dated Ryan Seacrest for a while.
Yeah.
See?
And she's got a brother on there, too.
Oh, my goodness.
But
Derek.
I love the pause.
I ain't even got her name.
You know what we should do? We should have. Here's an update of shows that Bubba's not watching. Yeah, and you tell us every detail about them.
Yeah, I get drug into those two because I wouldn't want to watch.
No.
But I mean, I have to watch it. So I make myself be
You have a
somewhat
TV in
entertained.
every room of your house. That's the only one that works.
Well, after 6 o'clock, I'm in the bed.
Bottom of the
Headed
hour.
that way.
Your phone calls are next at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Boston. Bubba, it's been a long time.
How about it?
25 years.
How about it?
I mean.
Yep.
All right, so I was walking, getting ready. Got a couple of updates today. One of them won't surprise you very much, but went to Bubba's office, and he said, hey, the state of Alabama's every headline we're pulling up today, Alabama's in. One of the reasons people have always asked, why are y'all based in Alabama? I'll tell you why. It's the home of all the stories.
Sure it is. Apparently so.
All we got to do is look up that.
Some not so good, some good.
No, you're right. Oh, hey, we'll have a bad story.
Oh.
Man, we will.
Wow.
So anyway, we'll look at all this, and of course we're talking about it. This is another example of the times we're living in, and I think today will be another one of those. Does anybody? It's one thing to say, okay, that's the times we're living in, but isn't it another thing to not be aware of the times you're living in?
Yeah.
I mean, nowadays if you do anything idiotic, or you get some sauce in you and start letting your mouth run,
let the cameras roll.
All people do is just start record. And then they can send it anywhere they want to.
Yeah. Hey, we'll post anything.
Oh, we'll post, Greg.
There's cameras
We can't wait to post.
everywhere.
Yep.
Everywhere. Something, could have happened. We were talking about when we were kids. They certainly were things that went on that shouldn't have gone on.
And people said things they shouldn't have said.
But it was kind of.
At least you could lie about it. Nobody could prove it.
Well, or you just kind of discount it. Go, well, so-and-so, he's an idiot. You don't pay any attention to him. You go on and nobody thinks twice about it. Well, if you video it and send it to millions of people around the world now, it's a whole different deal.
And they can replay it over and over. And
it never goes away, y'all. No. It never. The rest of your life, it never goes away.
Never. And before you know it, you'll try to be a Supreme Court justice, they'll bring it up again.
Yeah, I know it.
The only thing we had from the past is them yearbooks that people keep getting busted on.
Well, that is
We
funny.
got this group decided to look at 900 yearbooks to find people.
That's weird, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Weird, guys.
Yeah. Also, if you
a lot going on.
Also, if you remember yesterday, and I have an update on this, you remember me telling you about my youngest son getting pulled over for an expired tag driving his brother's car, who's on tour. And you remember I kept thinking, I said, there's something, and I was looking, I said, something's missing in this story, because if the tag was only expired by one day, and everybody started seeing me, there's like a 15-day grace period. And I said, there's something wrong. So I literally was driving, thinking about it in my car, and I turned off my route because I was near my house, went by and looked at that tag again, and I was correct. No, it wasn't 1 day old. It was a year and 1 day. Yeah. Because, it's weird. You put the year on, that means it needs to be renewed again, not the year you're in.
Yes.
So when I looked up and saw 2018, I thought, well, it's just 2019. But no, what's on there is the year that you need to get it renewed, not the year that it's currently good.
Because what's on it now?
Rick, you may remember,
so 2020's on it now. And his car tag still has 2018.
Rick,
my original anger,
he was right.
My original anger at him for not being on top of this was correct.
Okay. So he never got him a tag last year.
Rick, you may remember
that one.
about 15 years
and
ago.
living in the wrong state.
Remember about 15 years ago, I had a very extensive conversation with a motorcycle riding police officer about the exact thing.
Because you look and see my current tag
on the side of the highway having a.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you as we come to you from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. And if you want to join us, you can. We'll talk to you before the hour's over. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, thank you. Glad to be here. You know, all we ask for is 5 hours each and every day.
That's all we need. That's all we need.
It's a Rick and
Update on the story we brought you.
Update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news.
News update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Rick, we saw earlier this week a massive explosion in Pennsylvania that left 5 people dead, damaged numerous homes over the weekend, and they're saying now that the house had hot water tank issues. In a statement Monday night, officials warned the public to stay away from the area in Plum outside Pittsburgh as authorities tried to determine the cause of the destruction Saturday morning. The fire marshal's office can confirm that it is aware that the homeowners were having hot water tank issues. The tank was located in the basement of the home.
Have you seen this footage?
Oh, yeah, it's like a bomb going off.
And no one was there?
Oh, kill 5.
Oh, kill 5 people.
Kill 5.
By the way, this
I
footage
don't remember
here,
the story at all.
I want you to know there is wreckage from the explosion hits this porch right here.
Yeah.
Look how far away it is.
Do y'all want audio?
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
Hear it. Let's
Okay.
hear it so we get the full force of it.
Oh, I'm on slow mo.
slow-mo.
I
It's
slowed
okay.
it down so y'all could see it.
That's cool, though.
My bad.
Cool slow-mo. That is insane.
Look at the debris.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it took out a couple of homes around it and broke windows down the street. It was insane.
You see the shock wave from the initial knock their screen door open.
Yeah.
Looks like off.
And you see, and watch this thing fall off here, and then watch this come through their yard. That's all. That's from the explosion.
Wow.
Sending plywood.
So they want us to believe that story.
See, we know. Well, Speedy and I know what this
We
is
know what
because
it
we've
is.
watched things like Linus.
Okay. Yeah.
And it is, that was probably, listen, we're halfway joking on this, but at the same time, I'm fully convinced stuff like this happened where you've got CIA's in there.
What?
And this is probably some kind of terrorist that have been housed up right here. And they found some weapons and some bombs and they had to set it off. And probably went in to try to deactivate it overnight, Rick, because these bombs are going to be put out in other places. And they got in there, and one was already activated. And so they got the bomb squad in there. Of course, none of these people knew this was going on.
Now, this is just your interpretation. It's not what really
Well,
happened.
this is probably.
Well, I mean, when you tell me it was a hot water heater, I immediately go to this.
Quick, call the military.
Because we
Bomb
know
a bunch of hot water
we know those blow up houses every day.
Yeah, I
It didn't
find
just
myself-
blow it up. I mean, look at the flame.
It destroyed it.
Look how high that is.
I want there to be another reason because if a hot water heater malfunction, can it lead to this?
Yeah, that's not
I mean,
good.
Thank
grief.
you. Thank you.
I mean, it's a ball of fire.
It is.
Fire.
So,
Fire.
probably the 5 bodies they found.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they're telling you.
How would
but
you
they're-
find 5 bodies
Well,
after
that's
that?
that's what I'm talking about, Rick.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Rick.
You can make
That's
up
what he's
any,
talking
you can
about.
make it. You can make up anything you want to.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, CIA's out. We don't need to be seen here.
Working
Our
with local
tactical
authorities.
team is gone. Local authorities show up, work this. We're out. We don't want any credit for this, and we're not going to tell anybody that there were 5 terrorists set up shop with bombs in this house in this neighborhood.
That's right.
Did they say that there was something about like a mine underneath this neighborhood too?
They did. I did hear that.
Yeah.
I
Well,
did.
that's how
I
they
heard
got
that
in and out of the
originally.
house.
Yeah. That's that.
Oh, that's how they got in.
Yeah.
Right.
Faking the mine or just through the mine. It was there.
You know,
Right.
I'm glad you
Okay.
brought that up because I did hear that.
Greg,
And
you
it-
brought it up too.
And if
Yeah,
that
no
is the
problem.
case, maybe that interacts with a hot water heater, and that maybe we get some explosion like that. But it still doesn't make sense.
That's
It
a
doesn't
big
add
old
up.
explosion.
But this is kind of your world as far as
That's a big explosion.
Well, we've seen gas explosions at houses before. I mean, overall, it's very safe. But if you have one that goes bad, it's bad. I mean, you've seen this is not the first time we've seen this.
I thought
know.
originally they came out and said it was not the
a
gas
gas
coming-
related.
coming to
That's
the-
why
they
I'm,
did.
that's
They
why
did
I'm
say
going
that.
the route I'm going. going because
can't get it right.
We ruled out gas related. Now I did hear the mine thing, but now I'm hearing hot water tank this morning. And I'm like, well, wait, something's not adding up.
Well, their story's getting crossed up.
That's a big explosion.
It is.
That's all I got to say.
Let me tell you what.
It
If
is.
I'm
Rick,
in that neighborhood, I have my gas water heater checked.
You better believe it.
Hey, I'll tell you this: we're safer today.
Guys, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reported that the development is on an abandoned mine surrounded by shallow, still-producing or abandoned oil and gas wells. 2 producing gas wells are within 1,000 feet of the home that exploded, and a pipeline runs beneath runs behind the development.
Well, okay, well that's it then.
But the headline of the article I'm reading says homeowners were having issues with their hot water tank before deadly blast. It's from AP.
You know, all right. So this
Same
is
story.
They don't want to panic the neighbor.
No, just because there's a gas well there doesn't mean that caused the explosion. As a matter of fact, the fact that it's there pumping it out probably means it's safer.
Oh, look
Look,
at that.
this is why.
an idea.
This is why
I
said
disagree.
this is his world right
take
here.
a sip of something, Bubba.
Yeah.
Well,
You
I'm
got
just
it.
Let me
saying,
get you another
look,
chicken wing.
We have gas hot water tanks, but gas can explode. Electricity can overheat and burn things down. It's you have checks and valves and pressure systems and breakers, but
And terrorists can
sometimes
bring in bombs.
They can.
And terrorists living in your neighborhood.
Right. That's a big explosion.
Where
It
did
is.
y'all get
That's
the
all I'm going to
terrorist
say. I'm
thing?
just going to keep saying that.
It is.
Is it just a guess?
We completely made it up
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
we've watched too many of these shows, like Linus, that's out on Paramount Plus,
Right.
and that's
What is
one
it
of the
about?
storylines. Well, it's about that kind of thing.
No.
Yeah. So they
Behind the scenes of CIA and operatives, and this is what's really going on out
Yeah,
there.
a lot of people in the gas business are texting us saying that it very well could be a hot water heater do that.
Good night.
I mean, that's a big explosion. I had no idea.
One house is gone and 2 others
Look at
are
this.
gone.
This is
That's
crazy.
3 houses.
So that's a hot water heater.
They said
So you're
too-
telling me one hot
So
water
we all
heater
got that in
did
Well,
that?
they're saying too
I know, I got
that they may have had other combustible things in the basement. Which
Oh, really?
Happens a lot of times. A lot of people store
bombs. That's it.
gasoline
That's it.
or
Or bombs.
other chemicals
Vests.
or things. Yeah.
How
Yeah.
much gas though? My goodness. I
Well,
mean,
Or meth. I mean, so,
okay.
You
Where
don't
did they have a? Was it a drug house?
No, I'm just saying there's other things that would explode or help to
Excuse me.
if an
a
explosion
trap
like
started.
a wearable
a
vest. that you're gonna
secondary
use?
combustion agent.
The good news is the homeowners association said that they did get their trash can back where it was supposed to be before the explosion. Thank goodness for that.
I do have to remember
That's
there's 5
so
people
good.
dead. Like
Yeah.
I'd have
Well,
to tell
yeah.
myself
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
But that you talk about a bad neighbor. That's as bad as it gets right there.
Yeah,
That's
that is
quite
bad.
an explosion. I mean,
I don't want any
But
part of that.
these gas systems, they have a lot of checks and a lot of valves and a lot of regulators. It would be a unique situation, I think, for it to go that bad.
Yeah.
But it has happened before.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gone. The house is gone.
Lightning can hit your house. I mean, you got a lot
Tornado.
of things can go.
Yeah.
Yeah, heard that one.
all right. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Animated.
You know why?
conversation,
Because
but
when you first look at it, you think, well, what are you upset about?
it's what it says it's supposed
It's
to
the
be.
year of what's on the tag. And they go, no, we don't want the year. You don't have the year you're in. You have the year that it needs to be renewed again.
Yeah.
And so, like if you have a tag that's current, it says 2020 on it, even though it's 2019.
Yeah.
And the month of your last name. Well,
So that's why.
so my oldest son, who just went off on tour, left his younger brother with a car that has a tag that's over a year outdated.
There you go.
So that's why his brother got a ticket. And that's
So
why
now
that's
you
why
don't-
they're mad at each other,
Right.
and that's why I'm mad at my oldest son as well.
So you don't feel bad about the text you originally sent?
No, all my stuff was originally wrong.
Let me go back to
Right.
what I originally sent.
Right.
When I apologize, I'm taking that.
That also explains why the officer, rightfully so, said, look, I got to tell you, you've explained everything, we believe you, but you ain't getting out here without a ticket.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why he got tickets, because in a car that's over a year old. Because I got an oldest son that didn't pay taxes for an entire year on his car.
Yep. That'll do it. And that'll do it.
He got away with it. Right? Well, if you stay in another state. You know what I mean? We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some folks that we know in South Carolina said, well, we have a winner. And this one comes right out of the part of South Carolina where I got a chance to go and speak one time. Said, hey, it's right out of our neighborhood.
Rick, it
It's
was
an interesting
purchased.
story.
The ticket was purchased at KC Mart in Simpsonville, South Carolina.
That's the one.
It doesn't look like it's a real big fancy place, but the reason that this one is even making headlines again is because no one had come forward to claim that. Now, stay with me on these numbers: 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion.
Billion.
Yeah, we were all going, did
That
somebody
is-
lose the ticket?
Remember,
yeah.
Remember, a billion is 1,000 millions
A lot of
now
money.
in
Mhm.
current day.
Yeah.
It changed in history. I won't go into that. So everybody was wondering, was it lost? Was it ripped up? Was it thrown away? Had somebody misplaced it? Well, it appears that it is in safekeeping. A lawyer for the winner of last October's 1.5 billion lottery came forward on Monday and told local news outlets that the winner intends to stay anonymous and will take a one-time payout of $877.8 million, as opposed to the payout over time, which would have been $1.5 billion. You do see most people take that because in some of the states where they are paying them out, the states get behind on their payments. I know that's shocking.
That's a shocker.
Yeah, you better take it while what's there.
Yeah. Now, of all the little stories correct about I let somebody go in front of me?
Here
Tell me about all-
here are a couple of the details of that. You think about all the things that had to fall in order. It was revealed Monday that the winner allowed a fellow customer in line last October at the KC Mart in Simpsonville, South Carolina, to cut the line to purchase a ticket, an act of kindness that paid off because they were letting the computer pick their numbers. And if he had not let that person step in front of him, the winning number would have gone to the person behind him.
Yep.
Is that true?
That is true, according to this.
According to this. They may be trying to add to the story.
The winner marvels.
You think, hey, I'm sharp?
I'm sharp. Oh, well, not only did I win, listen to this.
The winner, while staying anonymous through the attorney, said that they marveled at how many decisions were made that day that brought the winning ticket to him or her at that very moment. To stop at the store at that time of day, to let somebody step in front of them and all that kind of stuff. Now, the ticket that the computer generated had all 6 numbers on it, defying the 1 in 302.5 to 1 million odds. 1 in 302 million. We'll round it off.
Your odds.
There you go. There's your odds of winning.
Yeah, and it happened.
The only thing we do know about the winner is the person lives in South Carolina, and that state does allow the winners to remain anonymous. The state will collect $61 million in income taxes from the jackpot winner. Each citizen in the state could be in line for an additional $50 under a proposed bill in South Carolina right now, and that would be where each individual actually gets money from the lottery winners.
What do you mean each individual?
In other words, they're going to
Everybody
give
lives in the state.
everybody in the state's going to get a check
Because
that's just
the money
proposed.
the
It's not
state
done
made
yet.
off of it.
Right.
Yeah, because the state, as Bubba and I have said for years, the government wins every game show. They win every lottery. They win every.
Well, see, they just won 61 million.
They sure did.
And they're going to win in the next one. And they win every single time.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start a
It is 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. So talk a little sports here. Adler will do a video 5 and 6. And then we got some sports stories. So go along with that too. And Bubba, you're getting these people that just, hey man, y'all said the hot water heater. It's just a water heater. It makes the water hot. Guys, look, when we say a hot water heater, everybody knows what you're talking about. I mean, hot water, this, okay. I know. But, if you think about it, it's just water and it's made hot. It's just a water heater. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for clarifying that.
I've watched.
Everybody knows what you mean. It's a common word that we use about the hot water in our house.
I've watched tons of video online about plumbing, and you use the word like, here's your cold water line. lines, here's your hot water lines, and your hot water lines go to your hot water heater. So that just ends up happening, even amongst professionals. But it is redundant and stupid, and I say it, but it's just so you know. The pros do it too.
I don't think it's redundant and stupid. I think it's just a way we communicate about something everybody knows what we're talking about.
It's just the way we say it. It's a proper noun now.
Well, if you really think about it.
Oh, gosh.
Okay. I mean, it's thanks.
That's a great point.
Yeah. So what did you today? I pointed out that they were using hot water heater incorrectly. It's kind of my job. One of the few people that say it's just a water heater. Thanks.
I love the voice.
Yeah, appreciate that.
I'd also like to point out, I'm just kidding. Like, y'all don't have to send me an email saying that it's about the water heaters and that it can actually do that.
That joke flew over a lot of folks.
Well, I'll tell you what I expected is that we're in the world of so many conspiracy theories that people are like, thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah.
I thought you'd get people going here. You're exactly right. But looking at the sports
don't miss
world,
drone strike.
Maui.
Oh,
actually, the use of the word drone is incorrect.
Green light.
So here's some sports stories, Bubba. I heard the kickoff hour. We're talking about this. That's been a while ago. About this Giants broadcaster. I'm still gray. How can he already be losing a football fantasy league when they're in preseason?
Is it from last year? This is when he would serve
Yeah.
his penalty, which was to be the bat boy.
Right. So he has to be full blown bat boy for the Giants.
Yes.
And he but I guess it's from last year.
Last year's fantasy, I guess.
Yeah.
Hey, there's our bat boy. You know who that is? That's Dave Fleming. Having the time of his life. He looks like he's having fun.
There he goes.
He's not going to get a lot of rest. What, did he lose a bet or something? Yeah, you finished last in fantasy football. You got to be a bet boy.
That's funny. That's funny.
He even said, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it back and forth because they move a lot.
Yeah, they do.
They'll just sit around.
It's not actually a bat boy because there's no physical bats. It's actually a boy who gets bats. Bat boy's incorrect. And then he picks up balls too, so it's a bat ball boy.
Can we still call them boys?
No.
Bat person.
It's a bat person.
Right.
So that was one. And then,
Yeah.
Bubba, your favorite baseball team, the Savannah Bananas.
Savannah Bananas, and we have quite a catch here, right?
Yeah,
a backflip catch.
Yeah, fly ball to center field, and he catches it in a backflip.
Cranks that one to center. Diarmedos hardly has to move. In fact, he backflips and makes the catch. Stupendous play from the doctor.
That's impressive.
That's pretty impressive.
I got to tell you.
Yeah.
See for the trick play for the doctor there in center field. And Diarmedos timing that ball up perfectly and making a beautiful backflip catch to end the top of the second.
I'm down. I get down on banana ball a little bit. That's phenomenal.
It is.
Oh, look, you just chalk it up for entertainment, fun.
I know.
You know, as far as
the athleticism to be able to do
unreal.
that.
That was impressive.
I know the baseball purists go.
Yeah, that's me. Greg and I have actually talked about this, and we want to give it more. And when they start dancing together and all that, I'm
if they
like,
want to do that a lot, like backflip catch,
that's pretty cool.
That's unreal.
That's pretty cool.
To me, the backflip catch and some of the other things they do, like the guy on stilts and that kind of stuff, you have to almost look at it the way someone who coaches real wrestling, the way they see professional wrestling. You
Sports entertainment.
You have to realize one is a sport, the other is entertainment that still requires, to your point now.
Would you call it sports entertainment?
Yeah, sports entertainment, but it requires athletic ability to do the stunts.
Yeah.
It's a baseball circus.
There you go. But it still requires a lot of athletic ability for them to do the tricks and that kind of stuff. And you got to have the appreciation. Yeah, the Globetrotters, perfect example.
Peyton Manning is taking on a new role as professor at the University of Tennessee. Now, what is this about? The sheriff is going back to be a professional professor?
I guess.
Professional professor.
He's
Dr.
been
Manning.
one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. He's headed back to the University of Tennessee to imprint lessons from his life onto the next generation.
What's that mean?
Manning graduated from the school in '97 with a degree in speech communication. Yeah, I mean, what does that mean?
I'll tell you what it means. It means another class for us to put our football players in so they don't fail.
That's right.
That's a good one.
Yeah, this is another class we can put the football team in.
And we can
Speaking from experience.
and we can tell recruits that Peyton Manning,
Correct.
Hall of Famer, possibly greatest of all time,
Yes.
is here, and you'll be in his class.
Yeah.
And if you could learn lessons, and you could be him one day.
And
this is like in God.
Is that what it is?
God rest his soul. I didn't realize till about a week ago. Didn't even realize it. I have not mourned Mike Leach yet, and it just hit me, and I've begun mourning.
I know.
I've missed Mike Leach.
Yeah.
But you remember he taught a class.
Yeah,
sure did.
Oh, yeah. So
I'd like to have taken
I
that
bet it was
class.
full.
Yeah, but it's almost like his death went by. I mean, I didn't have time to mourn or something.
Yeah.
It was the wrong time of the year.
Right, and I got rushed through it.
It didn't feel right.
And then it hit me the other day that, wow, Mike Leach is dead, and I don't like it.
I don't either.
Yeah.
First football
Agreed.
without first season without him.
Yep. Sage Steele is leaving ESPN, wants to exercise her First Amendment rights more freely, she says. She announced Tuesday that she is leaving ESPN after nearly 2 decades with the Disney-owned company. She provided the life update on X, saying her lawsuit against the company was settled, and she has decided to leave so she can exercise her First Amendment rights more freely. I'm grateful for the many wonderful experiences over the past 16 years, and I'm excited for the next chapter, she wrote. You remember she's been there a long time. She did a great job.
Yeah.
She claimed the network breached her contract over its reaction to remarks that she made in September 2021 on a podcast, not even on ESPN, when she spoke out against the parent company's vaccine mandate. She also took a swipe at former President Obama for identifying as black and not biracial.
And she says, I just don't want to work anywhere where they're going to edit everything I say. I don't even have the right to express myself freely. Don't forget, we're talking about not being able to express yourself freely as a broadcaster doing a show of opinions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll say,
if she does a good job, she will have no problem finding a job wherever she wants to.
I don't think Creston had to see this coming. If you're suing the company, you're going to leave when it's all settled and done.
Yeah.
Believe me, you're not going to stick around.
And did you also see on this one, too, that Al Michaels is now being called on social media boring?
Yeah.
That when he does the games,
78 years old.
Right. I mean, I always liked hearing. I haven't heard him in a long time. But they're saying that he now has become very boring. The guy who gave us the "Do you believe in miracles?" He doesn't have that energy anymore, and people are finding him to be boring.
Yeah, he's with Herb Street on the Amazon Prime Thursday night games, and I have caught some of his games.
Is he getting boring?
I don't know, boring. Like, he's not affecting the game experience for me, but he does seem a little bit more laid back and just kind of, hey, I'm here.
I like his comment.
Well, he's one of these
I've always liked
straightforward nut and bolt guys. The color guy's gonna have to really pick it up. He's kind of the
with the excitement
just
of the
the
play.
very He's always kind of been that way to me to some degree.
Well, he says, I think this is a great statement. He said, I really don't pay attention to anti-social media. We live in a country that has 330 million people. And if 8 people rip you on social media, I'm going, who cares?
That's good.
That's right, yeah.
But I'm just playing the numbers here. No way he can be as excited as he was when he was 30.
No,
I will tell you this, Greg.
That's just a true statement.
Greg said his antenna is up. He will pay attention.
Yeah.
No.
Greg wants it to be bad.
Oh,
I can
now it's
tell.
in your head.
Yeah.
Hey,
Rick phoning it in.
Wants it to be bad.
Yeah.
Well, he's never eaten vegetables in his life. Remember that?
Oh, we're back to
we
that.
found
again.
that out.
I forgot all about that.
He don't count potatoes as vegetables.
What's a starch, Greg?
Yeah.
So.
All right. We've got an email, too, about Peyton and his class. Said Eli retweeted the Peyton announcement and said the new class was an easy A.
Yeah, that's how I see it, too.
Yeah.
We'll do some of your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They do.
And they want to see that total go up because they get more. That's why you see them publicizing it so heavily. And that's why they're in a bit of a panic when it's only a mere $1 million and people are not flurrying to buy tickets.
Yep. How about I have a friend that is a pastor in this exact community, and I'm about to text him and ask him if he's a member of his church.
Boy, I tell you what, how about that?
Well, it's a great statement. I'll go ahead and take that money. The devil's had it long enough.
Listen, I will never forget sitting in a hospital, as a matter of fact, with a pastor that we had, it was John Holloway, who was taking the reins of First Baptist Church in Jacksonville at the time, and he was speaking with a much elderly pastor, and they were discussing some issues that churches were facing, and he said, how do you feel about the lottery thing? I said, obviously we're against that, but what if you have a member win it? And I'll never forget that old pastor. He thought for just a second, and he said, well, John, the way I see it, the devil's had that money long enough.
That's so funny.
What a good one.
It is.
Now, some churches have in their bylaws they will not accept those gifts.
Yeah. Well, that's that. Yeah. I will say that, and I certainly laugh at that guy's statement, and I've heard that.
Yeah,
I've heard that before. But I guess I could see whether if you say that people should not do these things, that when they do it and offer you money, you would probably say, well, that was ill-gotten gain. So
you know, I think it might. I don't know. We may be splitting hairs here, but like with the church in it was Wetumpka that turned down the money from the casino. I understand that. I think that would fall under this. Yeah. But if somebody goes out and does something and then they have the money and they want to tithe on it, I don't know that it would be exactly the same situation.
And what is the heart behind it? If somebody comes in and puts $50,000 in an envelope and never writes their name on it, then you don't even know anyway.
Right. That's true. Well, and that may be the first step they take to get everything right. Mm-hmm. What I would do is say, let's talk about your salvation real quick before, and then let's talk about how you got that money.
Yeah.
And if you want to repent of that, then give us 10% of it. Then
we'll take 10. Thank you.
But you're right. I don't know. That's
yeah.
You know,
I'm trying to think through it like y'all.
No, I think if people decide, and I understand with you the casino thing, that's
a different.
That was propaganda, is what that was.
Yeah.
That was a casino trying to be sharp. But if you and that was being
that would be directly working with that business.
Well, it also is the pastor there being as wise as the serpent, and as Jesus told us to know how the world works.
Throw that harmless dove in there.
You're right. I see what y'all are trying to do, and I'm not going to fall for it.
Yeah.
But when you get down to what individual people decide to do with their money, however they got it, and they said I'm going to become a member of a church, and I'm going to tithe, or I'm going to give the church a gift. Yeah.
It'd be another situation there.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Proud of myself.
You can't always get what you want.
Incredible. Really amazing. Don't be stupid.
But if you try something, well, you might find a deal or no deal. You get what you need.
We're invited to the White House, and they actually went.
Yeah.
There it is.
How about that?
Them bisons.
Yeah, what is that about?
Bison.
We were just having a conversation about North Dakota this weekend with one of the coaches down at your dad's get-together, and they've won that thing, what we call the old 1AA, or now the Bowl Championship Series. How many times have they won this thing?
Well, we think 102.
Yeah,
I was going to say 110.
So, guys,
why don't
every
they,
year it's like Frisco, Texas, where they play. It's like a home field to them.
Sure it is.
So, how many did they win when they were D2?
They won 4 or 5 then.
It looks like they've won 15 national championships. 3 as a member of the College Division II, 5 as a member of Division II, and 7 as a member of Division I FCS.
Wow.
Yeah, so the Division II, the precursor of Division II, and then there was another Division II. So I don't know how that splits it up, but
that's
7.
That's a lot.
7 to answer your question in the FCS.
Hey, that's a lot of them. They're the real deal. We got to play them at Jack State at Division II several times. We also played them in the FBS championship game. They're the real deal. There's no doubt,
guys. Their playoff record in Division I FCS is 31-2.
Hello.
See, let me ask you why don't you move up at that point? What's the
because they say they like where they're at.
Yeah.
They got it going on.
Well, it goes back to this question that I've always asked, and of course, there were people that disagreed with me when we had this opportunity. I would rather be dominant in a division playing for championships. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Phone calls coming in right now. Helmsy's got them at 866-WE-BE-BIG. MyPillow.com/Bubba. The 20th anniversary sale's going on right now. Go there, and you can get the classic limited edition MyPillow for $19.98. And then for the King, just $10 more. Whichever one you get, you're going to save $50. Yeah, so if you've been thinking about a MyPillow and you thought they were a little pricey, $50 off right now, so take advantage of that. And there's other great deals going on at mypillow.com/Bubba right now during the 20th anniversary sale. Find that link also at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Let's go to Don in Decatur, Alabama.
Don.
Listening to 100.3 The River. Don, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I wanted to talk about the recent letters being read by government officials on TikTok that I came across yesterday evening.
Oh, TikTok.
So, yes, sir. So, it took decades for scholars to be able to read ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics and stuff like this. So, who are these scholars that translated these alien letters given to our world saying that they have contacted our government and stuff like that? And how are we able to read them all of a sudden like?
I'm not aware of any letters from aliens that have been translated. Bubba, can you help me with that?
Run that by us again,
Yeah,
sir.
I know you saw it on TikTok, but where are people reading letters from aliens saying they've contacted our government? I've never heard of that.
It was on TikTok yesterday, and there was a government official.
Do you hear yourself saying TikTok?
Letter.
Do you hear yourself saying TikTok over and over
what
again?
government official are we talking about?
What government official?
I really can't be sure. I didn't pay that much attention because I was in
Probably
such
won't
awe
to.
that-
Yeah, you probably if you're watching TikTok and they're saying a government official is reading letters that have been translated from alien language that they've contacted our government, you probably don't want to look at that in passing. I'd probably really dial in and see what.
I'm going to go back and research that.
I think
but
I would.
He was reading it.
Yeah.
He was reading it off.
I think
and
I
the
would.
Press, somebody was covering it, and he said, "We have contacted your government, and we have contacted your world that such and such is going to happen." And I was just like, "How all of a sudden can we read alien language now?"
All right, Don, let me take you back to classification point A. You are correct that question is valid if we can find a letter that the aliens have written that someone has translated. We first must go back to point A, though, and find out if that is actually true. And Adler has his hand up. All right, so go ahead.
What he may be seeing is actually somebody repackaging an old, some old footage from 10 years ago. It was part of a citizen hearing. Some former members of Congress did attend, but they were reportedly paid to be there. And he may be watching an old video that people are then tying and claiming right after David Grush at the House Oversight Committee when he talked about the aliens. So he may be it may be some fake news.
Yeah,
now, Rick.
Well, we know
I think
TikTok
it's
is a
legit.
very reliable news source.
It is.
But,
Rick, I will say this: they covered a story last night on the show I was telling you about called Unidentified, where the government was flying some test vehicles, and they actually got out and promoted a UFO story in counterintelligence to throw off the Russians who may be trying to monitor what's going on and to cause confusion so people wouldn't think that they were testing new vehicles that no one had ever seen before.
is this the one Shatner host?
No, this is the guy
called Unexplained. I thought Shatner hosted that.
Well, no, this is
Bubba,
a different one.
You are intelligent.
Rick.
Well, but let me tell you what they did. They had a guy, and I want to say he was probably a ham operator. He had been listening to the radio traffic at this nearby Air Force base, and he was trying to decode it and find out what they were doing, and they knew he was listening. So they sent a message that he could decode in ASCII, which is a common computer language, that said, "We are from another planet, and we've contacted your government, and we want to warn you about things that are going to happen," and all this stuff. And they sent that as disinformation to chime up the UFO stories, to basically cover the fact that they were testing new state-of-the-art aircraft, and they didn't want the Russians sending a bunch of spies in that area to watch for it.
Yeah, I think in this case, Don was looking at TikTok, and people put videos together from all kinds of stuff and montages, and they present things that maybe aren't factual. I believe if we had letters from aliens that somebody had translated, and it said they've contacted the government, probably be a big press conference.
We would
I would
probably
think.
get a little more story on it, or at least Trump would mention it.
And so I wouldn't worry over how that was done because I don't think it ever has happened yet.
Adler, do you see the TV show? It's on the History Channel called Unidentified.
Unidentified.
And it's really good. They do a lot of deep science on it. I like it.
You'd think that the aliens would send an email rather than sending a letter, like mailing a letter.
Well, if I can travel from outside anything we can see, because there's something somewhere that has life on it, and it's so far away we can't see it because we can see everything that doesn't have life on it in front of us, which we go pretty deep in space. So I'm from really deep in space, and I found a way to get to your world. I've discovered you, but I can't do an email. Yeah,
Let me pose this possibility to you. We're always talking about, like you said, Rick, out on another star system. What if they've been here all along?
Right.
What if they were here and just did not want to be bothered by us and wanted to do their thing independent, but we occasionally bump into each other?
Well, now you're talking about Democrats.
But Bubba, you mentioned a time in the past when the government blamed UFOs for something that they actually had, a technology.
Yeah.
Is that what just happened with Grush? Is that what just happened?
No, I think his is a little bit different situation, but they admitted they had done that in the past and said, that probably wasn't the right thing to do because we've chimed everybody up now on UFOs. And they were basically trying, according to them, the Chinese or the Russians will watch our news, and when people start seeing things, they send their agents in with state-of-the-art photography, and they target their satellites, and they put their balloons they float over us into that area to look and see if they can catch a picture of what we're doing. And our government thought, well, if we just make all these people sound like they're crazy UFO people, then they won't pay any attention to it. And that's kind of the explanation I got.
Jameson, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Rick Burgess, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, the first time you told that story about being trapped in the bathroom with the prophet guy and you were all traumatized.
Yes.
Let me tell you, you put me in a bad situation.
Sorry.
I was on the interstate between Orange Beach and Prattville, and you were making the flushing sounds with the toilet.
Yes.
I nearly messed my car up.
Oh, sorry.
I had to go so bad, and you kept flushing the toilet and flushing the toilet. I'm not kidding, guys. I was hurting. I was sweating, cramping. My butt was off the seat of the car. I was in a clinch.
Yeah, that's worse. Worse than having to go to the restroom and it starts raining on your windshield. Oh, that's terrible.
You start squirming in the seat, and you're breaking out with sweat.
Alan in Odenville. Alan, go ahead.
All right, Rick. So one of your biggest pet peeves is when people could not care less.
Yes.
And they say, I could care less.
Correct.
Well, one of my biggest pet peeves is the hot water heater issue, because it is, you really don't heat hot water. It's the same redundancy. So
yeah. I get what you're saying. And that was my point.
You store hot water in a hot water heater.
It really is a hot water heater if you think about it, because it's heating water and making it hot, and the water in there is hot. So, but the other thing is, I understand your point, and it's valid. My really argument with it that probably you may have missed is someone thinking they're the first ones to ever tell you that. It's like they're the first one to ever point to that. Man, I ain't never heard that before. Thank you. Thanks for pointing
Now, is
that
an
out.
ice maker really an ice maker, or is it an H2O transformer?
Now, see
Bubba,
there?
now you're talking.
Yeah.
Let's go to Craig. Welcome to Rick and Bubba, Sunny 105. Go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, I'm wondering if you can settle an argument for me. I heard that CMT has got a new UFO show out called Black Hole at Beaver Bite Ridge. Is that true?
Country song or that?
That's good.
Maybe a money hole at Beaver Bite Ridge.
Lucas, Waycross, Georgia. Lucas, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, I've been listening to the show for about 2 years now.
Thank you.
And I've been wanting to go to the Man Church.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, will it ever be in South Georgia?
It has been, and there are churches in South Georgia that are doing the curriculum. I actually talked to our team, and I've talked about this several times. I said, do we not have an ability to do a search option that somebody can put in a zip code, and then it'll pull up any church near them. And they tell me no. They've been trying to do that because of the way the curriculum purchases are done. There's no real good way to do it. I wish there was. But there are churches in and around there in parts of South Georgia that are already doing it. And I know this, I've said this, but it does help. If you'll go to events, if you can find a church down there doing a man church service, then they're doing the curriculum because that's part of it. So that's one way to do it. But we still, and I've asked this over and over again, can we not do some sort of search option for people looking for churches near them? I keep being told no. That the way the website's set up, it won't do that. And they said it would almost take somebody sitting down and entering all that information into one big list, and then you would go and scan the list and look for it. And Bubba, can I show you the line of the people that want to line up to do that?
Well, I have a funny line for that, but I'm going to hold it.
Yep. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To being also ran in any other division.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, isn't there a point where you go, it's kind of like you playing against Pee Wee football players. You go, maybe we need to move up to the junior high.
Well, I mean,
I don't think it's like that with them, though. It's pretty competitive.
And they'll go play a D1 school and beat them. They have.
Yeah.
They've beat D1 schools, and I mean, they sit in a good spot. And like I say, I think that's like their main college in that state.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to tell the Patriots and Alabama that y'all need to go find somewhere.
They're modern day Alabama, somewhat Clemson. I mean,
they kind of. I mean, Alabama's at the highest level in college, and the Patriots are at the highest level. But
you think they get tired of playing for championship?
And I'm sure this team they have great fan support, so I'm sure the program makes money. A lot of schools.
Fargo Dome is rocking. An atmosphere like no other.
I think that's also, and then you think about where they're located. They are the team for that area.
Yeah.
And so anyway, we'll see. They may do it at some point. They might.
I mean, that'd be like you said. That'd be like telling Alabama to move up to the NFL.
But what's
Alabama can't move up to the
I know
NFL.
what you're saying, but if your business model's working and you're making money and you're doing all that, what's the point?
And two, you got to. We can't just talk about football. There are other sports that has to be thought about when you make these jumps too.
That's true. Yeah.
What's making the news?
Their other sports are already D1.
Yeah, you're
right.
Oh,
Are they?
Yeah. Football's the
Football
only one.
is the only thing that has one AA.
If you're FCS, your other sports are D1.
Yeah,
that's true.
What's making the news, though, is how Trump hosted them and what he fed them. And I have a little bit of that for you.
That's his trend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay. It's a lot of big people I'm standing next to. These are big, strong, powerful champions, right? That's right. All champions. Well, I just want to thank everybody for being here, and we're very excited to welcome to the White House the 2018 FCS national champions, the North Dakota State University Bison, and that's with a Z. I spell it.
Warning, no teleprompter.
And then we weren't going to do this because I've never done that before Clemson. But we were during a shutdown, and we had nobody working. And somebody suggested, I said, yeah, but we don't have people working. But the staff is so good, they would have come back. But I said, don't worry about it, fellas. Let's just go get some McDonald's, Wendy's. We have a couple of others, too. I won't get into two. But we have all-American Burger King. We like American companies, okay? We like American companies. And that's what we did. So you guys, that's right. Chick-fil-A, they say? Chick-fil-A? You knew. You knew better than I knew. So I just want to thank, now, before we waste any time, anybody want to speak, you speak, but go grab yourself something we could eat right here. In fact, I would have one right up here, but I don't think I want to do that because it'll be too big a story for these people.
That's when he's just rambling.
Yeah.
So they give him a Trump 45 North Dakota jersey.
Yeah.
So that was cool. But and I love what the coach said for North Dakota. If we had more coaches that would just simply address this, he said we address politics. He said this isn't a political trip. This is a bison trip. And personally, he said I sold it as two things. It's one more opportunity for the 2018 team to be together, but also in my mind the start of the 2019 season and the things we're going to do together. So he said, but these kind of trips are not political in nature. They are an accomplishment by a team that won a championship.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and
that's the way it ought to be for everybody.
Yeah.
Look, if my team had won a championship, I would have met Barack Obama,
Absolutely.
Bill Clinton, whoever.
Now, if we'd gone to see Bill Clinton, I would have left the cheerleaders at home.
That's a good point.
But
That's just for safety reasons.
Right, but that's just for everybody involved. But I'd take
You can disagree politically and still be civil.
Exactly.
Well, it goes back to this. Our team won the championship, and the word should be, and we were invited to the White House to be honored by the president.
Yep.
End of subject.
Yeah.
You don't need anybody's name in there. You don't need any of that.
Yeah.
Just in the era that we were in, we were brought to that White House, and we're honored by that president.
That's it.
And now what you got people that are boycotting, that doing it, but they don't really feel that way. They're doing it because they think they're supposed to. Now we done got into it.
Then they got people putting pressure on them, and they don't want to have to face them.
Exactly.
You know.
So nobody's even really being honest about it.
Right. So
Rick, there's also some more Trump news today. He, I don't know any other president that would do this. He's actually rated the Fox News personalities for their loyalty. And, he's giving Sean Hannity a 10 out of 10, but for some reason loves Steve Doocy, gives him a 12.
he gives Ducey a 12
does.
over
He
Hannity. How's Hannity not get a 12? Don't
Y'all,
know.
we may need to call Ducey and get a report on this from him. That's funny.
That is.
I mean, but what if the president rates the personalities for their loyalty?
I notice he's only going to go rate the ones at Fox, though.
Yeah, of course, Rick.
There's no need to rate.
Well, the rest are fake, Rick.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Don't forget Wednesday Bible study back today. The Revelation, if you're wondering, everybody's like saying, what do you think's going to happen? Well, you can look to Scripture. We do know some things are coming in the future, and they're there. Today, Revelation chapter 18 will be our focus in the Wednesday Bible study, live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. If you're one of the over 100,000 subscribers, you'll get an alert when it goes live. If that doesn't work for you on your schedule, you can go catch the archive if you so desire, either on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Plus, you can get any part of the daily show on our YouTube channel or podcast channel on your own time if you desire. Bubba, my emails are flooded. Why is Bubba holding back and not telling us the story?
People.
Look, you can do it. Now
people are begging for us to comment on the discovery of the demon particle, and
well, let me tell you what I've
just
done.
Covered up. Email is flooded.
Let me tell you what I've done
and
for
people,
you.
we're going to do it, but we don't have a lot of time.
Well, let me get this in. I've been here for 14, 15 years. I've never seen Bubba print out a sheet of paper on his own and and mark it up.
I do.
That was the first.
Yeah.
No, I actually do.
Use this on that legal pad over there.
Yeah.
I will tell you what I've done for you, so Greg won't pummel you during the story. I threw peanuts over it.
Okay.
So he's eating peanuts.
That's not
Smart.
bad. That's not bad.
You know, like you do a dog, throw him a little treat.
Hey,
so
look, we've put aside about 7 minutes to do this.
But all of this has really some astounding
It really
possibilities.
does. All kidding aside, it really does.
So scientists have discovered
does.
the demon particle after it was predicted about 70 years ago. It was just a theory. It was just an idea. They said they have actually been able to show that it exists now. So what is this? It's a neutral particle, and it has some amazing capacities. It is a superconductor, which means it passes electricity better than things that we currently have. It also will have profound applications for electricity, for semiconductors, and even anti-gravity. Keep that in mind.
And we wish they gave it a different name.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why they came up with that. I got to look into that even further.
Right.
Just taking everybody to hell.
But one of the things that's amazing about this, it has no mass. Okay, it has no weight. Everything we know of in the universe, even down to the protons of an atom, has a weight. And everything that has weight affects the space-time continuum. Okay, so if you think about
Is that from the Back to the Future?
Okay, listen, the space-time continuum, think of it as a giant trampoline. Okay, it's a big piece of cloth, and everything you put on that cloth pushes it in just a little bit. If it's a atom, if it's a proton, or if it's a sun, it has different mass. It pushes it in and affects the space-time continuum different. But what they're saying with this, since it has no mass, that means that it doesn't answer to space and time, that it's actually outside of space and time.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, all this will be debated and walked out, and probably, people will say ain't true, and they'll revise it and all that. But just based on what the story says today. So if you don't have weight at all, you have no mass, you are outside of the space-time continuum that we all live on. So I got to thinking about this too. If you walk this all the way out, if you are a spirit, okay, a ghost or a spirit in this case, you have no weight, okay, because you have no mass. So that would say science is now telling us that if you are a spirit, you don't answer to space and time, which we already know based on our religious convictions.
Right.
So I thought that was strange that in a weird kind of way, the thing that they have said that they have discovered that is called the demon particle is actually proving more points to what the Bible has told us, that spirits or God, angels, don't answer to space and time.
Right.
Which is kind of weird.
I don't like that they picked the demon team.
I don't
Why
either.
not call it the angel particle? Or the God particle?
I don't know why they came up with that, but get this. Let me give you one more line to this. It's even make it a little more spooky.
There's more?
The vast majority of experiments are done with light and measure optical property with light and measure optical properties. But being electrically neutral means that the demon particles don't interact with light. Demons don't interact with light.
That's a profound statement.
Isn't that something?
It really is.
It really is.
It really is.
Wow.
I guess
this is deep quantum physics, quantum mechanics on a whole nother level. Right?
What was that you said a minute ago? You were going to do this story, and then of course you'll wait till you gave what kind of person that would be. We'll call and set the record straight on it and debate you on it. You gave the title of what they would be, and I can't remember what it was. It was very funny.
Oh, some theoretical physicist will argue about.
That was it.
That's
20 million gigawatts.
But it's just an interesting thing. Of course, some of this you think, it's tiny little stuff. Who cares? Well, how's it ever going to affect us? But,
right.
E equals MC squared. We've proven that works. So it can become real.
So y'all were quoting Back to the Future then.
Yeah. Yes.
And of course, how I am with idioms. So one of you, as they did in the movie, hollowed out "Great Scott," and my thought was, where does that come from? And I know where it came from. The origin of when they would scream Great Scott goes to Sir Walter Scott. So they would be like, Great Scott, and that's who they were referring to when they would say that. I had
no idea. Now, who is he, and why did they say Great Scott?
It's got a lot to do with demon particles.
It was part of a poem where they referred to him as the Great Sir Walter Scott. So there you go.
He was a novelist.
What was that movie where the guy's dad used to play a TV star, and that was his line in the movie, Great Scott?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
What was the name of that?
Oh, no. By the way, speaking of old shows, and I know this is redundant, I got it. I just wanted to say that I agree. The new technology now has all kinds of horrible things bad, but the great stuff is the access to anything, anywhere, anytime, and the fact that people have gone to great lengths to compile all these incredible moments of famous TV shows, and they come up, and so you got all the stuff from Seinfeld, all the stuff from this, all the stuff from that, and of course one of them cranks out Andy Griffith stuff, and I think we can all say this, and I really think the debate is over. It is the greatest show ever put on television. The Andy Griffith Show has the best characters, the best dialogue, the best stories. It's not riddled with filth,
right?
I think it may be the perfect TV.
It has stood the test of time, like no other.
Yeah.
Other night, I looked on WTTO and it said Andy Griffith. I said, "Ooh, it's daggum in color."
Here it is.
And Warren,
he had
was
to ruin
there
it.
I'm not talking about those.
I'm not talking about that, Greg.
That's what
Great Scott.
That was my point.
Yeah.
Up to Barney left. Once Barney leaves, forget it.
When I speak of the greatest show, I cut it off right there.
I just say Warren. He got him on nerves.
Yeah, I bet.
I tried to watch it. Andy couldn't even carry it.
Great, no surprise. That's Bubba's favorite character.
No, I agree with y'all on that one, by the way.
Just like sticks.
All right, so email Bubba if you disagree with the demon particle.
Demon particles.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.